એ છે ને બરાબર એટલે આમાં તો હા બસ પરફેક્ટ પરફેક્ટ હા હા બસ બસ એ સાહેબ પહોંચી ગયા થોડું સ્ટ્રીમિંગમાં પાછળ છે એમણે પહોંચી ગયા હા તો પેલું બંધ કરી નાખું ને બાજુવાળું નાની આની કી કેમ ગઈ નથી કોપી મારી લેવી હોય તો બદલાઈ શકે નહીં જોવા માટે હા તો આમાં જો મેલ આઈડી ખુલ્લું છે ને એમાં જ નાખી દો ને મારામાં ASSTMNG1 હા એમાંથી છે ને એટલે હું એમાંથી લઈ લઉં ઉપર હું ટાઈપ કરી દઉં ત્યાં ટેસ્ટ મારી દો બસ હવે સેન્ડ કરી દો એટલે હું છે ને સ્ટ્રીમિંગ પહેલાં સ્ટાર્ટ કરી દઉં છું પછી કીને કોપી કરવા કરું એટલે નહીં થતું હે ને પેલું જૂનું લઈ લે ડાયરેક્ટ હા એટલે સ્ટ્રીમિંગ પછી બરાબર બરાબર એટલે સમજી ગયો એટલે પહેલાં બધું સેટ થઈ જાય પછી સ્ટાર્ટ સ્ટ્રીમિંગ કરવાનું હે ને બસ એટલે હું મારું એ સ્ટાર્ટ સ્ટ્રીમિંગ કરીને કરું તો પેલું મને કી કોપી કરવાનું ઓપ્શન સ્ટ્રીમમાંથી ના આપે જ નહીં ભાઈ મારું કરવું ક્યાંથી આને ઠીક છે ચલો તો તમને રોજ હેરાન કરું હવાના બોરમાં ઠીક છે અચ્છા એવું છે બરાબર સારું ચાલો ચલો થેન્ક યુ
एक एरिया में जाओगे तो इतना सारा Okay, pen down. How many of you are watching MasterChef India? कदम पीछे. I think the idea is to not to get to an expert level knowledge, but at least a working level knowledge, just to understand the process. Because people even who have spent 30 years, 40 years in this particular field are not able to actually quantify or even not able to predict certain things. Right? So it's about the estimation. We always use estimation, right? So the next, sorry, very bad for the facilitator to do it. So next is 4, 5 and 6 steps. We'll do it together. Together in the sense I'll explain the steps and we'll complete it in one go. So one is about assessing hazard likelihoodness, assessing consequences and assessing and so 2 steps basically. And what it entails. So we have done this, we have hazard map, we have all those things. We have also calendar, annual calendar of different hazards there in your area. We have done this understanding the vulnerability. Now how do we actually quantify or estimate? It's an estimation again. So CRED is one of the agency who collects the data about the disasters. And their definition of disaster is different than our national definition, which is under the NDMA Act. Right. British Columbia, Canada, they have different ways of quantifying risk assessment. The federal agency of US, they have different quantification methodology. So just for our exercise, and thanks to Sumet for helping me. So likelihood ranking of a definition is, let's say if there is a hazard, okay, which is going to be almost certain, yeah, we rank them highest, isn't it? Because that's possibly a process, that hazard process may become a disaster. So we rank that hazard highest. It is there in your note also, so no need to write actually. If there is a hazard which is like expected to occur about once every 3 to 10 years, right? We give them a rating of about 4. Possible 3, unlikely 2, rare 1. Okay, so this is the likelihood of that hazard occurrence in our geographical area. The next step is about the उसका consequence क्या होगा अगर वो hazard आ गया तो क्या होगा. तो अगर वो hazard आ गया, ठीक है, तो उसके there are several parameters. Actually, when we do the training for professionals, we use 13 parameters. Here we are going to use only 5 parameters. उसका human impact क्या होगा? How many people it may kill, or how many people it may injure, and based on that we give certain numbers to that. So let's say, for example, if there is an injury of 5 and death 0, we give the 1, ranking number 1. It's about marking system, no? Kitna marks mila wo low probability or injuries, let's say for example 6 to 10 and 1 to 2 dead, then you have about, you give number 2. Okay. And then the highest, so when you increase the number of deaths, mortality and injuries, you give the highest rank. Similarly, the physical impact, structural impact. You have the financial impact. You have the functionality.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
So is it defined the injury or death? It is already defined.
Yes. Yes.
So
We are going to present a complete numbers here. So that number then you will calculate.
one thing, sir. So is it like injury and death? So it is either or the mix of both?
Either both the either. Any chance of injury reaching that point or any chance of death reaching that point, the marking would be 5.
So the first one, injury or illness, unlikely.
Either or.
And even one case, if it is satisfied.
And or yeah, do not.
So injury, the first one is injury. So injury is 0 and dead is 5.
No, injury is 5.
No, I'm saying if the injury is 0, if the injury is 0 and dead is 5, so then
It will come into
third point.
3.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And sir, the criteria nationwide is same.
No.
नहीं. That is what I explained. अमेरिका का criteria अलग है.
For India,
इंडिया में भी ऐसा कोई criteria
नहीं.
नहीं है.
Let me clarify very quick. This is risk quantification methodology, but there is no accepted risk methodology or risk quantification methodology ever. It is
As per the understanding of the
it is
Yes.
very context specific, and we can devise it as per our need. No. Because you might be seeing the exercise. Why we are going through this exercise is to understand the complexities of the thing. It's highly complex. But this example we are showing just to explain, it can be also done very simply. Okay, and both the things are doable. So, considering a case of a school, a small school of primary school having say 200 to 250 students, we can use such methodology. Right? But no methodology, there is no methodology or quantification technique certified or stamped by Government of India or any state government or any.
So that means I can design my
Yes.
own.
You can design your own methodology. You can take help of the local administration, local.
also it can be debatable also.
Yeah, it can. It is debatable. It is debatable. Yeah, it is debatable. But having a methodology or quantification helps you in assessing if what was the risk before I undertook the project, and after doing the activities, is the risk same or it has reduced? Otherwise, there won't be any assessment of how much it is reduced or how much it is increased. Okay, so that understanding, this is for understanding and to explain things in simple way. So this is very simplified version, just for understanding. So don't take it as a stamp methodology or quantification technique. You can devise it based on this method. Okay,
No
clear?
gold standards.
Yes.
Taking the example of COVID, wherein the physical impact or impact on the infrastructure was almost 0, the human impact was
High.
really higher than that.
Okay, so this gets added. All these parameters get added to assess the risk. So there is one element of human death or illness or injuries. Then second parameter is physical damage. Then you will go ahead with the structural damage, financial damage, and functionality damage. And so for a small institution like school, for how many days it is not functioning because of a hazard is a matter of concern, and we want to reduce that. So that we can assess how many days we are expecting for one hazard. If it strikes, how many days it will not function, and what can we do to make that duration lesser. So if it is for 30 days it won't function, then what are the interventions that we are planning that now in 5 days it will start. So kind of it overlaps on BCP thing, or the concepts are of BCP also into the plan. So how are we planning the continuity of essential services even after the impact of a disaster? Okay.
So yeah, no gold standard.
इम्पैक्ट सर कोई भी मेजर करता है अगर
हाँ.
तो दे हैव देयर ओन सेट ऑफ डेफिनेशन. So it might be अगर आप अपना criteria रखें, you have definitely gone through a rigorous research to get those numbers.
So yesterday we discussed about the website which corrects the global disaster data, which is correct. research on epidemiology of disasters. So that undertakes a number which is 10. Above 10 death, it counts it as a disaster. So what we are saying is, we are not, our intervention is keeping hazard away from the exposure and vulnerability so that it doesn't turn into a disaster. When the number reaches 10, it has already turned into a disaster. Right? So what we are doing is reducing the risk of disaster not happening. Okay? So once it reaches 10, the disaster might go higher to 20, 25, whatever.
Yeah, basically disaster definition disrupts the normal life of a particular small geography, let's say Morbi, particular city, or the city, it's a city level disaster, right? State level disaster, COVID, national level disaster, global, possibly the climate change. Yes, right.
Bothering me, and it may be very, very vague and very vague. So if we were to break COVID into phases, for example, and we declare COVID as a disaster, right? And then there is a second wave, or the third wave. So if we were to divide, can we call the second wave a hazard, or it will still be considered as disaster?
So hazard was the virus.
Yeah.
Disruption, it caused in both, all the three ways.
I'm coming from the coping capacity aspect.
Yeah, so we had an increased coping capacity, no doubt on that. We had more awareness, more resources, everything was there. The treatment procedures were there, medicines were there, vaccines were there. But the amount that we required was not as for example, a malaria. Now for malaria, it's now a hazard. We don't call it a disaster. So similarly, when these structures and systems will be in place, COVID won't be a disaster at all. Eventually it will happen.
But it's still there.
It is still a disaster.
Yeah, that was bothering.
COVID is a
But
disaster.
also as per your definition you said, right?
Yes.
The 10 deaths and above is a disaster.
Yes.
So wave 2 or wave malaria maybe does that it will not be considered as a disaster.
Yes, that's the interesting part. Now the geography has to come into consideration. 10 deaths in this room. The event is disaster. 10 deaths in entire Gujarat today. So that's, is it getting disrupted? Is it causing death and disruption to that extent that the coping capacity is not able to take care of? Those are the questions. So definition is very important. Yes. War comes into war. So war, terrorist attack, all this comes into disaster, but legal definition which is formed by the National Disaster Management Authority, they have considered terrorism and war as security issues. So the DM Act, in terms of providing relief and assistance to the communities, is not similar in disaster as in the war scenarios. Definition wise, it will be similar.
The lives and the economic and financial losses are huge. So although that's human issues and there is intention behind, but
Legal definition comes into
it will not fall into.
So this is called a calamities, right? And this is declared by the government. So COVID was obviously was a calamity, national level calamity. It was part of the DRR.
Terrorist attacks and everything.
Not in this example.
One of you was summarizing the thing.
This
So it is a hazard.
It's a hazard. It's a hazard. Even the stampede is a big hazard, right? When you go and distribute the relief food, and people are queuing up, and when they become desperate, right, they start pushing each other. Even stampede in our temples, stampede in our platforms, or community places. People come for anything, right?
No. It is a hazard. Yeah. So as chemical accident is a hazard, terrorism is also a hazard. A person is, Saurabh sir, if you want to add. We have Saurabh Lal from also. He's from WHO, and he can best answer all
I
that.
know answer.
No, he gave you lots of clarity, but
I don't want
some
to.
basics, you know, and how to
Basics. I'll just clear a bit. There are three words which you need to understand here. First is an emergency. What is an emergency? Because interchangeably we use this word, and these are three legal nomenclature that are used in India and abroad as well. First is an emergency. If your car is running fast and you need to apply a brake, which brake you apply? Emergency. If your relative is ill, if you take them to hospital, which department will you take? So small mitigation and the eventuality or the after effect of that incident can be stopped. Is called emergency. Right. Second is disaster. Disaster means coping capacity when it exceeds. Right. Then it is called a disaster. For example, as you mentioned about COVID and dengue or malaria. For malaria, we have capacities to deal. Right. 10 days is not a criteria, but the thing is, we have capacities, lab detection, surveillance, dealing with it. While for COVID, we never had so many labs, RT-PCR, even the variant change, and there were some new things which were unknown. So whenever component, the country required international support, guidance, research to deal with. So that's why all agriculture is so similarly, if there is a bus accident, if a bus of 56 people get hit with a flyover in Delhi, okay, and in every bus incident, as per the statistic, there will be around 3 to 4 grave injuries. 5 to 10 people will require immediate care, but their lives can be saved. 2-3 fatalities are still expected in a severe bus accident. There will be 20 to 25 people who will obtain normal injury. They will not face anything. If this happens in, say, in a rural part of Bihar, compared to a rural part, compared to Delhi, in Delhi it will not be called a disaster. The reason is there are so many hospitals, good ambulance services, right? There, the outcome of that event will be 0 deaths, most probably, right? But if it happens in a rural part of India, then it's a disaster. Third, and the most important, there is nothing such as calamity. We don't use that word. Third, which you mentioned, is crisis. Okay, and that is the legal framework. For example, 26/11 attack or any act of terrorism that brings shame to the country, and immediate high-level actions, multilateral actions, and immediate response, if not done, can also tarnish the image of the country. That is called a crisis. Hence, in the national level, state level, as well as the district level, we have a crisis management committee, which gets activated during such crises. Initially, during COVID also, these committees were activated because there were so many departments involved, so many unknowns. And it was initially a crisis, then declared a disaster. So, any act of terrorism will fall under a crisis, hence the PMO, the Crisis Management Committee, will get activated. And these are the three mechanisms and only 3 words that are legally also used within the jargon of emergency management.
Thank you. That's great. Which tragedy is also you can consider whatever you want. Because in Bihar many people died, even Gujarat many people died because of the illicit alcohol. So basically you have this data given here, and what we need is we need to calculate we need to have the estimation. So what I'll do is I'll project the numbers here.
There's just
And the ranking sheets are already there.
बिकॉज एक्सरसाइज करेंगे ना
No,
टाइम देना पड़ेगा ओह बट ये क्लास है एंड स्लाइड प्लस तो 15 मिनट्स इसका करना है इसका हो जाएगा ठीक वो 10:35 भी हुआ तो चलेगा but then अभी डबल अभी एजुकेशन
और उसके लिए यहाँ पे मैं प्रोजेक्ट कर रहा हूँ.
इस वाले
So this is the case.
Step 4 or step 5?
final end is step 5. But in order to reach to step 5, step 4 also needs to be. So these are the numbers. Based on this, let's calculate the, let's estimate the.
So this is the seventh page, last page.
ये सब टूल्स तो लगेंगे ही, वो तो मैं करती हूँ। हाँ, we'll send that. वो group 1 का दिया है, group 1 group 2 सब हाँ, इसका भी इसमें से मैनेज कर लो because just 15 मैनेज कर लो, सिर्फ ये पेज उसका थोड़ा ठीक। I just keep this for my reference. We've sent this, na? Stapler. अच्छा वो pages का? वो सब disaster management में PhD हो गया। नहीं यहाँ तो
So let's use this number. The first 3 steps that just wanted to give you overall idea. Now we are doing it for one specific case here.
Only step number 4 and 5 business data. Now you are not sure. Guys, we have only 15 minutes for this.
ये वाला जो रैंक आपने ये वाला
So yesterday we referred to one tip I want to give. Yesterday we referred to BMTPC map. So now we are talking about Kutch. You will find the map of Kutch and all the hazards and details of hazard on the BMTPC. So you can just Google, get the maps and get the details.
जाने वाले शकुंतला और विद्या जाने, ठीक है, तो उनका इसलिए
रख दिया मैंने।
वो बॉक्स में सारा स्टेशनरी है।
हाँ
दवे सर का शार्प 10:45 स्टार्ट कर देंगे।
या बिकॉज
दवे सर आके बैठे हैं, वो भी बैठे हैं।
हाँ नहीं बैठे, वो तो डांसर का तो एनी केस बात नहीं है, 10 मिनट है। बट देन ये प्रेजेंट भी करेंगे क्या ये लोग?
ये तो इवनिंग में करेंगे, अभी नहीं।
पक्का ना?
हाँ,
इवनिंग में क्या?
थोड़ा टाइम निकाल के हम लोग जैसे पैनल डिस्कशन में टाइम कम करके थोड़ा इस पे हम फोकस कर लेंगे।
मुझे उनसे बात करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, क्योंकि 3 सेशंस ही हमारे आज, दवे सर का, WHO और विद्या सौंदराजन।
हाँ
बाकी
तो फिर वो टाइम,
हाँ टाइम है हमारे, और 2 सेशन तो अभी हो जाएंगे। सिर्फ विद्या मैडम का पोस्ट लंच है,
हाँ
उसके बाद पैनल डिस्कशन है।
तो ग्रुप में
आराम से
टाइम
हाँ मिलता है।
Okay, we have just 10 minutes for this session. You do justice, but you have to focus and do. ये दवे जी रुकेंगे नहीं ना शाम तक?
शाम तक रुकेंगे।
He's here?
हाँ वो तो यही गांधीनगर में रहता है।
हाँ क्योंकि वो पैनल डिस्कशन
हाँ हाँ,
बोला
बोल
है।
देंगे सब 4 बजे तक वो बैठे रहेंगे यहाँ
अच्छा
पे, या घर जाके आ जाएंगे।
हाँ whatever, we'll back, we want him back by 4 o'clock वापस। Even WH हाँ
WHO वाले और दवे साहब प्लस हमारे जो डायरेक्टर है रिसर्च दवे एंड वो CSR अथॉरिटी से एक आएंगे, वो रहेंगे। ये 5 लोग रहेंगे पैनल में।
अच्छा वो उनका कंफर्म है
हाँ
CSR?
उनका वो आएंगे, तो ये 5 ही लोग रहेंगे पैनल में। 10 मिनट में क्लोज करके 5 मिनट का प्रेजेंटेशन।
ये प्रेजेंटेशन का अच्छा आज कर एक ग्रुप का ले लेते हैं, थोड़ा ले लेते हैं।
अंडरस्टैंड, जस्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड। 11 बजे
ब्रेक करके उनको फटाफट बुला के फिर प्रेजेंटेशन करना है।
तो टी ब्रेक में तो आने का
5 मिनट के लिए।
नहीं अगर ब्रेक करके वापस आना देन इट विल टेक टाइम,
खत्म कर लो।
करके ब्रेक करना है। आप इसमें से एक एक दो ग्रुप ले लीजिए, 4 नहीं लेके।
ऐसा नहीं होगा, सिलेक्शन कैसे करेंगे?
नहीं जस्ट
अगर उनका
वो मुझे दे दीजिए वो सारा।
अगर ये लोग
This will be better for me. But then if the so locally that's over there. Because local issues are local.
ये नहीं रहेंगे पैनल में नो
आप हमें ये
ओके नहीं मैं तो क्वेश्चन
कुछ भी जो
हाँ
दे सकते
ठीक
हैं
है ठीक है
पैनल में ऐसे चाहिए यहाँ का नहीं
हाँ मैं उसको समझ हाँ
इसलिए जो भी है वो यहाँ के नहीं है इस क्लास में
हाँ और ये लोग भी इतना इंटरेक्ट नहीं कर पाएंगे ये येलो ओके सुमित 10:28 why na because people will go look we don't want that spillover be on the time नहीं 5 मिनट वही अर्थ रिजुविनेट नहीं कर पाते यही ना इसका बैकलॉग रहते रहते क्लाइमेट चेंज लेट्स बी डिसिप्लिन ऑन द टाइम तो ये बार-बार
तो लास्ट 5 मिनट
नहीं हो गया टाइम
तो मैं चाय मिक्स कर देता हूँ
नहीं लेट हिम टेक द कॉल
पहले एक बार देख ले क्या कर रहे थे
दो ग्रुप का प्रेजेंटेशन करवाओ ना सबको मत करवाओ
इनको तो हम बेस्ट पूछना प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं पूछना 1 मिनट में बता
अरे जानी सर को जॉब बोल रहे तुमको जॉब बोल रहे
वो लंबा करेंगे
तो मैंने जानी सर को पूछी है
हाँ वो क्या बोल रहे एक तो बुलाएंगे
नहीं मैंने बोला दो ही लेते हैं प्रेजेंटेशन तो मैंने बोला इसी एक्टिविटी का ही करें ना यही तो मेन वाला बट इसे नहीं पहले वाला कभी चलो वो जब बोलोगे ना तब बोलना फोकस करो ओके पीयूष वो नहीं होगा 1 घंटा भी दोगे या नहीं होगा सी यार
Only 1 second. Please pay. I think. See, let's adopt maybe a positive practice here. There, everyone is coming together and doing one thing. Right? Here, like a kind of individual or in a pairs. So each group can discuss and then write one. That should be better. You give a quick. Right. Just discuss and then one person is right.
Okay. Just focus on this. Sir, let's start the at least two.
We are ready.
We are ready.
Please start.
Okay, great. Going to plans.
The building
पूरा न्यूज़ में आ जाता है ना the negative publicity that the government I guess it's a good
Okay.
Mike.
Okay, please pay attention. So pen down now again. The idea of this the idea of these 3 days is not to make you DRM experts, not to make a global expert in DRS, DRM. Kindly give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Pen down. Everyone settle down. The idea of the entire 3 day is not to make you DRM expert, right? Not to make a global leader in the DRR risk estimation and find methodology and become a right. So the idea of these 3 days is to when you as a manager, right, when you develop a proposal, or when you review a proposal, choose aspects, these determinants in mind, right? So you try and mainstream the disaster risk management into your ongoing projects, future projects, or if you want to retrofit your projects which are compliant to the DRR, right? So I think we have spent a good time, and we see a lot of stimulation within the group, a lot of difference of opinion, point of convergence, point of differences, and we have seen all those things. The idea is not the perfection, the outcome, that whether you have, realistically calculated and estimated the risk. The idea is the process to get that outcome. So it's about the group dynamics, how you discussed in the group, what was the confusion about it, right? Then how you agreed on one particular point, and then you come up with the entire exercise. So I think, though you may present, let's say, okay, this is kind of high risk or low risk or whatever, right? But for us to understand that the entire process, the discussion process and all. So one group is saying, maybe one group, because again time is against us. So maybe one group can stand up and tell us the entire process from yesterday, right? From identifying the stakeholders to identifying the hazards to vulnerabilities. Yeah, with this context. So about the group dynamics, confusion, conflict, convergence.
Hi, thank you. So we are group 4. So based on the learning from yesterday and based on the limited boundary of this particular case, we thought we should identify the hazard. Ultimately, to calculate the risk in a calculated number. The objective end goal was basically to arrive at a number so that we can know it's low, medium, high, and then next steps can be taken on that. Now, to reach the step 5, we need to know a couple of points, which is about the calculated method of assigning a value, which is given in the step 4, so that you know what is the vulnerability, exposure, and hazard for that. So we, as a group, I'm talking, but it's totally group activity. So we have been in the case in which we noticed the 5 or 6 hazard which has been mentioned here, and we limited our conversation only to that. That means a region is a Kutch, village is controlled, and earthquake, cyclone, heat waves, drought, flash floods, and the lightning. So these are the 6 items we thought we should consider it, and we look at the step number 4 for this particular thing. If you go to chart paper, there are possibilities are given in terms of the exercise number 4. Also, the table has already been given here, which is talking about whether you think it's almost certain, likely, possible, unlikely, and rare. A lot of assumptions we have considered here. So we of course did help of the maps here, BMTP map, and look at this particular district called Kutch and village control. And then we see whether it's falling into the red, dark red, and the other kind of category. And based on that assumption, we put certain elements. For example, we consider earthquake as one of the hazard. And then we see whether it's from our assumption, it's almost certain, likely, possible, unlikely, and rare. And we think it's almost certain, it's a red zone, it's coming repetitively. That's the reason we put a 5 mark to that. So that's to become the frequency, which is 5. Now, if we go to frequency of number 5, then the second thing is, what if this is happening again and again at the scale of 5? That means we need to assess the consequences. But the consequences are also given in the 5 buckets if you look at it, which is human, physical, financial, functionality, and the reputation. Again, the matrix has been given. We have checked one by one. For example, if I consider example of earthquake, and I see it's repetitive, most likely certain dark red zone, then, for example, human impact. So we think that the 5 is the rating, which is very, very critical. It's high probability of the injury to illness. Again, the discussion is limited to the school as a boundary. If I'm an assessor for the school infrastructure, so you have the key physical infrastructure where the kids are studying. Large part of people are there in that thing. So if 5 level of intensity repetitive, earthquake will come, then certainly we thought as a group that human impact will be.
Practice scheme. So that point and the numbers that we saw. And then that's why we marked it to be at the high probability of injuries. That's 5 for human impact.
Similarly, we did the assessment for the physical structure, followed by financial infrastructure, functionality, and the reputation. And the rating which we have given largely for human, physical and financial infrastructure is 555. And functionality also we have given the 5 because that's the only structure probably which will be available to support during disaster. However, in terms of reputation, we have put a rating of 3, which is about negative regional media coverage and strong public stigma. We were debating actually internally should we give this a 5 because or 3 or 4, but then we thought probably 3 is something which we agree on that. Let's say if I consider earthquake, then everywhere else we have given 5, but for this particular thing, reputation, we have given only 3. Then similar exercise, in similar way, we picked one by one each of the hazard, and we given the ratings in terms of that. After in short, so if you look at all this number, use the formula frequency of earthquake is 5 multiplied by some total of A, B, C, D. So which is coming around 115. So what we are saying, out of this 5 hazards which we have identified, our risk index is showing as 115, which is very, very high. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So you see, then you will be able to prioritize your hazard. So 115 is possibly very high. We need to address all the hazards. Which hazard we need to prioritize? That will come from the.
Sure. There are other scores also I will quickly tell. So others are, we consider the cyclone, floods, lightning and heat wave. In order of priority, if you say, then earthquake is the number 1 priority with the score of 115, followed by cyclone at 54 and floods at 36. We also have lightning and heat wave, which is score of 24 and 14. So those are important, but they are very low. Thank you.
I have a question. Will coping mechanism also be a part of this?
Yes.
Which might bring the risk down?
That will be the last session on the.
It's going stepwise.
Yes. And what is the actual disaster or not? That will be when we talk about coping mechanism.
All 3 sessions today will be talking about the risk reduction methods. You have the risk, now risk reduction methods will go and then we will analyze how risk can be reduced.
So till today, from yesterday to till today, if you have any questions, queries, whatever, we have parking lots here. Right? So you can write your questions, queries, confusion, whatever. You can write there, and then we will have at the end of the tomorrow. We'll go all these parking lot issues one by one. Possibly it may be also resolved within by the time we end. But still, if you have any questions, please feel free to write it. Thank you so much. It's time for the GID.
Only 2 announcements. One, based on this exercise now, each group will have to identify one case study, actual case study from your own projects. Okay, actual projects. Take actual projects, do the risk assessment, and then based on the sessions from today, also devise DRR incorporated.
Only the theme that each group has been assigned, that remains the same.
Themes should be same.
If you have health, we take a health project.
Okay, so we break for tea. Next 11. We have conducted lots of training, but the way you come to the number, till the number, it's great.
We didn't realize that it's
So ये आपके ई लर्निंग कोर्स में है ये सारा जो GIDN का e-learning कोर्स है ये सारे
नहीं,
include
ये
हैं?
risk assessment वाला part
ये वाला नहीं
ये
है।
थोड़ा टेक्निकल है, वो जनरल पब्लिक के लिए सबके लिए।
अच्छा
कोई भी कर सकता
ओके
है। ये थोड़ा सा और डेप्थ में जाता
हाँ
है, बट ये फॉर्मूला वगैरह रहता है।
अच्छा रखना है हाँ ये क्या इतना बड़ा है बस इतना ही है हम मार्केट करेंगे तो
आप तो बोल रहे थे जिसको पोजीशन अच्छा
अच्छा
उसके लिए अच्छा हमारे सीएसआर प्रोजेक्ट एरिया
ये दलाल है और विद्या हाँ तो है नहीं ये
Cyclones, those are also based.
बट देन
अभी करते डिस्कस अभी लिख ही लीजिए सौरभ दलाल हैज very good understanding of government and WHO and functioning of health और प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी बहुत
हाँ वो अभी ये वाले सेशन में ना कि जीरो डाउन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में
और निविश
ये का प्रेजेंटेशन
So मैं ऐसे ये करूँगी कि जैसे based on उनका feedback भी ले रहे हैं and so we trying to keep it as participatory and process. So the key takeaway should be that how this will help the participants to take these programs,
DRR activities and CSR.
CSR programs, which means also convincing their boards, working for them, the stakeholders, then aligning the partners, then having the design, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. So based on your experiences, they would like to.
पहले किसको पूछा
कोई नहीं सोच रहे किसको रिसर्च को
नहीं मिशन आपके सौरभ दलाल आपके सीनियर बने सामने यूनिसेफ तो उन पहले स्कूल सेफ्टी के रिलेटेड वो कर सकते CSR significant expenditure of education what in DRR what more can be done
नहीं मोर नहीं मोर नहीं कि
आपने क्या इम्प्लीमेंट किया
हाँ so from boardroom to ground level how this is being taken and phase wise we can talk about
ask them for comprehensive
speak करेंगे हाँ बस वो पॉलिसी भी बोलेंगे
implementation challenges of comprehensive skill set
implementation
अभी भी चल रहा है क्योंकि हर जगह पे तो है
दूसरा है कि once ये पॉलिसी है ना this policy has been designed do you revisit with changes so how you do that what is the process of taking these inputs
so program कह सकते हैं इसको policy नहीं है because now it has a structure
yes
implementation so this is a program
काम में बिल्कुल ये कर सकते हैं बैठ जाओ
this is a program which is adopted by Government of India and states have also started adopting and working with the education department in so how do you incorporate changes?
फ्री हो जाओ ना 5 मिनट के लिए।
क्या करना है कुछ बताओ।
टॉपिक कुछ नहीं है, बात है।
Education and allied departments. और हेल्थ वाला सेम, हेल्थ वाला को भी सेम ही है ना।
मैं पूछना ना कि रिस्क गवर्नेंस के लिए क्या मैकेनिज्म है क्रॉस इंडिया
इन दैट कैन बी दिस इज कोविड से क्या क्या अपग्रेडेशंस हो गए हेल्थ सेक्टर में और कहाँ CSR और DRR।
दूसरा नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का क्या रोल है, क्या उसमें कुछ है कंपोनेंट इसके CSR और DRR के?
हाँ, the role the private sector can play in disaster risk governance and
because they're not taking peak office. Campus is awesome.
ये पूरा एरिया
I just want basic question. So now that we are doing all this, proposals that come from our partners, they don't ask us. How do we then take this to the partners? Because at the end of the day, they are the ones who are going to implement the problem. But how do we sensitize them to this?
अगर रिकॉर्ड इशू हो
given orientation for this now, why this is important for us across themes, like we are doing this. Please sensitize. One is the sensitization, then the action comes. Awareness, sensitization.
Because the remote projects, remote area projects, maybe even in rural Pune, plus Meghalaya, this is important. Maybe not so much in the urban centric projects.
No, very much in urban also.
No, so that's what I'm saying, you know, for them probably the issues and the concepts and the area of intervention would be different from what. So for example, I was telling you when COVID stuff what happened, and then when even in Mandu migrant laborers were affected, some people. For them the risk is much higher than what we do. So how do you take it to the partners who are
they will know, but how to put it, how to calculate it.
So now what we started doing in terms of sustainability, we have a partner who is working with the project partner in adventure. No, it's new social. Where they are integrating where sustainability could be integrated in the project. For every project it will be different. So for example, a project where women are making products. How do you source raw materials for that? How do you make food in the products? The supply chain becomes recycled or sustainable. So those kind of things are not similarly disaster integrated. The partner needs to be sensitized. Otherwise, it will be something that we are pushing.
Exactly. There will be no bias.
There will be no bias. Yeah, because
once you understand that this is affected anybody. With COVID, people have
so for empowered in during COVID, we did two exercises to try and understand what is the need of the community. So some people came up with that they need money. Some came up with the
So accordingly, we make provisions for in the project. So can we do something in FY 24? Let's start small. Don't jump completely. Even for sustainability, we're starting very small because that's important. Here also, I thought training system. And then how they go back, discuss what had discussions in the community, come back, but just कुछ प्रोजेक्ट जैसे तुम्हें घूमने से यहाँ पे हो सकता है जैसे इंश्योरेंस I was talking about the infrastructure that you need, insurance और ये सब construction पे है you will be starting. Can you do elevated level? So construction design में you can bring in those. And these are all available. जैसे क्या safety standards होने चाहिए in a construction or a hospital. तो ये safety standards तो है. वो safety standard को अपने design में लाना. तो वो architecture और vendor उनके साथ चलते हैं. इस schools के लिए होता था कि one way entry. Now this is one way entry and subtle changes. यहाँ पे आपको like you don't have to move the participants don't get overwhelmed with the fact that कि उनको और एक काम आ गया है और ये करना है. तो मैं partition करा हुआ ना एक was so how do I explain? हाँ तो homes में what are you can do those things roofing which is like not we expect people to be on the ground to train on the smart cities digital coaches to train on even for them to be on the field is a
I heard the noise.
there are these we all have digital ways to store it बनाया ही है it's like a many birds watch them. So what community level preparedness you can do. हाँ तो community level में ये सारा scan वैन करके they store it. हाँ sure नहीं that is what we are.
Well, I will propose it in our.
Take your laptop.
Innovation हो गया. I was with Nilesa Pani recently retired. Wherever there is any, people call me.
These are very common. Time I'm sure that
Nice to see you.
So you're based in
Kindly, but largely Udaipur.
कभी तो हम फ्रीक्वेंसी में बात करते हैं.
पिछले 4 महीने में डेढ़ महीना यहाँ
Okay, please settle down. One request to please settle down.
सुबह में एक एप्पल एंड ग्लास ऑफ मिल्क था फिर मुझे लंच नहीं मिलेगा हाँ मैं
Okay, Sumit, please close. Okay. Now we have just concluded our exercise on
this assessment, and we will move towards the sessions on disaster risk reduction, how we can build capacities, how we can build resilience among ourselves and in the society. So for building resilience, we have a session on how to build a resilience in education sector. For delivering that session, we have a very eminent personality from UNICEF. His name is Shri S.N. Davesar, Shyamnaran Davesar, and he's a water and sanitation and hygiene expert. And he possesses over 42 years of rich experience in the development sector, working with the government, UN organization, primarily in water, sanitation and hygiene, WASH, and water resource management, disaster risk management. While working with the government in Rajasthan, he contributed significantly to eradicate Guinea worm resource management programs and command area development. During his 25 years of association with UNICEF, and he worked as a WASH specialist in Rajasthan, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Gujarat, where he was closely engaged with the many states government, partners, and several NGOs and organizations working in WASH and in private sector. And he has worked in various policy level interventions in various state governments, and he also led a successful rural sanitation campaign in West Bengal in collaboration with the government of West Bengal. That resulted in the first ODF district in India, best public service delivery model, and was awarded by United Nations Public Service Award at Columbia in June 2015. So that is a very vast experience you have, and he also visited a couple of countries during his international assignments like Sweden, UK, Thailand, South Asian countries like Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, and all. And he has also co-authored a couple of papers and publications like ODF movement in Nadia district, water safety and security issues from West Bengal, menstrual hygiene management, wastewater-based epidemiology on COVID-19 virus assessment in collaboration with IIT Gandhinagar in 2001. And recently, he published a paper on water security through local climate change adaptation practices from Gujarat in international publication. So we welcome you, sir, in GIDM, in this training program at GIDM. And yeah. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be with GIDM and also in a formal orientation setting. After a brief break of 4 to 5 months, I retired in August 22 from UNICEF Gujarat after 25 years of my working with UN and also with government earlier, as already mentioned. DRR was one of the areas where I worked out of 25, you can say around 15 years, both in West Bengal and Bihar and now in Gujarat. It's an area which really getting more attention and also more critical because of climate change. And because UNICEF works for children, so it's even more critical to look into institutions where children are there. And they are the most vulnerable, and therefore all the policy, program planning, capacity building has to be centered around that. So that's why today's my topic, which is on disaster risk reduction education sector, which if you see there are three pillars which we are talking about here. One is the pillar 1, safe school facilities, institutional facilities. The pillar 2 is school disaster management, that component, and third is the risk reduction in education. So if we combine the policy part and the infrastructure part, it together it focuses around three areas. One is education sector analysis. We need to look at how things are in the sector, both governance as well as institutional infrastructure. The other is multi-hazard risk assessment. It's not one component now. As I said, climate change is an overarching issue which is affecting everyone. The third part is child-centered assessment and planning. So we have to look into what are the children's needs and where they are most vulnerable. So if we put them together, we'll come to really understand the risk first, and then we can manage it subsequently. So as the topic expects to orient participants around giving an understanding on school safety and risk associated with school, the entire policy paradigm in terms of national school safety policy, the structural and non-structural reduction measures in school and education institution, development of school disaster management plan, and mock drills. So the idea is we should understand as a development practitioner, wherever we are working, in corporate or in government or in private sector, the entire risk, understanding of risk is important because that's going to impact the lives as well as even the business or infrastructure. So everything, if we put those lenses and we plan things, we will able to really address those risks. So the context here is the children, as I said, in the education context. So every child has the right to feel safe at home, at school, and community. This is the United Nations Child Rights Convention that was held in 1989, and India is one of the signatories. And there are many countries, more than 190 countries, which all agreed that this is something which has to be ensured. And that's why all the policies has to be informed on child rights issues, which are clearly outlined. The disaster risk reduction and risk informed planning is really critical for ensuring sustainable development. You all know SDGs are now only not even 10 years, 7 years ahead. 2030 is the deadline. And SDGs, if we are not able to achieve, the entire commitment and the development kind of the ambition will not be fulfilled. If the development is not resilient or risk informed, hence this is something which we need to put into planning in all development goals. The SDG 9 and 11 are also highlighting the entire resilience and safe structures. Sendai framework, if you have heard, it's a global framework for all countries to look into, which was led by UN, that DRR and resilience has to be integrated in all SDG goals and development priorities. The disaster frequency, as we know, is increased as issue. There are the lot of directions and also guidelines on school safety, which has to be complied. It started in 2014, and the recent one is 2021 guidelines. Supreme Court also have issued guidelines and directions for ensuring school safety, and also in terms of right to education. Every child has the right, and how to ensure even children are differently abled, they have the right to learn, and that's why this is a direction by top court from India. NDMA, the National Disaster Management Authority, also issued SOPs that also guides the entire adherence to school safety part. UNICEF as children's organization have also issued and developed comprehensive school safety program concept and framework, which we also will touch. So these are the entire paradigm and context in which we will be going through. This is the Convention of Right. I was telling you, all children deserves and they have right to feel safe, secure, happy, loved, and to be special. It is a binding on all the binding instrument, legally binding. It's not just an advisory. So when we are saying legally binding, that means all areas of civil, cultural, economic, political, and social rights need to be fulfilled. So it applies to government, institution, as I said, the corporate and all development stakeholders. And when we are saying right, it is right not just at home or institution, but in community and everywhere. And that's why the child protection rules and norms are stricter. You might have heard the name of POSCO and all other rules which talked about stringent kind of a punishment if it is not ensured. So learning environment is also critical for in child's life when they start schooling or right from the early play school to college. We have seen the entire COVID era where there is a lot of mental stress because of the entire way of life was changed. Children were confined at home and there was no activity or learning. The risk was paramount. So in that environment, we have to see how we engage with children and how we feel them safe at home and also other places. The learning should also be continued, and the learning should be joyful also. It's not that it creates another type of pressure. So the Sustainable Development Goal and school safety, if we connect them, the entire global policy framework which I said, right to Convention of Rights of Children, the entire RTE, the other fundamental rights of children, it's all a part of the policy framework. It is under the Article 39 of Indian Constitution, which talks about the rights of children. So it's everybody, even the government or private institution, everybody is, I would say, accounted for it, and they have to follow this. So I will not go in each of the goals, but broadly, SDG 3, 4, 5, and 16, it talks about the quality education, inclusiveness, health and life, well-being, etc., empowerment, equality, violence against children, as I was telling. So these are SDGs. That means we have to achieve by 2030. And if we go and see whether we are able to achieve them, what are the barriers and how we plan and address, this should be part of our commitment to the society. Similarly, the Constitution of India, which I mentioned, these are the Article 14, 15, 21, 21A, 3, 39, 46, 47, 51. All these talks about equality, rights, fundamental rights to life. They are all enshrined, and age 6 to 14 is also clearly articulated: right to free and compulsory education, right against exploitation, right to health and freedom. So each of the state government or national government or all the duty bearers, even panchayat level or urban municipality, everybody is supposed to follow and ensure its compliance. As I said, Sendai framework, this is again a global understanding among governments, and it also talks about disaster risk reduction for children. So for that, there are four key highlights. One is we need to understand the risk. The first thing, first step. And when we are talking about education sector, it applies for education sector. What are the risks? I will give you details on how to look at the risk in education sector. Strengthening disaster risk governance, whether the education administrators, right from primary school to college or other hostels, residential schools, the governance is there. They can manage the disaster, or they understand the risk that is to be looked into. Investing disaster risk reduction for resilience. This is important. Unless you know that this roof is weak in the rainy season, water is falling, but they are not investing for repair or improvement, then only understanding will not really work. So we have to mobilize resources. It can be from government, it can be panchayat, it can be from corporate also. They as per part of their social responsibility. So the idea is we all are committed and accountable for the rights of children, as I said in the beginning. So the resources can come, they can be planned, they can be invested for developing resilience. And disaster preparedness for effective response is also important. And when we say preparedness, it really has a large canvas, and it includes the training, sensitization, orientation, mock drills, everything what is needed for anyone to be prepared, informed, and respond to this. In the policy context, and the entire disaster management policy 2009, which was developed by Government of India, Ministry of Home Affairs, it talks about structural and non-structural safety in school and education institution as well. And in terms of the entire policy, techno-legal regime, it says school building as a national priority. It's not just the responsibility alone of education department alone. National priority means everyone, whichever development sector it is, even health department or water supply department, rural development department, everybody has to contribute towards the entire safety, structural, non-structural elements of the school or hostels, including the features like earthquake resilient features, fire safety measures, etc. Any type of risk which is identified in the local or environmental context need to be understood and addressed. The entire capacity development agenda is also highlighted. All training should be done for teachers, headmaster, administrator, even for children, for building their capacities, their competencies, and their skills to understand the risk. Last point, it talks about also putting those elements into the curriculum for children in boards of secondary board at national level, central or state. Why it is important? Because unless it's part of the curriculum, the teacher will formally educate children as a learning requirement. It will also be mapped and also evaluated whether children have learned or not. So it becomes a life skill, an important element for true education system. They are informed on what are the risks and how to manage it. The entire similar lines, Right to Education Act 2009 was very landmark important. It also talks about provision of safe school. So the entire learning environment has to be safe. And when it talks about safe, it also talks about again structural and non-structural, and within that all weather buildings, whether there is a heavy rain or flood or heat. So all weather resilient components need to be addressed. It's the risk of landslide, or even it is near the road, there are traffic accidents related risk, that need to be understood and put into disaster management plan, and it has to be addressed by local panchayat or school management committee or school disaster management committee also, which is a mandatory part now. Several state governments have done, including Gujarat recently, and I would acknowledge GIDM's proactive role into this for developing those as disaster management plan for school and also putting into policy part for each school to develop those plans. Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, which is now Samar Shiksha, which also have put this entire focus on safe construction, and for that the related resources for making it resilient. So this is part of the RT. As I said, Supreme Court also issued directions, and it talks about ensure safety of children. It talks about training of all teachers, staff. They have specified school buildings, what are the norm standards, and there is a mandatory clearance certificates also required, including for fire safety and others, electrical safety. So unless, and especially for new buildings, and also you have to audit the old buildings. National policy for children, again 2013. These are all policy paradigm which governs the entire implementing department. They should be aware of, and they should be following those guidelines. In that, again, the right aspect for children and in the protection context, also children's involvement in the decision making, and the overall understanding of vulnerability and exploitation which children are exposed to, and how to really provide that kind of a safety, security, and well-being in the education institution contract. Government of guidelines. This is specific to schools. So again, it defines the school safety, safe environment, children home to home. A child starts for school from home and come back to home. The entire trip should be safe. It's not within school building only. It's the accountability for the education institution as well as parents and community society. Even if they are coming through a private bus or they are coming on cycle or walking, whatever the mode of reaching out to school, we need to see whether it is safe, what are the risks, and need to be addressed and maintained. So if you see the safety definition, it's as a protection against undesirable, unintentional threats or dangers, while security is understood as protection from undesirable, intentional human behavior or actions. So it is very well defined what is security part of it, what is the safety part of it, and when we say safe school environment of all. So the overall safe environment, safety, security part has to be governed. It's also defined in the national policy guideline. We have to take account for all the training components of the stakeholders. We also need to look into child-centered disaster risk reduction. And there is a complete module which was transacted here in GIDM. They are running also the CCDRR, child-centered disaster risk reduction, which specifies the elements where how we need to understand the children's risk and threat, and also work towards reducing the risk. The entire mainstreaming risk and safety education school curriculum is also done, and similarly there are schemes and policies which government has launched nationally in many states, which is helping, enabling this implementation of these policies. Supreme Court subsequently on 2017 also in a particular judgment has elaborate components and the accountability also for district education officer as a nodal officer, and manuals also to be developed in each of the state local language, and it has to be systematically implemented. So basically emphasis is given at all levels, which should guide the overall program components of education sector related disaster risk reduction. The NDMA further 2016 enter need for risk resilience, both in this priority, and it's the policy guideline also talks about irrespective of the geographical zones, we have to put them equally so that we reach out all children, nobody is left behind. The National Education Policy recently 2020, which was issued by Government of India, that also is putting the emphasis on safe and stimulating learning environment, and also need for adequate and safe infrastructure and systems, so that even the children with all age or gender or disability receive inclusive, effective learning environment. And it's a big kind of a responsibility on implementers to see that they ensure the workplace safety security. And it also talks about residential hostels, even girl child where they are in, for overall safety security part. So we can see that all the institutional policies, legal frameworks are giving that enabling mandate for implementation of this school safety guideline. Recently, last year, 2021, the school safety security guideline was also issued by Ministry of Education. So emphasized again by Supreme Court and also by international laws. Now it talks about whole school safety. That's the new concept they have given. And it is not just for preventing physical accidents or other accidents, but also create an environment for physical, emotional, and social well-being. So that's why it is called whole school safety. And there are three components: accountability framework, the legal provision which we discussed all over, the whole school safety approach, and the multi-sectoral approach. It's not just education, but all sector has a role to play. And further, the entire decentralized approach for developing plan and implementing or resilience building, school management committee has to play a role, and they have to ensure, where the parents are also involved, to understand all the legal and constitutional provisions, and also the role of teacher, principal, warden, etc. So it becomes everybody's agenda. Elaborated, and I just mention it's multi-sector approach, and secondly, in the state context also, Gujarat government recently, as I said, DIDM and government of Gujarat, they have also issued a directive that it's the responsibility of each one of the stakeholders and led by a school management committee, and it has to be the risk reduction and response approach during emergency, before and after. The overall ecosystem should provide that safety security which is required for every children. So now this first part was focused on the entire legal, social, policy environment. Now we are talking about some frameworks, and this is one of the comprehensive school safety framework which was developed by United Nations Department of Disaster Relief along with the Global Alliance on DRR. And again, it talks about these three pillars. Pillar 1 is safe school learning and facility. Pillar 2 is the school disaster management, and third is risk reduction and resilience education. So there are many sub-components for each of the pillars, which helps you guide developing those detailed plans. That's why it's the entire education policy and plans, and we have to ensure that the entire disaster risk reduction is integrated into the system. If we overlap all these three, the common priority areas, if you see at the bottom bullets, the first is multi-hazard risk assessment. We need to look at. Second is education sector analysis we have to do. And third is child-centered assessment and planning. If these three elements are looked into as a lens, we will able to understand and address those parameters. The UNICEF also contributed in developing this entire comprehensive approach to safety and security. And in again, there are three elements and areas which school facility and environment. Second is protection from violence and other form of abuses. And third is disaster risk reduction. Each of the area, the interventions are highlighted. For example, the first disaster risk reduction, ensuring educational continuity during disaster emergency. What happens if there is a winter or 15 days school will be closed, children of protection. This is the easiest thing to do. Similarly, if there is a flood, 6 or 15 days or 1 month schools are closed. Like that. So heat wave, again it is closed. For COVID, of course, we learned this was a new case of emergency. So it impacts the learning of the school children. How to really prepare to understand this, prevent this. So during disaster and also subsequent to that or before, the preventive measures has to be done so that the children's learning days are not reduced and there is no additional stress towards them. So similarly for emotional and physical abuse, the entire guidelines and training program components are part of the approach. And for safe school environment, drinking water, sanitation, hygiene, even midday meal kitchen hygiene are also important.
This thing which they think is the least priority, because for them the academic performance matters a lot. So just wanted to answer, because I know the policies and the framework are beautifully designed, but then where is the room of implementation for them? That's very important for us to understand.
All right, good question. There are a couple of initiatives taken, and particularly COVID time, there was an opportunity to reach out online. So there is no face-to-face or coming out of school, dedicated days, etc., so that your other routine work is affected. So online training were initiated. The JIDM and also Government of Gujarat have issued directions. It is available on the website, the link. All teachers, even education department has put Samisha mission, the link for teachers training on school safety, and so everyone can go to the link, learn at their pace and get certified as a trained teacher. It is also for COVID as well as for school safety. There are school disaster management plans which are available on the link. They can go, learn and prepare it. So one is the burden for dedicated time and coming out is reduced because of a kind of a friendly, digital friendly environment for learning. That's one. The opportunities are now available. Secondly, it's all teachers are given that kind of a direction that they have to go through it through curriculum also. It's not that extracurricular activity all the time. So the entire DRR component in school safety is getting integrated into the curriculum so that it becomes a regular habit. Recently, UNICEF and GIDM issued the comic books on each of the hazards: fire safety, flood, cyclone. Children should know what is cyclone, when it comes, what are the preventive measures, and it is a very joyful learning way. It's there. Until again, directions have been issued. Teacher can access and show it. So there are alternate ways of learning and also transacting it. It's not mandatory or doing it outside the curriculum. So, but then again, as you also said, the policy and program is enabling to help everyone to understand. Unless you understand the risk, even all the SDGs will be at threat. You will not able to achieve. In addition to the primary purpose for which teacher and school is there, education learning will be affected. As I said, all these emergencies, the learning is affected. So why this should be there? So that's why it's overarching importance is given and how we alternatively transact and build the capacity, even it's the life skill. Forget about curriculum learning. We have to understand for safety of our own life, your colleagues' life, or your peer student life. So it's important. So the facility part, the entire what all it includes, the construction part, the location part, site selection, maintenance, all these things comes, and the responsibility is also there clearly in terms of quality construction for new school, retrofitting, replacement in old school, ensuring unsafe environment is properly mapped, and the climate resilience component also introduced. So, and also looking into the financing part of it, how we mobilize money for understanding the risk and addressing the risk. So this school environment and facility, both for public private, has been defined here. The entire mitigation part is put into three major areas. One is the entire structural measures. We are now coming to structural, non-structural, and components to understand it better. The entire social capital is also there. So structural component or measures are basically the physical construction to reduce the or avoid the possibility of impacts of hazards. This is structural part, engineering techniques, technology, etc. to make it hazard resistance. And the second is non-structural, which is not involving physical structures or construction, but it is knowledge practice for reduce understanding the risk, reduce the disaster risk, and it is through policy, laws, awareness, training, capacity building. These are non-structural. Both are important and powerful measures. However, unless we implement it in a very harmonious way, we will not achieve that desired result. We have to integrate both structural and non-structural. Even the building is resilient, but people are not aware how to fight the or understand the fire risk or flood risk. They will not able to. The building may remain, but the children may be affected. The entire social capital part is basically the entire effective functioning of social groups through interpersonal relationships, shared sense of identity, shared understanding, shared norms, shared values, trust, cooperation, etc. So that societal component is also important. Together, we can really work on this overall disaster mitigation. The self-help, mutual help, public help are important to enhance community disaster preparedness. So we are talking about the school community, which involve parents, teachers, headmasters, and also community. The yeah. As I said, the Supreme Court issued a guideline, and if you miss that slide, the district education officer is the nodal officer to coordinate, develop plans, training, capacity building, entire reporting every month to state and also to NDMA quarterly report goals, how the safe school environment is. So the responsibility is for with education department, but they will take help of all the departments. Like if you provide drinking water sanitation, the Jal Jeevan Mission or Swachh Bharat Mission will contribute, Panchayat will contribute, rural development will contribute. The school health checkup is to be done, health department has to do. Children nutrition is there, then women and child department will contribute. Child protection issues are there, so social justice, environment, empowerment department will also be involved. So it's a nodal department in education, but the rest of the department need to be contributing, and their roles and responsibilities also outlined clearly.
Sir, will they charge for this?
No. Each of the department has their budgetary norms defined, even like menstrual hygiene management. every adolescent girls require, and this is health department has given the resources for training and also providing facilities. Education department will implement. So together they will orient teachers, also adolescents, and also provide those systems. So one is the entire structural risk mitigation, what we are talking about. Mitigation is defined as any sustained effort undertaken to reduce a hazard risk through the reduction of likelihood or consequences of the component of that hazard risk. In other words, mitigation either seeks to reduce or likelihood of the hazard or reduce the negative effect. So this is what we need to really aim while we are working for disaster risk reduction, how to mitigate. The mitigation goals, the disaster managers need to seek risk likelihood reduction, risk consequences reduction, risk avoidance, risk acceptance, and risk transfer, sharing and spreading. So it's all terminologies which really inform as a stakeholder what all need to be done, what we aim for. Mitigation has specific aims which we need to plan and then implement. And the overall, this structural, non-structural, as I said, has to go together. The non-structural reduction, as I mentioned, it's involves reduction in the likelihood of consequences of risk through modification in human behavior. It's not structural. Or natural processes without requiring the use of engineering structure. If behavior change is there, or understanding of the risk is there, preparedness is there, we will able to also mitigate those risks. This is non-structural mitigation techniques are which is a kind of adaptation to nature. What is the scenario, heat wave, how we adapt and prevent. So this is a less costly and fairly easy rather than a structural risk reduction, and it requires less financial and technological resources. So that way, as I said, both has to go together. So once we aim to reduce the risk, or even the workshop topic is mainstreaming disaster risk, we need to, even in the school or any other institution, even office workplace, we need to really orient those people inside on understanding the entire risk part of it, and how to prevent those things, equip them with the knowledge tools, and also address if there are structural issues. So now the non-structural, as I said, it is all mostly knowledge, practice, and behavior part, training, education, and it has to, but then in a school context or otherwise building context, it include furniture, appliances, coolers, water tanks, anything which is not built as a construction structure, but it is within the building, which is can create a risk. If it is electrical appliance, it can give a shock. If something is a water tank, it can leak. It can create a risk for waterlogging, or furniture can fall, or even fire can catch to the furniture. So we need to look at what are the contents which are also non-structural but need to be looked into as a mitigation part, and we have to address or rather account for them in the planning. So there are various mitigation measures. First is the regulatory measures. In that we need to do the entire aspect of land use management, where the school is located, zoning, open space preservation, building use regulation, safety standing. School, if you have heard in Surat, the school training coaching class was there on third, fourth floor, and there was no stair, safe stair. It was blocked. Children, the boys, children jumped out of the balcony after the fire incident. Many children died. So location, building use regulation, safety standard regulation, environmental protection laws, everything has to be done. This is part of non-structural measures. Regulatory measures are important. Community awareness and education program. This is also important. How community can also come and prevent, protect. Environmental control, behavioral modification to be done according to the need. The non-structural, there are series of the components which are listed here. You can go through. I will not read all, but as I said, loose items within the building or even outside the building, like furniture, fixture, equipment, electrical appliances, the entire study material, laboratory equipments, staircase, fire escape, ramp, door, windows, everything, glass, fence. It will come into the component of structural risk mitigation, non-structural risk mitigation, and there are architectural designs component also. Sometimes they are enabling, it will help. Building contained part, as I said, and site-based location. If it is near the river or low-lying area, flood-prone, then it will create problems for safety. So we need to look into all these components. The structural measures parts which are kind of construction, engineering or mechanical changes which are improved for reducing the risk. There are also series of intervention. We mentioned it that we are trying to understand the risk and try to prevent that through engineering measures, which are a bit expensive, but it has to be ensured in terms of compliance for the building regulation norms.
There was one study which was done for hospitals protected by earthquakes, and non-structural and structural risk assessment in terms of cost, easiness to do, undertake, and impact. So non-structural mitigation measures were just costing 5%, but the impact was equally good as the structural mitigation. So, and they were easy to do and in short period of time. So
Thank you for this valuable input.
Scale study is directly implied. Yes. For smart classes, etc., these are non-structural
Yes.
ones, but they are high value.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean there are good examples, case studies and evidences how effective those measures are. The structural mitigation mitigations are grouped intervention which are as a resistance construction or building codes which are regulatory measures are implied. The relocation is one of the intervention. If it is not correctly located, you have to shift the building if it is not feasible to mitigate those risks. Structural modification, if it is reinforcement is enhanced or the fire resistant interventions are done. The community shelter is also one of the mitigation measures. If you have heard in the media recently, in Joshimath, Uttarakhand, currently the landslide and the problem of house collapsing or cracking is happening. So there is a collective measure of community shelters. Government is evacuating them, putting into shelters. So this is again a structural part of it, but you can't address at the site. So you have to relocate, or you have to put shelters and put the people there temporarily. Construction of barrier, deflection, detection system of any hazards like cyclone coming or flood is likely to come. Their early warning systems are there to inform, to prepare in advance. Treatment systems are also there. If there are water quality or solid waste or other industrial waste are there creating hazards. So the entire the life safety infrastructure in terms of electricity, public health infrastructure, emergency management structure, water storage, treatment, etc. All these systems also require, because it's linked to life safety, we need to see that these are also audited and addressed. The risk is addressed. The overall learning in terms of the structural and non-structural, it's the prevention of risk reduction, and it's the cornerstone of the entire disaster management. If you understand these entire components well, then we can really plan which measure will work where and how we can address those. So these all are part of this disaster management cycle, which is known as preparedness, response, and recovery. So if we put those elements in each of the preparedness, response, and recovery phase, we'll able to really guide the resilience part of the overall hazard management, and the entire consequences of reducing the likelihood, even the risk before the disaster has happened, can also be addressed. The entire structural, non-structural mitigation measures have resulted in avoiding massive losses that natural disaster would otherwise inflict, or disaster managers strive to only perfect the implementation. So the one is, if we plan and implement it well, then really we can save a lot of resources and lives both. Some of the conceptual part of it in climate context also, I have just given one example, that how we can adapt to climate change for which impacts the human and natural systems, both food, water resources, ecosystem, biodiversity, etc. And similarly, for mitigation component, the socio-economic development parts and emission and concentration part, greenhouse gases and its emission, how it is the entire cycle. The adaptation mitigation can well lead to a good disaster risk reduction model. And in that, the entire structural, non-structural has also been in the verticals have been given. What is the concept? If you say control over hazard and protection of human settlement, this is the purpose through structural. What is the non-structural? It is avoidance part and adjustment in human activity. If somebody is living in a desert area, settlement is there and water scarcity is there, then you cannot think of any other water requirement related activities like agriculture or your livestock or other high water requirement thing. So the behavior and adjustment in human activity can also be accordingly done. And there are measures which talks about all these preventive part of it. If you are living in coastal area, there are sea walls and structure of dams, etc. If it is going to break, then you have to have the entire systems to prevent that pumping and diversions, etc. So these are some of the measures which we need to for a better understanding, whichever is applicable in the local context. Now we come to school disaster management plan part, which is the other important subtopic of this presentation. Is the time alright?
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
We have to consider a comprehensive all hazard plan that takes into account the threat and hazard for a particular school. It is a local plan. Of course, the guidelines are state specific for guidelines, but you have to also see the specific to school location, what are the threats there. The school preparedness for disaster should include all these elements, which is its own disaster management plan should be there. It should identify what first responder responsibilities are there, how they can help and contribute in the process. So they have to be trained. The inventory of school should also be there, which will be helping the disaster. Like if there is a fire extinguisher is there, the school should know it is there, where it is lying, how to operate. The school disaster management plan should be disseminated to all stakeholders, including parents, panchayat, even the hospital. All the opportunities and mobile technology, etc., for information sharing should be available. Those who are mobile savvy or digital be connected. The school mock drills should be conducted regularly for knowing what is the plan, how to evacuate, what all needs to be done. And the entire CBSE handbook also has given all these in detail what all needs to be done in terms of school. I have given the link for CBSE material as well as for the disaster management plan. If you open this link, the GIDM UNICEF together developed this entire school disaster management plan template, which give you how to prepare school disaster risk management plan in detail. All the steps are given. School safety, all rules, regulation, policy, environment has been defined, and what all need to be done for developing those plans. All the sample maps, road plan, government orders, school evacuation plan, hazard specific preparedness checklist, school disaster management kits, all are well placed together to enable anyone to understand how to prepare those school disaster management plans.
So, like since the school management committee is responsible to prepare a school development plan for the school. So does this also come under their
Yes, and there is a separate committee also being mandated now, School Disaster Risk Management Committee, SDRMC.
Apart from the SMC?
Yes, apart from the SMC. SMC is for overall school, and this is specific to disaster planning and mitigation and resilience building. So that also government has issued orders. Each school is supposed to do. That's why the training on this planning and working on this agenda.
Because this format is also very similar to how the development plan format is. Very similar.
Yeah. So this is basically to give them understanding how to understand the risk and how to plan it.
So sir, that committee, it's a recent form committee, right? We get something about that. Who all will be?
Yeah, it is all outlined. Yeah, it is already there. So this is again a Drishti is a acronym which helps implement the plan, not just developing the plan. The next step is implement. So this acronym stands for dissemination, rollout, intervention, support, handholding, tracking, and incentivizing. This has been worked out with the basic 7 steps how to implement this plan, and which under the category of assess, develop, implement, monitoring, and modify. And within that dissemination part of it, rollout, interventions, support, handholding, tracking, and interventions are defined. So how to really, once the plan is there, and it is also available and it's integrated into the school system, monitoring system, and this software, which each one can upload the information and track it. So the government is, from nationally as well as state, is working on this agenda seriously, and we have to, as a corporate partner, how best we can contribute the gaps if there are, we can see, and we can help implement. I mentioned earlier, we need to understand through visualization and the visiting the places, how to identify the risk. This is a simple activity, even it involves parents, teachers, children, teachers, and see what is the risk. Can anyone tell what is risk here? Landslide. So even the structure might be very good, but if landslides, like it is happening in Uttarakhand, you have to relocate. That's the mitigation measure. Not only education awareness, but also relocation.
But can't something be done to prevent the landslide or to strengthen that?
There are measures, but we have to see whether what best measures will work in that situation, the local risk. Do we have alternate land to relocate. If not, then you have to go for the plan B, how to prevent and what are the measures. If you identify the risk, the objection or children are sitting below, it's a non-structural, which we can look into. So all these fragile part of loose material which are there, and how we can prevent is properly latching or bolting or screwing these non-structural measures we can do that. It's another scenario. Laboratory equipments, chemicals, acids are there. If they are not aware, there is a risk. Fire hazards are there, which we can identify. The loose items, which can be even the proper ventilation and outdoor arrangement for gas cylinder can be kept outside, secure water heater. So we have to identify, we have to plan and mitigate. Similarly, if you see there, if people are coming from stairs down below and the way is not clear, then in any hazard scenario, it will create obstacles. So there are various scenarios where non-structural or structural component we can easily do in a local audit, where the water tank is placed or where heavy objects are placed and how we can reorganize the furniture, etc. Use of these all fixtures and fittings. So these are the methods of bolting, anchoring, the entire clamping, which can be done to really prevent those hazards from happening. There are technological part of it also in terms of construction and retrofitting and other elements. Mock drill is another last area of my topic, which we'll try to understand. You might have seen this is not just limited to school, but everywhere we need to do it as per the likelihood. You can do twice in a year or once in a year at least. So the children are the most valuable assets for any building. Building comes secondary. Primary is the children. So you have to prevent and plan according to their vulnerability, and we have to provide the safe environment where they can learn. And in that, we have to provide that kind of learning. The mock drills are important. It includes awareness, it promotes awareness, it ensures good communication through good communication, school preparedness, planning, capacity building, rehearsals, etc. are done, so that they know what all and how it should be done, how part is important here. Why mock drill is done? Basically, it's a emergency preparedness. Review the emergency preparedness plan for any organization, evaluate standard operating procedures. The entire person has to understand and deliver their duty effectively, keeping the entire cognizance of life and property. So we need to protect the lives and also property, and also we should know how to do all about it. In a school context, the competency part is important here, so that children, teacher know how to do and prevent things. And the entire mock drill is for creating a safer environment through capacity building, which include the entire sensitization, resource mapping, hazard vulnerability risk analysis, review disaster management plan collectively, and training of the committees as well as task force, whichever is locally developed. So, in various settings, mock drill are done, whichever theme is primary or important, including like fire fighting part of it, how to extinguish the fire, rescue the people, higher floor, etc. What are the kind of clothes which are should be there to, particularly while fighting the fire, etc. So all these things are part of the mock drill. Similarly, for terms of earthquake or other scenario, and we have to see the shelter, where to seek the shelter when you take them out, and also protecting the head and body if they are falling object while in earthquake context. So it can be from class LKG to 12, any class, whichever level they can learn. The capsule can be designed to help and understand and impart the knowledge. The main aim was to build courage, confidence among students, and develop leadership skill also. Somebody will lead, somebody will help, somebody will involve. So the staff member and the scout team, etc., those who are leading the process will get those kinds of leadership skill. And there are many capsules which have been designed to impart those drills. The mock drill training topics can be definition of mock drill, what it all, the purpose and objective why we are doing, what are the types of problems for which we are doing these mock drills, how to conduct a mock drill, different types of mock drills, emergency response team formation which is there in each of the institution, and roles and responsibility of ERT, emergency response team. So together this overall capsule can be designed. There are 5 minutes modules are there. We have 5 safety drills if we are talking about. The general topic like health, wellness, safety, communication, disaster, safety, equipment and responses. And there are various subcategories on airborne issues, like in Delhi schools you can see air pollution, a big issue. Now they have to have those kinds of mock drill and understanding how to prevent and protect, what are the do's and don'ts, burn, cut, civil rights issues, critical stress, hazardous material, etc. Even for health problems, heart attack, risk management, smoke inhalation. So all these mock drill can be on each of the topics where children or teachers can be involved. And it's the duration is very brief for children to understand and learn and pick up those things. The common in a school context are fire drill, communication drill, first aid. Each one should be reach out through mobile or one-to-one within a given time, so that the critical time is not lost. I will not go into detail, but it is there. Presentation will also be shared. If I was telling about communication, so emergency response phone tree. Everyone important phone number should be there. Whom to contact, how to reach, who all are to be prevented, protected, who is the scout, leader, guide. So that each one is informed and first aids are also ensured. There are some SOPs for mock drill also issued by NDRR. It is also available on the link. We can look at it and follow it. Good communication posters can be developed. How to use fire extinguisher, fire safety in school, what are the things to be done, do's and don'ts, what are the earthquake safety related things. There was, just an example, there is a lot to be done. The scope is wide open for development partners, corporates to consider. There was a media report 2019 or 20, just before COVID. In Gujarat Assembly, there was a response that 4,000 government-run schools are in dilapidated condition. 13,000 school buildings are having iron roof. The report is available on the link. There was a scenario how many rooms, 12,000 plus rooms are in this situation which require repair. Iron roof 11,000, schools with iron roof, rooms 38,000, insufficient room, etc. etc. So now these are all risks which require action and improvements. Every time in all places resources may not be adequate. So the partners can join hands, develop a specific plan, help improve the school safety scenario. These are the areas where resilience building related investment can be considered. Like develop tools for assessing the risk. People don't know how to assess the risk. If we can help them in local language, how to assess the risk, prepare for risk, respond to the risk, contribute towards resilience building at all levels. That can be one area for consideration. This is possible for each of the levels, macro, micro level, right from school to block to district to state, for preparing for this entire shock resilience building. It can involve a critical supply chain, critical infrastructure, getting into action, household institution, even communities. The resilience building is not just road or bridges, it is talking about people in business community who are facing effects of changing climate and smarter development, delivering health, education, livelihood. Like people are not having oxygen and dying. Supply chain is not there, oxygen is not available. I mean, we know now there is a risk. How to prepare for it, how to build strengthen the capacity of institution partners, so that in future we are better prepared. So this investment will help resilience building, and also the need for public awareness at all levels of the critical component, so that people can contribute in the process, right from the primary responder, first responder also. Again, these are some of the identified areas where corporate can also consider investing. And at policy level, all the policies part which can include the disaster risk related components, risk assessment properly to be done, related tools and systems are there. The knowledge management part, capacity building programs can be done, and private sector engagement is also one of the areas where government can involve, and we can also join hands for strengthening the understanding and appreciation of the opportunities for strengthening resilience. There are even business opportunities where resilience to be enhanced, how they can contribute in innovation and tools development. Finally, basically, we have a collective sustainable response. This is what we need to do. Investment in resilience is good for business also, as I mentioned, for fulfilling social responsibility. So, unless we join hands, we will not be able to strengthen the sustainability of services to protect children, supporting sustainable market for children. Even services through market coming for children, that might be disrupted. If we strengthen that, it will be serving the children cause, entire policy legislation framework, increasing child sensitivity for climate policies, disaster risk and recovery policies, strengthening young people to be climate resilient. This is what I wanted to convey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dave sir, for this. One of the objectives of this workshop, apart from understanding DRR space conceptually, we said that we will take back implementable ideas. I think we now have started talking about, if I am supporting education, where I think the group is investing about 160 crores last year we invested. How can we tweak my implementation projects in a way which can accommodate the DRR component? Mr. Dave's presentation gave us a lot of ideas. You may want to also consider, many of you wear two caps like I do, of volunteering and CSR. I felt when I was listening to him about mock drills and so on, we can create a batch of say 50 people who are committed to do this. We can templatize the mock drill component, and those guys can go and conduct those mock drills in schools. I know companies where people go back to their villages who are working as workers with us and so on, and they are respected people when they go back to their own village and so on. They can go and conduct mock drills in their schools. All these are possibilities. I'm mapping it out for you. And also in and around our manufacturing location or offices, there will be schools there. We can certainly through volunteering offer this. This can be a company in our language, what we have corporate-led volunteering stream, so to say, that education and DRR put together. As he said, 5 hours of intervention, and you should be able to put out the principal and so on. So I think that much clout Tata companies certainly do have in this. Also, I felt that if you invest in say 50 people, 50 odd volunteers who are convinced and want to take it ahead, I'm sure Sumedh and Ipsita will be happy to give you some modules and so on, so that sharing can happen. I think he gave us the NDMA module, but beyond that also local Hindi में करना है, Tamil में करना है, आपको Malayalam में करना है, so all that can happen, Sanjit, isn't it? So these are, I think, implementable ideas that we are taking back. अगर आपको उदयपुर में करना है, तो this is certainly needs to be done and can be done. I also must tell you that though it's education broadly, Ipsita and Sumedh and Ahana, who used to work with us before, they have developed a module as part of ALP. So ALP, Adult Literacy Program, Gauri is in discussion with many of you, is a flagship program of TCS on adult literacy. So they have developed the 15 hours module, Ipsita?
Yeah.
15 hours module on DRR in the adult literacy project. So yesterday someone was talking about Eastern Coast getting hit by cyclones every year. So we have a TCS led, about 1 million people have undergone that literacy, adult literacy program, and they, with TCS, the PhD has added a module on DRR. Basically, that tells you the preparedness. कल अगर मुझे cyclone hit होने वाला है, early warning मिला, तो मेरे पास ऐसा एक बैग, it proposes to keep a bag ready, जिसमें कौन सा डॉक्यूमेंट फट से आपको लेके निकलना है. तो कल मेरा घर पानी के नीचे गया, तो आई एम सेविंग माय आधार कार्ड, ऑल दैट. सो इट्स अ थॉट थ्रू मॉड्यूल, एंड Gauri, the volunteering team will be in touch with many of you for now. They are decentralizing it as part of volunteering stream, so you can have your volunteers. Alok is part of that team that is piloting that. You can use that module, make someone literate, but also literate in terms of DRR preparedness. So that module is getting added apart from entitlements module. So गरीब को सिर्फ लिखना पढ़ने के साथ में वो बोलता है आपका अधिकार क्या है, कौन सा स्कीम का फायदा है. I think PCS school friends are there, so they will be able to tell us more about this. So that is being added. So that is another one. So my strong request to you would be to consider this as part of this education business. Need not just be CSR. It can also be driven through your volunteering stream, and I'm sure you will find enough people, 20, 50 people within your companies who will be most happy to take this forward.
Yeah.
And have a quick one day module, and then that investment will give you a lot of results across.
Yeah.
Lastly, I think what what's her name? This Arshia spoke about. I think yesterday Sharmaji spoke about balancing the mitigation part with adaptation. That's really the case. When you looked at that landslide, the best part is you get out of the hazard, get out of the exposure, and so on and so forth. That will mitigate that risk. But every time it's not a practical option, right? So you need to figure out adaptation measures. So even in Kerala, when we constructed that school, Sanjit constructed that school which group supported, then which can withstand any landslides and so on. So sometimes you will go for adaptation measures. I think most of the times you will have no option but to go for adaptation measures. But if you have luxury of resources, then you can mitigate that. मतलब यहाँ से गाँव उठा के, जैसे I remember in post Kurgu, I think Ayappa is here. So I was in conversation with the collector there. So they this is not education, but I'm just sharing our experiences with you. They decided that 3 villages are unsafe for staying, just like Yoshima. They said we are going to take them out and settle them somewhere else. And they requested Tata Group to help them develop design a new village, so to say, there. But that is a mitigation measure. But not every time you are going to have people get out. Even Yoshima, all these days, people were told that it's no one was wanting to get out. It has come to that, and then they have no option but to. Thank you so much.
So to add to you, so we are like, as you rightly said, so we are taking up many of the operators, especially the private operators, in our offices also.
Yes.
And we are responsible for that.
Yes.
So definitely we will look forward for that.
Right.
Sure.
Take this information.
So Pallavi, you can and let's try it out. I
Yeah.
think some of you need to evangelize this. Matlab, there will be a lot of ideas. Now health guy is also there. He is going to talk about how health and DRR can meet up. But what will be my worst nightmare is all of you say yes and go back and do the business as usual. So I would need and Ipsita, the way she has planned this, by tomorrow you need to commit that I am going to tweak this project in a way, and then we will be in touch with you as to whether this investment is taking us somewhere or it's going to be business as usual. So all this Mr. Dave put in efforts for and so on. I think so one thing about Tata Group also is, while I'm saying all this to them, is there's sincerity with which we approach all these topics. So if people are here and they are saying we will do it, then you will certainly see something getting out of this. So this is not just another lecture for you. We will make sure that some of the ideas that you've spoken about will be translated.
Just to add to this, last year we worked with SAP University, we are continuing there at Ahmedabad. So we designed climate resilient schools, how it should be. Climate resilient community knowledge, how it should be. What are the features which withstand flood, cyclone, heat wave, etc. The structural part of it and the layout part of it. What is the costing of it? What are the building materials for it? So that we have developed and we have given to the department and also to the rural development department. So the idea in government actually transferring that knowledge at ground to see a model takes a lot of time, because in procedure, fund allocation, etc. I think corporate can come forward and help. Even municipal commissioner in Surat, they requested me. Mr. Pani was there recently. We developed with Aga Khan Foundation good design for public toilet there for both COVID compliance as well as climate relief. And the land was also identified. Design is also there, cost estimate is also there, but it has not been implemented. So that knowledge part is available. And this is the time where we can bridge this gap, quickly come with a kind of a shared product for public service. It's a social responsibility. Community feels safe when they find it worthy of using, and it can be maintained by the system that the municipal corporation was ready to maintain. So just an idea in addition to what Arvind was saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for this knowledgeable session. Next, we have a session on reducing disaster risk in health sector. For that session, we have he is a national professional officer, emergency risk and crisis management, World Health Emergency Program with WHO country office in India. He holds his education and experience in the field of emergency and disaster medicine, public health, and certification in disaster medicine research from Oxford University. And Dr. Saurabh has served as a specialist medical preparedness and biological disasters with the National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. and also serve as a consultant in disaster healthcare and psychosocial care at National Institute of Disaster Management, Ministry of Home Office, Government of India. He has worked on initiatives like Hospital Readiness Program, Implementation Framework, Multi-Stakeholder Disaster Preparedness Exercises, First Aid for Students and Teachers, which is popularly known as FAST program, CBRN Preparedness Program for Strategic Workforce Assets Points of Entries, and National Disaster Risk Management Plan Revision, section on Public Health and Emergency Management. Dr. Saurabh was involved in COVID-19 pandemic since the initiation of a response globally and within India, and has contributed to policies, guidelines, and their implementation. He served as a pandemic focal point for all UN agencies in India. He is also an election member of International Medical Commission of Federation of International Motor Sport, and Chief Medical Officer for Formula One India, as well as Chairperson of Medical Commission for the Federation of Motorsport Clubs of India. And he has also co-chaired Disaster Medicine for Society for Emergency Medicine in India. Sir, we welcome you at GIDA and in this training program.
Nice. First of all, thanks to Sir Sumit, DIDF, for inviting me. I'll not be doing any presentation. Not that I'm artsy or like, but I don't usually do presentation because there is a lot to share in terms of experience that you gain from everyday life. And my presentation will be in form of storytelling, so that usually I do. And for breaking up ice in an area as difficult and as complicated as health, which many people and almost all of us fail to understand, because health, ideally from our ancient times, should be the first priority, which is the last priority. After so many years of independence, probably India in the 75th year realized that the spending in the area of healthcare needs to be doubled, and hence we have so much of surplus funds in the healthcare sector, which is with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, in the hands of people who really don't know. I'm not quoting the rule. What to do about it. So, आप में से कितने लोगों ने how many of you carry any religious sign, धागा, cloth, या कोई पॉकेट में भगवान की? Almost 80-90% of us, right? What is it? Tradition. And why you or your family members make you wear mask? That is exactly this reduction.
Perceived risk.
Yeah. So आप गाड़ी का इंश्योरेंस होगा नहीं होगा, but and that really works. Accidents in India are lesser than other countries. So, but that's not a comprehensive safety. For comprehensive safety, we need to understand concept. सुबह से आपने कल से आपने बहुत सारे concepts जान लिए. My focus will be on how to think out of the box, and I myself, मुझे अगर कोई पूछा जाए कि what would you do in your lifetime as a work, then my only answer would be I'll always like to think out of the box, because that will lead me to solution. Millions of people will oppose me, but if I am right in the sense that whatever things that we start thinking upon and developing products or developing even concept that reaches to the end mind, then I think that is worth it. The risk of taking those chances in your life is always worth it. So I tell you a story of a boy from Gujarat. So as you all know, सूरत एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ पे बहुत सारा फ्लड आता है, बार बार फ्लड आता है. तो एक छोटा सा लड़का था वहाँ पे. Every year or every second year सूरत used to get flooded, and then we might have heard so many stories from Uttarakhand and many other places. सूरत जब फ्लड आने लगा तो वो लड़का करीब 5-6 साल का होगा. तो उसने सोचा कि ये हर बार पानी आ जाता है, how could I save myself? And he could visibly see that his floor, his house used to get inundated by, say, पूरा first floor चला गया, second floor के ऊपर भी 15 सीढ़ियाँ बची है, so around 17-12 feet of water every second year. The first thing that comes to his mind is कि अगर मेरे को तैरना नहीं आए, then I will not be able to go and fetch food for my family because this flood water is going to stay for 5 to 7 days anyhow, in absence of flood management system earlier. So सबसे पहली स्किल सेट जिंदा रहने के लिए तैरने के साथ साथ उसमें क्या क्या रिस्क हो सकता है. तो उसके लिए आपको एडिशनल वो जो पेट्रोल का जो कैन होता है प्लास्टिक का, ड्रम कंटेनर और ट्यूब, ये 3 चीजों का स्टॉक पॉइंट ये साथ में रखना बहुत जरूरी है कि अगर तैरने में थक गए और अगर सामान लेकर आना है तो ये चीज की जरूरत है. तो उसमें वो सारी चीजें. उसके बाद उसके दिमाग में आया कि फ्लड तो आता है चला जाता है, बट फ्लड बहुत सारी चीजें ले जाता है, कुछ चीजें लेकर भी आता है. क्यों ना उसमें से कोई ऐसी यादों को पकड़ा जाए, एक लकड़े का टुकड़ा आया या ऐसी कोई भी चीज तैरती हुई आपके घर में आई, क्यों ना उसको एक इवेंट में कन्वर्ट किया जाए जो आपको हमेशा एक प्रिपेयर्डनेस के लिए याद है. तो उसने ऐसी वहां से पानी में से चीजें इकट्ठा करी और उसका एक कलेक्शन बनाया. आगे बढ़ता है, ये सब चीजें होती है. देन ही डिसाइडेड कि अब आगे क्या किया जाए. तो देन ही, ऑफ कोर्स दिस स्टोरी इज माइन. Then आगे जाके I chose to enter into the field of medicine. So I was very good in managing patients and people. मेरा people handling काफी अच्छा है. So when I completed my MBBS, I wanted to choose a field where I don't want to do a single patient to patient practice. क्योंकि उसमें अंदर मैं आपके साथ आधा घंटा 1 घंटा सॉल्व करूँगा, उसके अंदर आपका प्रॉब्लम ठीक हो जाएगा, बट मेरी एनर्जी और मेरा यूटिलाइजेशन प्रॉपर नहीं हो. Somewhere at a point of time, somebody guided me in my life कि चीजें वो करना और काम वो चूज करना कि जिसके अंदर सुबह में काम पे जाते हो तो उसको गाली ना दो कि आज वापस काम पे जाना पड़ेगा. So not exactly following the passion, but following the science of it. I chose emergency medicine as a specialty in my post graduation, जहाँ पे बहुत सारी चीजें साथ में करनी होती हैं and multiple patients. So I chose the one of the toughest turfs in the country, and that was Apollo Hospitals in New Delhi, which is deemed to be a 7-star hospital, but worse than any of the medical hospital in the country. क्योंकि then when I entered there, when I started working there, मैंने समझा कि लोगों की ये मेंटालिटी है कि अगर कहीं पे नहीं बच रहे हैं ना तो अपोलो ले जाने का, वहां तो बच ही जाएंगे. तो वहां पे पेशेंट्स नहीं आते, वहां पे सारे फॉरवर्ड केसेस विद द वर्स्ट ऑफ प्रोग्नोसिस लैंड अप होते थे, एंड टू डील विद एवरी सिंगल पेशेंट फॉर द फैमिली. सो आइडियली हमारा 11 या 12 बेडेड इमरजेंसी था, which later on got expanded to 18 bedded. Finally we got converted into a 26 bedded emergency. A minimum patient at any given point of time in a day with us was more than 120. नीचे व्हील चेयर पे, प्रेशर पे, खड़े खड़े हर तरह से पेशेंट मैनेज होते हैं, एंड दैट्स द होल. तो तब वी गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस. फॉर्चुनेटली आई गॉट अ चांस टू वर्क विद फॉर्मूला, जहाँ पे एक सिस्टम सिंक्रोनाइज्ड मैकेनिज्म एक रेस के अंदर, एंड द बेस लाइन वाज वेरी क्लियर, नोबडी डाइज ऑन रेस ट्रैक. सो आई बिकेम हेड ऑफ फॉर्मूला 1 इंडिया, द चीफ मेडिकल ऑफिसर, और हमने इंडिया में 3 सीजन ऑफ फॉर्मूला 1 करे. वहाँ I was always every day seeing contrast. There is a perfect medicine, there is an ad hoc medicine. And later on कहीं ना कहीं मेरी जो skills थी as a to manage more and more things that come on your cup of tea. Dhire I started doing that. Finally, I made a goal in my life. कोई भी ऐसी चीज जहाँ पे दरवाजा बंद हो रहा हो वो मुझे करनी ही नहीं. And then I always thought of working on a path which is different than others. 850 doctors work in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. I chose to work in the Ministry of Home Affairs. I was earning quite a lot in the year 2012. I left everything and joined in the National Institute of Disaster Management, which didn't even realize that there is a field called disaster healthcare. और मैंने वहां जाके एक एडहॉक पोजीशन जो मेरे एजुकेशन के साथ लेने देना भी नहीं था, सैलरी स्ट्रक्चर जो जिसका मेरे से कोई मेल भी नहीं था, मैंने वहां पे ज्वाइन किया एंड विद इन 1 मंथ आई मेड देम रियलाइज दैट अभी तक आप इतने साल से जो सब्जेक्ट चला रहे हैं ना, वैसा असल में कोई सब्जेक्ट ही नहीं. So the first thing that you need to do within the constitution of this organization is to change the designation and develop a specialized area within the medicine called disaster medicine or disaster healthcare. 2.5 years I worked there. I was called upon by the Honorable Prime Minister's office to work with the National Disaster Management Authority. And मैंने सोचा डॉक्टर हूँ, थोड़ा बहुत काम NIDM में किया, बहुत सारे एडहॉक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स बहुत सारे करवाए. I within a period of 3 years I did around 56 national programs. And in that also I utilized my skill because मैंने जिन को ट्रेन किया, मैंने हर एक को यूटिलाइज किया. So जो मेरे जो साथ में काम करके गए, पढ़ के गए, उनसे मैंने भी बहुत कुछ सीखा. So I have trained lot many collectors, IAS officers, and also doctors whom I worked with, and then I always utilize them in response because I am definitely able to instill that amount of confidence कि अगर आपने ये चीजों को साइंस की तरह समझा, then you will definitely be able to produce results out of your training and education that you get out of it. Then सब कुछ सही चल रहा था. मैं अपना डिजास्टर हेल्थ केयर के एरिया में काफी अच्छे से जम चुका था. थिंग दैट वाज लेविड अपॉन मी, जो मेरी कैपेसिटी में बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा और बाहर था, दैट वाज CBRN इमरजेंसी, केमिकल बायोलॉजिकल रेडियोएक्टिव इमरजेंसी एंड टेररिज्म. Now I am not an armed forces person, but I was forced into training of all the Army, Navy, Air Force, intelligence, and teaching them I applied the same concept which जो मेरे पास disaster management में भी नहीं था, because there is no such science. How would you teach intelligence officer on to detect an emergency which is unforeseen? Ultimately, करते I developed an expertise of developing the science by myself. And in the initial phase, वो जो बच्चे ने जो that started turning into खुद develop करने का जिम्मेदारी in terms of concept and storytelling. सबसे पहला concept आया disaster management. तो हमने सोचा कि disaster management ये तो changing concept है कि आज disaster management है, कल disaster risk management हो जाएगा, कल उसके बाद disaster risk reduction हो जाएगा, उसके बाद कोई उसको sustainability के साथ जोड़ देगा, कल कोई resilience बोलेगा. तो ये बहुत सारे concept है. कोई risk management बोलेगा, कोई emergency management बोलेगा. तो ideally उसको समझने के लिए उसको ब्रेक डाउन करना बहुत जरूरी है. तो मैंने डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट को ब्रेक डाउन. सबके घर में डेथ होती है, डेथ इज इक्विवेलेंट टू डिजास्टर. एक इंडियन फैमिली के अंदर, फॉरगेट अबाउट द ग्लोबल कॉन्सेप्ट, एक इंडियन फैमिली के अंदर अगर कभी जो डेथ होती है, उसके बाद क्या होता है? क्या डॉक्टर आके ऐसा बोलता है कि आपके घर में जो थे वो मर गए? राइट. तो इनिशियली वो डॉक्टर जो है या उनके कहीं पे भी अगर फैक्ट्री में जिसकी डेथ हुई है, तो जो वर्कर्स हैं वो उनको हॉस्पिटल लेकर जाएंगे, फिर उनके घर वालों को बुलाएंगे. डॉक्टर विल नॉट ब्रेक आउट द न्यूज ऑफ दैट द पर्सन हैज पास्ड अवे, बट से कि उनको हुआ है, उनकी हेल्थ कंडीशन क्या है. तो सेंसिटाइजेशन होता है. फिर इनिशियली वो ब्रेक द बैरियर होता है. फिर आजू बाजू वाले आके उनके घर के संभालते हैं, पहले 10-12 दिन तक खाना देते हैं. व्हाट इज दैट? दैट इज कॉम्प्लीट रिस्पॉन्स. वही होता है आइडियली. फिर माँ बहन आके बोलती है, इनकी भी हस्बैंड या वाइफ की डेथ हुई, यू क्राई, वेंटिलेट. व्हाट इज दैट? इट इज एक्टिव लिसनिंग एंड वेंटिलेशन. साइकोसोशियल. The much you repent at this point of time, the later you regret it. उसके बाद क्या होता है? फाइनली रिहेबिलिटेशन होते हैं, है ना? उस बंदे के घर में से किसी को नौकरी दी जाती है, द फैमिली कम्स बैक टू नॉर्मल। एवरी ईयर क्या होता है? एट द सेम डे एनिवर्सरी रिएक्शन। इसी तरह से हम डिजास्टर में सुनामी डे मनाते हैं, अर्थक्वेक डे मनाते हैं, यूनिवर्सल सुनामी डे मनाते हैं, और इस तरह से देयर आर ऑलवेज एनिवर्सरी रिएक्शन। सो द थिंग्स दैट हैपन, बट अल्टीमेटली क्या होता है? लाइफ कम्स बैक टू नॉर्मल। So if in your family, if you can deal with the death, you can deal with the loss. Similarly, another concept, equivalent and threatening, just like that, is marriage. किसी के भी घर में शादी, क्या वो सारा काम खुद कर रहा है ना? एक लड़के में लड़की की शादी है, तो उसके अंदर वो लड़की को शादी करनी है, विलिंगली और अनविलिंगली, बट उसके रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी शादी करने की और करवाने की उसकी नहीं है। तो हाउ इज दैट इंसिडेंट मैनेज? तो सबसे पहले सालों पहले पापा आते हैं। हु इज पापा? प्लानिंग ऑफिसर, है ना? प्लानिंग ऑफिसर स्टार्ट्स द एंटायर प्लानिंग। व्हाट ही डज आफ्टर दैट? मामा को बुलाते हैं, अपने बेस्ट फ्रेंड को बुलाते हैं, अपने चाचा को बुलाते हैं, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी असाइन। वो क्या करते हैं? एक्टिवेशन ऑफ इंसिडेंट रिस्पॉन्स सिस्टम, और बोलते हैं जो सबसे खास फ्रेंड है, तू हिसाब देखेगा, तू सारे लिफाफे देखेगा, मामा तू खाना देखेगा और वो सारा मैनेजमेंट करेगा। कोई लॉजिस्टिक देखता है, कोई रिश्तेदारों को देखता है, सारी चीजें अलग अलग देखी जाती हैं। एंड as the day approaches of marriage, the instant command system, instant response system gets denser and denser, with more and more dedicated responsibilities assigned. Finally, the event management happens in a perfect way. उसके बाद एंड मोमेंट के ऊपर लड़के वालों से कोई झगड़ा नहीं, मैं पापा के घर से बाहर हूँ, स्टेप इन दादाजी क्या बोलते हैं? तुम रुको, मैं बात करता हूँ। हु इज द इंसिडेंट कमांडर? दादाजी किसके साथ बात करते हैं? उसके घर के बड़े के साथ। व्हाट ही डज इज ही डज अ यूनिफाइड कमांड सिस्टम रिस्पॉन्स, और चीजें निपट जाती है क्योंकि सीमलेस कोऑर्डिनेशन होता है, रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ अथॉरिटी होता है, जो सारे मैनेजमेंट प्रिंसिपल्स हैं जो हम सिखाते लोगों को, सारे वहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंट होते हैं। अल्टीमेटली सब लोग बैठ के शादी होने के बाद, विदाई होने के बाद बैठते हैं और बोलते हैं अब चलो चाय पीते हैं साथ में। फिर वहाँ पे बात होती है, चलो सब अच्छे से निपट गए, व्हाट इज दैट? तो यही सारे मैकेनिज्म हम ग्लोबली सीखते आ रहे हैं कि भैया अमेरिका में ये सारी चीजें सिखाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। ये सारी चीजें हमारे फैमिली और हमारे स्ट्रक्चर में थी, उसको सिर्फ समझने की देरी थी। और कैसे हम ये सारी चीजें कम्युनिकेट करते हैं कम्युनिटी को, वो सारी चीजें वो एज अ कंसेप्ट या एज अ साइंस ना पढ़ते हुए अपना एज अ डेली पार्ट ऑफ रूटीन समझ ले, तो डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट को घर घर तक पहुंचाने के लिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। हर एक को कस्टमाइज इनिशिएटिव्स दो अपने हिसाब से, then this thing will become a reality. So my key message was, if you can handle that and marriage in a family, disaster management is anyway not together a big thing. Today I was going to talk about several initiatives. The first one was about hospital safety. Hospital safety बहुत ही पेचीदा, बहुत it's exactly the replica of school safety that happens, but in that hospitals में सिर्फ एक ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल होते हैं, बहुत ही ज्यादा इगोइस्टिक होते हैं, जो डॉक्टर, जो एक लेवल ऑफ थ्रेशोल्ड के नॉलेज के तो पहुंच सकते हैं, उसके बाद उनके अंदर नॉलेज पेनिट्रेट करना एडेड लर्निंग के थ्रू भी पॉसिबल नहीं है। सो दैट इज वन ऑफ द, और उनको बताना कि तुम ये करो, आग मैं थोड़ी बुझाऊंगा, डॉक्टर हूँ, न्यूरो सर्जन हूँ, मैं आग बुझाऊंगा नहीं, जल जाओ बट आग नहीं। सो यू हैव टू, बच्चे क्या है, दे आर रेडी टू लर्न। सो स्कूल सेफ्टी और हॉस्पिटल सेफ्टी, दैट्स व्हाई इज अ 360 डिग्री पैराडाइम। करवाने के लिए और उसको इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए यू नीड सम पीपल हु रियली कैन ब्रिंग चेंज विद इन द हॉस्पिटल सिस्टम। सो दैट्स व्हाई वर्किंग विद एनडीए में मैंने सबसे पहले एक चीज वहाँ पे जो पुश करने की ट्राई करी कि out of the 27 national guidelines, only hospital safety guidelines has a biting group, monitoring and implementation framework. हर स्टेट को कितने आयुष हॉस्पिटल हैं, कितने नॉर्मल हॉस्पिटल हैं, कितने एलाइड सेंटर हैं, कितने सैनिटोरियम्स हैं, कितने डेंटल क्लिनिक्स हैं, कितने डायग्नोस्टिक सेंटर हैं, कितने लैब्स हैं, उसका डेटा एनडीएमए को और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ को देना है। उसके अंदर क्या पैरामेडिक एजुकेशन, मेडिकल एजुकेशन, ये बाकी सारे जो एलाइड सर्विसेज है हॉस्पिटल के, क्या उसके अंदर डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट कंपोनेंट एसोसिएटेड है या नहीं, और हॉस्पिटल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान बनता कैसे है, उसको बनाना कैसे है, और वो कौन बनाएगा। बहुत आसान तरीका है, एक टेम्पलेट बना दो, सब कोई फिल इन कर देगा और वो हॉस्पिटल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान रेडी हो जाएगा। 2013-14 के साल के अंदर गुजरात के अंदर ही एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, टेम्पलेट बांटा था। भावनगर मेडिकल कॉलेज इज लोकेटेड इन करमसर, है ना। तो सब लोगों ने बहुत दिमाग लगा के सेम प्लान सॉफ्ट कॉपी में कॉपी पेस्ट करके भावनगर और करमसर को इंटरचेंज कर दिया। अल्टीमेटली 2 डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान पॉप्ड अप इनटू 11 डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट जस्ट बाय चेंजिंग द नेम। कोई ये भी नहीं सोच रहा है कि कोस्टल वल्नरेबिलिटी अलग है, इनलैंड वल्नरेबिलिटी अलग है। तो ये आइडिया इज टॉप एंड वी शुड नॉट डू दैट, वी हैव नेवर प्रमोटेड। सो इंस्टीट्यूशनली रिस्क को आइडेंटिफाई करके क्या इस चीज को मिटिगेट किया जा सकता है, तो उसके लिए सबसे पहले आपको सक्सेस स्टोरी बनानी बहुत जरूरी है ना। नाउ वी आर इन गुजरात, आई आल्सो बिलोंग टू गुजरात एंड यू बिलोंग टू बिजनेस फैमिली, लेट अस टॉक बिजनेस। आप भी बिजनेस को बिलोंग करते हैं। मेरे को लॉन्ग टर्म मेरे एम्बिशंस है, एंड अगेन दिस इज अ कॉन्सेप्ट, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग टू प्योर बिजनेस एंड वो कभी साथ में करेंगे। आई वांट टू डू अ लॉन्ग टर्म, वेरी वेरी लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट in developing disaster condos for super rich। आपने देखा होगा ना अमेरिका वगैरह में डूम्सडे कॉन्डो बनते हैं, बड़े बड़े अपार्टमेंट जो अंडरग्राउंड होते हैं, जिसके अंदर आप अपने परिवार को लेकर चले जाइए, कुछ हेफ्टी सम ऑफ मनी होता है जो आपको देना होता है, एंड देन यू एंड योर फैमिली आर सेफ। ऊपर क्या होता है दैट यू आर नॉट कंसर्न, चाहे रेडिएशन वॉर हो गया, चाहे केमिकल लीकेज हो जाए, चाहे कोई एटम बॉम्ब गिरा, आपको आपका परिवार सुरक्षित। मेरे को मेरा सपना है ऐसे अपार्टमेंट बनाना। अब आपका टास्क है इंडिया का नक्शा आपके दिमाग में लाइए और मुझे ऐसी एक जगह बताइए जहाँ पे मैं ऐसा कॉन्डो बनाने के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट करूँ जो साइक्लोन से वल्नरेबल नहीं हो। की पॉइंट सुनिए, साइक्लोन से वल्नरेबल नहीं हो, अर्थक्वेक नहीं आ सकता, फ्लड नहीं आ सकता, एवलांच नहीं हो सकता, ठीक है, और मेजर नेचुरल हैजार्ड्स मुझे वहां पे अफेक्ट नहीं कर सकते। तो ऐसी कोई जगह बताइए कहाँ पे अपना इन्वेस्टमेंट सेफ रहेगा। तो यही बिजनेस वालों की वो सीधा ऑन द बैंक टारगेट पे आते हैं, मतलब बाकी कोई ग्रुप होता तो वो सोचता है, वो कोई राजस्थान बोलता है, कोई गुजरात बोलता है, वो बट बैंक ऑन, ठीक है ना। मध्य प्रदेश से सारी रिवर्स ओरिजिनेट फ्लडिंग ज्यादा नहीं होता, वहां पे अर्थक्वेक का जोन अर्थक्वेक का कोई पता नहीं, ठीक है। बहुत सारी चीजें वहां पे बहुत फेवरेबल है। लॉन्ग टर्म अगर बनाना होगा वहीं 100 पॉइंट्स वो अभी थोड़ा सा इन्वेस्टमेंट लाते हैं ना। बस अभी मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब आप इंडिया वर्स्ट डिजास्टर सर्च करते हैं क्या करते हैं? भोपाल तो कहने का मतलब क्या है, whenever we do risk management and planning, even developing a hospital disaster management plan, हम अपने सामने सिर्फ जो visible vulnerabilities हैं उसको incorporate करते हैं। A lot of time things like terrorism और ये बाकी सारी चीजें जो हमें अफेक्ट करती हैं, है ना, as simple as कि अगर चलिए ठीक है केमिकल इमरजेंसी के पेशेंट मुझे हॉस्पिटल में मैनेज करने हैं, हमारे डॉक्टर को सिर्फ इतना भी नहीं पता है कि अगर कोई डायरेक्टली एनडीआरएफ या कोई रिस्पांस टीम अगर विक्टिम्स को केमिकल फैक्ट्री से उठा के अस्पताल के अंदर लेकर आएगी, तो हॉस्पिटल के अंदर एचपीएसी सिस्टम होता है और जो विक्टिम आया है उसके कपड़े से केमिकल इवेपोरेट। यू आर नॉट जस्ट पुटिंग दैट पेशेंट्स लाइफ टू रिस्क बट आल्सो एवरीवन इन द हॉस्पिटल इज आल्सो बीइंग। करना क्या है, सिंपल डीकंटामिनेशन। डीकंटामिनेशन कहाँ करना है, बाहर वही, पर ये सोच हॉस्पिटल से ले जाने के लिए। अब ये इतना सिंपल दिखने में जो लगता है वो हैवी, क्योंकि आपने डीकंटामिनेट किया, केमिकल को रिमूव किया, वॉश कर दिया पेशेंट को, अंदर ले गए, ट्रीट किया, आपने अपना काम सही किया, तो पानी कहाँ गया? तो आपने एक इकोसिस्टम को बचाने के लिए दूसरे इकोसिस्टम करा, तो इसीलिए आपको एक डिकंटामिनेशन टैंक चाहिए, इसीलिए ये हर हॉस्पिटल में हो नहीं सकता। दैट्स व्हाई एज अ पॉलिसी शहर में 1 या 2 हॉस्पिटल डेजिग्नेटेड होने चाहिए जहाँ पे सीबीआर एंड इमरजेंसीज को डील किया जाए। इसीलिए इन्वेस्टमेंट सब जगह नहीं जाना चाहिए, एक स्पेसिफिक एरियाज में जाना चाहिए जहाँ पे आपकी केमिकल फैक्ट्रीज या इंडस्ट्रीज लोकेटेड है, वहाँ पे डेजिग्नेटेड इमरजेंसीज को डील किया जा सकता है। दैट इंक्लूड्स केमिकल इमरजेंसीज, रेडिएशन इमरजेंसीज, बायोलॉजिकल इमरजेंसीज और इंक्लूडिंग आल्सो एक्ट ऑफ टेररिज्म एंड मास कैजुअलिटी मैनेजमेंट। पर ये सारे जो भाषण में दे रहा हूँ ना, ये चीजों को बाइंड करने के लिए हमें एक साइंटिफिक एविडेंस चाहिए। अब हमें लेट मी गिव यू रियल टाइम केस स्टडी। 2017 में दिल्ली में आपने सुना होगा तुगलकाबाद के पास एक केमिकल लीकेज हुआ। उस दिन वहां पे 547 गर्ल्स वर अफेक्टेड। एक टैंकर आया सुबह में सिकंदराबाद से, वो पानीपत जा रहा था, दिल्ली में तुगलकाबाद के पास ऑफलोड हुआ टैंकर, उसके अंदर से केमिकल लीक हुआ, मड जम और वो पूरा बॉटल जैसा बना। नॉर्मली आपके घर के पास स्कूटर की या गाड़ी के पास तेल गिरा होगा, ऑयल गिरा होगा, आप दो ही रिएक्शंस करेंगे, क्या क्या हो सकता है? नहीं, अवॉइड तो करना ही है, कोई पैर तो नहीं रखता, बट या तो पानी डालेंगे या मिट्टी डालेंगे, ठीक है। यूजुअली मिट्टी कोई नहीं डालता क्योंकि सबको अपनी जगह साफ चाहिए। उन्होंने भी वहां पे भी वही किया। पूल था, उसके पास सिक्योरिटी गार्ड ने जब अलार्म रेज किया, प्रिंसिपल ने बोला बहुत सारा ऑयल है, बच्चे फिसल जाएंगे, दो दो। They washed it, became aerosolized, और aerosolize जब उड़ता है तो कहाँ जाता है? डाउनविंड डायरेक्शन। डाउनविंड डायरेक्शन, unfortunately that day was school. 547 people got affected, including 450 girls over in their school on a day of a Saturday. National systems बंद हो गए Saturday को। NDRA दिल्ली का जो मथुरा रोड है उससे जो सेंट्रल विस्टा है वहाँ कनॉट प्लेस से यहाँ के लिए रवाना होती है। सुबह 8:15 को 10:35 तक है। एक सिविल डिफेंस का वॉर्डेंट है, वहाँ पे ट्रेन हुआ होता है। हाउ डज कम्युनिटी वर्क इन दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ सिनेरियो? उसने बोला वहाँ पे जाके मेरे को ये क्या है ना पता है, सिर्फ मैं जो बोलूँ वो करो, दिमाग मत चलाओ। लेट मी हैंडल दिस एंटायर सिनेरियो। मैं जिसको बोलूँ उसको तुरंत अस्पताल ले जाओ और जिसको बोलूँ उसको नजदीकी अस्पताल ले जाओ। देयर इज वेरी डिफरेंस इन दिस वर्क। It real things around 400-500 people, and they were shifted to different countries. Those who were sick, 126 लड़कियां HBU में एडमिट हुई, 12 गर्ल्स वर इंट्यूबेटेड, they were severely affected. उनको सबको तुरंत ही केमिकल जब लगा तो लैक्रिमेशन, कपिंग, स्नीजिंग, रनिंग वाटर फ्रॉम नोज एंड आईज, ये सारे सिम्टम्स शुरू हो गए, वॉमिटिंग, लैक्रिमेशन, ये सारी चीजें हुई। उसके बाद they were seriously affected, है ना। सिमिलरली भोपाल गैस ट्रेजेडी वाला सिनेरियो सबको याद आ गया, सब लोग पैनिक कर रहे हैं, बट उस वॉलंटियर ने उस हिसाब से बहुत अच्छे से मैनेज किया एंड ही रेफर्ड देम टू, उसने क्या दिमाग लगाया, ही रेफर्ड देम टू डिफरेंट हॉस्पिटल्स। नाउ फ्रॉम पास्ट 12 years we have been preparing Delhi hospitals for hospital disaster management. 78 hospitals in Delhi have a proper disaster management plan, years and practice. उन्होंने हॉस्पिटल के लिए ये DMAX 1 दिल्ली इमरजेंसी मैनेजमेंट एक्सरसाइज 1 2 जब हुआ, ये सारी चीजें उनके लिए नोन टू थी, ये सिनेरियो हमने ऑलरेडी रन कर चुके थे। जब ये रियल टाइम में हुआ, वो हॉस्पिटल सारे इंक्लूडिंग अपोलो, बत्रा, ESI हॉस्पिटल, जामिया हमदर्द एंड एम्स एंड सफदरजंग, जिन लोग की इमरजेंसी कैपेसिटी 10, 12 से 20 बेड की है, एवरीवन टू 70 to 80%, बिकॉज उन्होंने अपना डिजास्टर वार्ड ऑन किया, सारे पेशेंट को लिए। हॉस्पिटल्स का सैटरडे के दिन उन्होंने नेटवर्किंग की कि हमारे पास अब कैपेसिटी फुल हो रही है तो अब हम आगे वाले अस्पताल में भेजते हैं। दिस सीमलेसली हैपेंड बाय एक्टिवेशन ऑफ द इंसिडेंट कमांड सिस्टम ऑफ दोस hospitals. This thing worked so well. that उसी दिन करीब करीब 480 patients were discharged. फिर within 9 days, all of them got extubated and discharged. Ultimately, ये एक ऐसा इंसिडेंट जिसके अंदर zero mortality. So in a country like India, जहाँ पे रोड एक्सीडेंट होता है ना, तब भी बोलते 2-4 तो मरते ही. वहाँ पे in a chemical incident that involved 504 people, zero mortality is an ideal standard for deliverable that on that day, even on a Saturday. 3 महीने बाद हमने वो लड़कियों को, 12 लड़की जो हुआ, उनको हमने एम्स में वापस बुलाया. We did their every reactivity test. तो उनको लॉन्ग टर्म को इफेक्ट हुआ है कि नहीं. Then all of their PFTs and every reactivity test came out to be normal. So ideal incident where zero mortality, zero morbidity happens in a massive chemical incident. This is one of its kind. Golden best practice even for other countries to learn. We have shared this with around 13 countries. I personally have gone there and shown how the Indian response happened. Some out of the box thinking, and I want to other people to see India as a country that gives case study on how hospital disaster preparedness, networking, and management of such incidences even on off days happens in such a way that it produces results. So, मैं इंडिया को भोपाल गैस ट्रेजेडी के लिए नहीं जाने देना चाहता. अब आज की डेट में at the India at 75 should be known from case studies like Tulagawan, where we have zero mortality and zero morbidity. Now this is Delhi. I still am not confident if this happens in other parts of the country. So that's why we need a lot of investment, a lot of planning preparedness in the area of strengthening our healthcare system to deliver results in a case-to-case based manner. उसके लिए now we have implementing monitoring framework. Now we also have developed with IIM Ahmedabad the hospital disaster management modules. These modules are coming into 3 parts basically for junior doctors, nurses, other security staff, and all the other staff of the hospital. This is the hospital HTM module 1. The second module will be covering the senior doctors, the nursing in charges, and the senior nurses working in those hospitals who more have a treating role. The third will be for the hospital administrators, head of the departments, and also for the owners of the hospitals, जो नेटवर्किंग कैसे करेंगे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट को कैसे इन्फॉर्म करेंगे, उसके लिए है. And fourth module is for assessment. Whether you want to get your hospital NABH accredited, fire safety का NOC, architect है, या engineer है, या maintenance team है, utility team है, जो आपके hospitals को चलाती है, उन सब के लिए ये assessment module. उनको functionality के हिसाब से hospital resident with standard operating procedure, job action cards for 13 major cadres that work within the hospitals and 17 major hazards जो hospitals में हो सकते हैं, including fire से लेके, which is the most common one, to other areas like wind cycle, and with a concept, 2 basic concepts. Not everyone needs to know everything. हम क्या करते हैं, जनरलाइज प्रोग्राम खोल देते हैं, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड भी बैठा है, मेडिकल सुपरिटेंडेंट भी बैठा है, व्हाट इज डिजास्टर से शुरू करके पूरी कहानी कर देंगे, डूज एंड डोंट, भाई तुम्हें क्या करना है वो कोई नहीं. That is what we want to eliminate from the every training program in the country that teaches disaster management. It should be ऐसे प्रोग्राम होने चाहिए जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स को निचोड़. भैया तुम क्या करोगे ये बताओ, तुम्हारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या है, क्या लेकर जाओगे और क्या करोगे within a short period of time. This is how I have experienced myself when I go to other countries. If they are investing on you by giving you certain scholarship, they will squeeze knowledge out of you and get a product developed at the end of second or third day. Why can't we bring that ideology and practice in India? ये हमें करना पड़ेगा. And the second principle is role of a person within the department, role of a department within the hospital, and role of a hospital within the community. इस ये दो बेसिक प्रिंसिपल्स के ऊपर ये सारी ट्रेनिंग्स डिजाइन है फ्रॉम द एनडीए में हॉस्पिटल सेफ्टी गाइडलाइन, और जीआईडीएन में भी काफी सारी ट्रेनिंग है जिसमें बहुत अच्छे से कराई है. So there are now many upcoming states जहाँ पे hospital safety is being taken as an initiative. Now what we need to bring in this area, what is missing, is innovation. I was appointed as a healthcare system assessor for the US healthcare, and I reported to the White House Resilience Directorate, and I have assessed 35 US states. इनका सिस्टम उनके 50 गुना बढ़ता है और इसीलिए they have failed in court. The reason they have a massive hospital safety program, but money everywhere is flowing open-ended. Nobody is accountable to do anything. Nobody is responsible to do any training. There are no standard trainings available, and these are the gaps that I have learned from other countries as well. उससे हमारा system and the way that we thought कि हम इस तरह से इसे develop करेंगे, we are in quite better. What we now need to bring in this area is innovation. Now, the core investment in the area of hospital safety is in the area of information. We don't use NDR. What we do with NDR is we abuse NDR. बच्चा उसमें गिर गया, it's not a disaster. उसके लिए NDR रखा है. हॉस्पिटल में ड्रिल कराना है, सब कुछ छोड़ के तुम आओ पूरा शो करो. तो हमने एनडीआरएफ को क्या बना दिया है? नेशनल ड्रामा नौटंकी फोर्स, नौटंकी ड्रामा रिहर्सल फोर्स. So this is not what we really need to do, right? We need to de-phase NDRF and strengthen our community response capacity. और ये सब चीजें करने के लिए we need certain things and platforms like एक हॉस्पिटल का जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट के साथ कनेक्टेड, इमरजेंसी ऑपरेशन सेंटर के साथ कनेक्टेड EOC मैकेनिज्म. Many of you might be from the IT background. Why can't we develop an SOP-based emergency operation center, web-based, which act as a SOP भी लिखे हुए हैं, हॉस्पिटल के सिक्योरिटी गार्ड के पास वो एक्टिवेटेड रहता है, इमीडिएटली कोई भी नोटिफिकेशन उसके पास आ सकता है, कोई भी नोटिफिकेशन उसके थ्रू जा सकता है. सारे हॉस्पिटल उसमें नेटवर्क है, कनेक्टेड है, and this act as a standalone incident response system for hospital, web HEOC. This can be easily done. ये करने की जरूरत. Then mock drills. Mock drills कैसे करनी है? There are so many type of mock drills. I want to make it very very simple. हर अस्पताल में 3 mock drill होनी चाहिए, है ना? 2 नोन, 1 अननोन. पूरे साल में इससे ज़्यादा आपके स्टाफ की डाइजेस्टिंग कैपेसिटी नहीं है. और then you have to have a punishing framework. अगर कोई भी एम्प्लॉय 2 mock drill अटेंड ही करेगा 3 में से, तो उसकी 2 दिन की तनख्वाह. This is what we are trying to bring in as a legislation, not just in hospitals but in other industries also. It will work very well. Then bring minor hard innovation. For example, आप कहीं भी कोई भी मॉक ड्रिल में पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं, तो आप उसके अंदर सैंडविच और रोटी तो देते ही है ना? तो उसका जो बॉक्स है ना, उसको आप उसके ऊपर डूज एंड डोंट्स लिख के दीजिए और उसके अंदर डिजास्टर रिलीफ मटेरियल. You are not just developing a capacity for lockdown. Hardly cost you, stickers will not cost you even penny, but it will give you a very very long time. 30 years putting in your wall. ऐसे कार्ड है उसके उसी के अंदर डेवलप करके वो बॉक्स में प्रिंट आउट करके दीजिए. कोई भी मॉक ड्रिल ये दिस मैकेनिज्म विल वर्क वंडर. और उसके अंदर they will along with that they will also develop that mindset कि किस तरह से हम अगर कल आज तो रिस्पॉन्डर है, कल विक्टिम बने, तो हमें भी इस तरह से आपदा का सामान मिलेगा. So de-blunting or desensitization in those areas is also required, because not just you but the families also need to be prepared for such eventualities. दिल्ली में बैठ के, मुंबई में बैठ के हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि भैया उत्तराखंड में हो सकता है, गुजरात में हो सकता है, हमारे साथ कभी कुछ नहीं है ना? न्यू दिल्ली के अंदर सब लोग पार्टी करके 31 जनवरी को बैठे थे, 1:30 बजे बहुत अच्छा खासा सकता है. So everyone who was just about to go to bed at around 1:30, there was a massive shock of earthquake which altered कि भैया अभी तो शुरू. So a long-term earthquake is due in the northern premises, but when it will happen, how it will happen. So now, according to Delhi Master Plan, we are focusing on areas that need response. जैसे लक्ष्मी नगर और गीता कॉलोनी, ये सारा जो अक्षरधाम के पास का एरिया है, that cannot be salvaged. Earthquake होगा, that is prone to get. You cannot, cut down the lanes and enter, make your vehicles enter there for response. It is not possible. The only way to deal with those things is to develop the capacities of hospitals to deal with mass casualties and mass production. That is the only way. टूटेगा, redevelopment होगा, then better redevelopment can be expected. But because of vote bank and other issues, because that tolerance cannot be given. Similarly, सरकारी बिल्डिंग नहीं गिरेगी, because minimum standards CPWD के follow हुए होंगे. सरकारी इमारत चाहे 50 साल पुरानी हो या 80 साल पुरानी हो, वो नहीं गिरेगी. So that way people working in government offices are safe. So there is then low rise versus high rise का जो concept है. Low rise are more vulnerable, high rise are more vulnerable. So there are so many concepts that needs to be developed and inculcated into while we do hospital disaster management. So finally, hospital disaster management plan in India is in a good shape. And what we all need to contribute is to promote more and more hospitals through the CSR funding, through their other funding mechanisms. The government funding is also there, very dedicated team for development. And now, like in states like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Odisha, there are enforcement mechanisms. Fire NOC के बिना अस्पताल नहीं चलते, है ना? So comprehensive planning, fire safety वगैरह के लिए हमें वो करनी पड़ेगी. There are certain things which we also need to keep in mind. I was also responsible to assist the government of India in developing the largest hospital in the world, 10,000 bedded COVID care center, Sardar Patel COVID care center in Mumbai. एक एस्पेक्ट्स का हमने माइक्रो प्लानिंग में ध्यान रखा कि पेशेंट मिलेगा तो क्या करना है, कैमरे से सर्विलेंस कैसे करना है, मॉनिटरिंग कितने टाइम में होगी, 400 पेशेंट्स की लाइन होगी तो अगर क्रैश कार्ड इधर है तो वहां तक जाने में कितना टाइम लगेगा. एवरी न्यूएंस वी डिड, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान, फायर सेफ्टी, सब कुछ. We failed. Where on the second day itself, in a female toilet, there was an incident of plague. तो हमें हमारे फेलियर्स को भी एक्सेप्ट करना और उससे हम कैसे लर्निंग लेके कैसे नेक्स्ट टाइम अपने प्लान्स को देन वी डेवलप द सिक्योरिटी कि फीमेल टॉयलेट के बाहर हमने सर्विलेंस कैमरा लगाया कि नन अदर देन फीमेल कैन एंटर इनटू द फैसिलिटी. तो ये सब चीजें भी इंप्रूवमेंट करनी पड़ती है. एंड 10,000 इज डेफिनेटली अ बिग नंबर ऑफ हॉस्पिटल. वी वर एबल टू स्केल इट अप टू 7,500 तो हमें जरूरत पड़ी. तो इट इज वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट हॉस्पिटल इन द वर्ल्ड. उसको असेंबल कैसे करना है, डिसेंबल कैसे करना है, तो ऐसे मेगा रिस्पॉन्सेस के लिए भी हमें आगे हमने पूरा कोविड कर लिया, बहुत अच्छे से कर लिया. इंडिया की बहुत तारीफ हुई. आई वाज एट द हेल्म ऑफ रिस्पॉन्स. आई हैव वुहान से पहले जो 40 बच्चे आए थे ना, उसकी सबसे पहली इन्फॉर्मेशन 12:15 को मेरे पास आई थी. एंड देन अगर आप लोगों ने जो एडवाइजरीज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की पढ़ी हो कि जिसके अंदर लिखा हुआ है 1987 एपिडेमिक एक्ट और डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट 2005 लागू होगा, वो लाइन्स मैंने लिखी. एंड दैट इज हाउ द कंट्री रिस्पॉन्स स्टार्टेड. और आईपीसी का कोड, मास्क नहीं पहनना फाइन लग सकता है. आई एम सॉरी बट ये सारा मेरा किया जा रहा था. एनडीएमए से ये सारे डायरेक्शंस और नोटिफिकेशंस निकाले. तो ये सारी चीजें करने के बाद हमने पूरा सब कुछ कर लिया. बहुत अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स किया. I was responsible within WHO to develop around 660 hospitals. So again in that, I chose to walk out of the box. मैं नीड असेसमेंट करता, टीम्स के साथ बात करता, भैया कहाँ अस्पताल में गलत है. नो, मेरे को ऐसा कुछ नहीं करना. I chose to develop hospitals in those areas as per the नीति आयोग हेल्थ इंडिया. और उसके अंदर most of the hospitals that we built up were in border areas, hard to reach areas and inaccessible areas. तो मैंने नॉर्थ ईस्ट का पूरा बेल्ट पकड़ हर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, मेजर 7 नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स के अंदर जितने भी बॉर्डरिंग स्टेट्स हैं उसके सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में 2 हॉस्पिटल्स. राइट फ्रॉम जो डार का बेस से लेके डॉक्टर का स्टेथोस्कोप और ऑफिस होने की जगह पे आई मेड अ कॉम्प्लेक्स एंड गॉट इट इंस्टॉल्ड इन 660. So and that hospitals are still functional. They are multi-bed approved field hospitals. And or now I am forcing government of India to bring a policy on developing field medical hospital in a cost-effective way. Container based या field based कैसा hospital बन सकती है. So much so that एक global concept है कि जब भी कोई बड़ी आपदा होती है तो we deploy foreign medical team, जो गुजरात earthquake में भी आई थी. तब से ये concept है. पूरा कोविड हो गया, हमारे यहाँ ये कंसेप्ट नहीं है. So now we want India to develop the national emergency medical team. We have been pushing for it. Fortunately, that is also going to see the day of the light next week itself. Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare is going to launch the National Emergency Medical Team Initiative for India, where India will be coming up with 400 emergency medical response teams. So that also, and a framework for developing and setting up of field hospitals in a cost-effective manner is also a part of it. उसके बाद इंडिया के ऑलमोस्ट हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक इमरजेंसी मेडिकल टीम या नेबरिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट से शेयर होकर वो रहेगी, and for all the states have that buy-in. All the principal secretaries and MD NHMs are invited to Delhi to launch that initiative. ये उसके बाद आई आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंकिंग कैसे और काम लगता है और कैसे हम इनिशिएटिव्स, आई टुक अ चैलेंज, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग टास्क ऑफ मैनेजिंग कोविड-19 और धारावी. सबने बोला अगर धारावी में है तो बॉम्ब फट जाएगा, यहाँ पे तो कुछ नहीं हो सकता, वहीं पे तो आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंकिंग. सो इन सिटिंग इन दिल्ली इन एयरपोर्ट ऑफिस आई कैन आल्सो, अरे वहाँ तो बेचारे बहुत गरीब लोग रहते होंगे, उनके पास तो हाथ धोने के लिए साबुन भी नहीं है. So I sit in a luxury office है, बट मेरा ऑफ कोर्स यही थॉट प्रोसेस होगा. सिमिलरली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ के अंदर सारे लोग यही सोचते थे. वहाँ पे तो सब पर देयर आर कॉन्ट्ररी आइडियाज आल्सो. अरे मैं तो धारावी गया हूँ, अब तो वहाँ सब बच्चों के पास मोबाइल, तो और वहाँ पे तो 2 नंबर का बहुत सारा काम चलता है. तो बट इट्स नॉट अ सॉल्यूशन टू मैनेज कोविड-19 इन अर्बन स्लम, राइट. सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग कैसे होगा, हैंड वॉशिंग स्टेशंस कैसे लगेंगे, मैपिंग कैसे होगा, फील्ड सर्वे करवाया, इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टीम करवाई, फील्ड सर्वेलेंस टीम करवाई, और जो दुश्मन थे ना उनको दोस्त बनाए. वहाँ पे सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग 6 मीटर एक चौल में पॉसिबल नहीं है, बट एक थोड़ा सा दिमाग लगा के अगर आप एक ऐसा एडवाइजरी इशू करो कि जो हस्बैंड वाइफ है या जो दो लोग हैं अलग अलग एक के पैर की तरफ एक का मुंह हो, अगर उस तरह से सोए तो ये छोटी सी चीज बहुत असर कर सकती है. अभी भी वहाँ पे वो नॉर्मल टेलीविजन जहाँ पे वो पट्टी चलती है, जिसके अंदर आप चैनल भले चेंज करो पट्टी नहीं बदलेगी. और वहाँ पे धारावी में 7 लैंग्वेजेस बोली जाती है टीचर, वो 7 लैंग्वेजेस के अंदर आप वो पट्टी चलाते रहो तो इन्फॉर्मेशन आपकी जरूर पहुंचेगी. क्योंकि उस टाइम के ऊपर सब लोग मोबाइल से ग्लू होंगे या नहीं होंगे, बट ये चैनल टीवी सबका चलेगा और उनको उनकी लैंग्वेज में अगर न्यूज पहुंचता है तो वो इसके ऊपर इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे. सबसे बड़े वहाँ पे डेंजरस पॉइंट ऑफ एंट्री थे हमारे वैक्स, जो फर्जी डॉक्टर जो धारावी में बहुत सारे. अब इनको थोड़ा सा भी ट्रिगर करो तो ये लोग भड़केंगे कि आप प्रैक्टिस मत करो, क्योंकि उन कम्युनिटी के लिए वो भगवान है. अगर पहली बार मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर की गाइडलाइन में उनको इज्जत मिल रही है कि भैया आप ही लोग हैं जो कोविड संभालो, आपको सिर्फ इतना करना है कि आपको अपने शाम के टाइम में जो आपके यहाँ पेशेंट इकट्ठा होते हैं उसको इकट्ठा नहीं होने देना, आपको उनको सबको रेफर करना है और आप अपने क्लिनिक को बंद करो और आप कम्युनिटी में जाओ और मैसेज फैलाओ. यू आर अ पार्ट ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर रिस्पॉन्स टीम. उनका सेल्फ एस्टीम कितना हाई गया है ना. एक सिंगल पॉलिसी जिन्होंने पूरा सिनेरियो बदल दिया. इंडिया का धारावी का कोविड मैनेजमेंट बिकम अ ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड. 13 कंट्रीज रेप्लिकेटेड आवर स्ट्रेटजीज. दैट डॉक्टर टेड्रोस जो है जो WHO के डायरेक्टर जनरल हैं, उन्होंने भी उस चीज को अप्रिशिएट किया. छोटा सा इनिशिएटिव लो, उसके अंदर इस तरह से जी जान लगा के और आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंकिंग लगा के, तो कोविड विल गो, but my case studies or the projects on which I have worked upon will stay as stories. That is what we leave as a professional legacy in this world. Similarly, इंडिया में, वर्ल्ड में कोई ऐसा कंट्री नहीं है जहाँ पे फर्स्ट एड सबको सिखाया जाए. So, ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर के ऑफिस के साथ काम करते करते हमें बहुत, और इस पूरे बिजनेस में नेक्सस है, गुंडे हर बिजनेस में नेटवर्क है, इनको तोड़ना बहुत जरूरी है. और ज्यादातर लोग इन झंझटों में क्यों पड़े. रेड क्रॉस सोसाइटी अपना पैसे कमा रही है, कमाने दो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है. 250 रुपए का तो सर्टिफिकेट है ना, पर 250 का सर्टिफिकेट का 2.5 करोड़ बनते हैं ना, तो किसी ने सोचा नहीं उस नेक्सस को तोड़ना, क्योंकि उन्होंने 1972 की पार्लियामेंट की एक्ट के साथ छेड़छाड़ी करी और उसमें आया था कि हर इंडस्ट्री को रेड क्रॉस के थ्रू सर्टिफिकेट. उस चीज को बाईपास करने के लिए एक्ट को बाईपास से बिल करना कर सकता है प्राइम मिनिस्टर. सो आई गॉट द रिस्पांसिबिलिटी ऑफ डेवलपिंग अ मॉड्यूल कॉल्ड फर्स्ट एड फॉर स्टूडेंट्स एंड टीचर्स, एंड दिस इज द बेस्ट वे टू रेप्लिकेट. अगर 8th स्टैंडर्ड से लेके 12th स्टैंडर्ड तक सारे बच्चों को अगर स्कूल में ही फर्स्ट एड सिखाया जाए और टीचर्स के करिकुलम के अंदर अगर फर्स्ट एड एज अ पार्ट ऑफ जॉब हो जाए, देन दिस प्रॉब्लम इज सॉल्व. So then there is an application called Fast on Android, which is already available. आप search करके देख सकते हो. उसके अंदर we have incorporated in any country there are 26 emergencies which are being taught. We have incorporated 52 emergencies. What to do, how to do, and why to do. And now this is the standard curriculum as a part of education. National education policy का भी ये part बन गया है और सरकार will pay whether it's a private school or a government school 8 standard से first aid सिखाने के लिए ये module use होगा. So it is endorsed by the Honorable Home Minister, Health Minister, Prime Minister, and members of NDA. ये problem is solved. तो धीरे-धीरे इतने सारे बड़े-बड़े problems जो आते हैं उनको कैसे-कैसे solve किया जाए. एक customized solution सबके लिए लाके we have to think out of the box. और being a doctor या practicing physician मैं ये सारी चीजें नहीं कर पाता. अगर मैं पॉलिसी लेवल पे, नेशनल लेवल पे और ब्यूरोक्रेट्स के साथ लड़ते हुए ये काम नहीं करता. मेरे पास जो मैंने होम मिनिस्ट्री में काम करने का जो लिया निर्णय, उसका सबसे बड़ा रीजन ये हुआ कि मैं उन सबका डॉक्टर था. तो अगर मेरे को उनके रिपोर्ट्स का जवाब देना है तो उनको मेरी फाइल क्लियर करनी है. That is the technique that I have used with them, and I got all the things cleared within no time, and they had such a trust on me. So इंडिया के सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज हो या और भी चीजें जिसके अंदर ऐसे नेशनल में काम करने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला, अच्छे से इसको किया जा सकता है. तो दिस अगेन द मैसेज. तो हाँ, कि हम कोई इनिशिएटिव करते हैं उसका एंड रिजल्ट कहाँ तक आता है. मैं एक बार बिहार में घूम रहा था. सो आई वाज ऑन ऑफिशियल डेपुटेशन. तो मैंने मेरा जो कार ड्राइवर था उसको बोला कि भूकंप के बारे में कुछ जानते हो. बोला सर आज आपको मैं दिखाता हूँ कि बिहार कितना भूकंप प्रतिरोधक काम कर. तो उन्होंने मुझे बोला ये सर नया पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर बना है, ये 7 तक के भूकंप को झेल सकता है. ये नया स्टेडियम बना है, वो 8.5 तक के भूकंप को झेल सकता है. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अभी इसका इनॉग्रेशन किया. और पता है सर ये हमें रेडियो पे भी थोड़ी थोड़ी देर में आता रहता है कि भूकंप आए तो क्या करना है, रुको रुको और ये सब. तो अब अगर हमारे बच्चों की स्कूल में सिखाया जाता है, that is the exactly policy that I developed along with a team of mine at the National Disaster Management Authority, and this is how it's getting implemented to an unknown person, and I am getting a feedback out of it. What better can be done? Similarly, you are in Gujarat. My father, he called me one day और उन्होंने बोला कि आज है ना बाहर ऑफिस नहीं जा रहा हूँ, आज ऑरेंज अलर्ट है. मैं बोला क्यों? मुझे पता नहीं क्या गर्मी इतनी है तो सरकार अलर्ट बनाती है. मैं बोला क्यों, ऑरेंज अलर्ट में क्या होता है? मैं नहीं, टोपी पहन के बाहर निकलना है, 11 से 4 के बीच में बाहर नहीं निकलना है, पानी की बोतल साथ में रखनी है, अगर कोई बेहोश हो जाए तो पैर ऊपर करना है. मैंने बोला अच्छा और क्या क्या होता है? बोला अरे रेड अलर्ट भी होता है, फिर उसमें येलो अलर्ट भी होता है. तो येलो अलर्ट में ठीक रहता है, बट रेड अलर्ट में तो बिल्कुल बाहर नहीं जाने, अगर काम आवश्यक नहीं हो तो बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा. तो ये सब आपको किसने बताया? बोला तू एनडीए में काम करता है, तुझे इतना नहीं पता. So this is what I developed the National People Action Plan, and it implemented, and I got a feedback from my father. All the channels involved, whether Gujarat State Disaster Management Authority, GIDM, जितने भी dissemination channel, media, local government, इन सब ने इतना सारा काम किया कि एंड यूजर के पास ये इंफॉर्मेशन अगर पहुंच रही है वो भी शॉर्ट पैनल में नहीं है, पूरा का पूरा इंफॉर्मेशन है उनके पास, इससे जान बच सकती है. दिस इज द इफेक्टिवनेस एंड सक्सेस ऑफ द प्रोग्राम्स दैट वी डेवलप एंड इम्प्लीमेंट एट द सेम टाइम. तो इसी तरह से आप सबने देखा होगा अभी यहाँ पे गुजरात में एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम हुआ था, प्रमुख स्वामी 100 year सेलिब्रेशन हुआ था. So I have been very blessed child. I have been a personal doctor to Pramukh Maharaj. I have been a personal doctor to Sachin Tendulkar and a personal doctor to Michael Schumacher. So a very rare feat, working with all those people who are living legend. So इन सबके साथ काम करके बहुत कुछ सीखने को तो मिला, but एक insight मिला. So I was called for while this जब ये गांधीनगर अक्षरधाम के ऊपर टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ, so we had to develop a disaster management plan for the Delhi Akshardham. And then this event was being organized. Millions of people were going to visit it. It definitely needs to have a plan. But plan cannot be a Pramukh Swaminathan disaster management plan. It cannot be that, right? Because it will frighten people. So you have to bring customizations in it. I developed a plan for them called HURRY. HURRY is what? Right? It's Hurried Action and Response Initiative. And the entire area was divided into 20 parts. HURRY teams respond in a hurry. So one say, 2 volunteers, 1 security guard form the HURRY team to respond to any emergency within less than 6 minutes. These are the SOPs that were done in the entire area. And then there was some threats to this particular place. So you need to be very watchful for that. So there was another group of people, volunteers, who was keeping an eye on the moving population under a program and training called SWAMI, Strategic Watch Alert for Mitigating Incidents. So this is how 2 programs, HURRY and SWAMI, were imbibed into the institutional policy of PSM 100 and are now being replicated in Swaminarayan temples across the world. They are part of their system. अगर मैं उनको बोलूं कि मंदिर का डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान बनाओ, will they ever accept it? But अगर मैं स्वामी और हरि को दूंगा, they will always do. Similarly, इसी तरह से customized solution जैसे fast. If I call first aid, it will look so much tender like that. So some initiatives like this. हर एक चीज में ऐसे एक्रोनिम्स छुपे हुए हैं, हर एक चीज में आंसर छुपा है. आपको आग बुझाने के लिए आग चाहिए, है ना? So instill a culture of fire in while you teach fire safety. First, I will respond to emergency. FIR. So it's always there when you teach all these things. Then heat की training करानी है, heat extreme awareness training. You उसका मार्केटिंग प्लान या रिस्क कम्युनिकेशन प्लान बनाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. आपके पास हर एक चीज का इस तरह से. Similarly, we did a documentation for Gujarat government, the Honorable Chief Minister's office, on the actions that they did into COVID-19 response. And I termed it as one of the prominent places in Gujarat called Girnar. Gujarat interim review of noteworthy actions in response to COVID-19. And the Honorable Chief Minister immediately accepted it. And Girnar is one of an outlier into WHO system, where we call it as an interaction review. They are terming it as Girnar. The state accepts it, the WHO accepts it, and it's a. मैंने वही काम किया जो बाकी सारे WHO की कंट्री टीम्स कर रही हैं, but I gave it just my own flavor. तो इस तरह से आप जब भी हम इस तरह से इनिशिएटिव डेवलप करते हैं. Similarly, now we need to develop an innovation network. So I'm working on a WHO innovation network for nuances in emergency response, and the name of that program is WINNER. So it's an ऐसे शार्क टैंक है, ऐसे इमरजेंसी रिस्पॉन्स के लिए I want to create a platform where all the small innovations that are helping in emergency response, whether it's the health emergency response or disaster response, low cost kit कैसे बन सकती है. Sir was talking about a carry bag जिसमें आप क्या-क्या सामान ले सकते हैं. That is called a go kit. तो go kit कैसे cost effectively बन सकती है, उसका मार्केट क्या है, उसका प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट कितना है, whether उसका मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या है ना? चाय सब कुछ पीते हैं, but why can't you brand chai as safety? So we don't serve tea, we serve safety. So इस तरह से you need a lot of marketing while also serving on the concept of disaster management as well. So there are so many initiatives that we are already doing, and the future doesn't hold for traditional training programs, classroom training programs. अब सब कुछ mock drill वगैरह इधर होना चाहिए, Google overlay होने चाहिए, real time responses होने चाहिए, and we need to work on smart systems that can simulate outer phenomena into a classroom based learning. No PPTs, that was also my message to you. No routine, what you need to do, how to do, and अब सबको realization कराना है कि मुझे अब इसके अंदर क्या क्या देखना है, क्या सोचना है और कैसे इसको आगे ले जाना है. So अभी भी एक दो चीजें हैं मैं बताऊंगा, but first I would like to hear from you. और आप क्या क्या सुनना चाहते हो और किस बारे में आपको इसमें समझना है.
So first of all, thank you so much. I think it's incredibly insightful and inspiring and informative for all of us. आपने जो कहा कि कम्युनिटी को किस तरह से आप एक्शनेबल पॉइंट पे मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं और मतलब उनको स्पेसिफिकली आप कुछ बताओ कि अच्छा मुझे ये करना है ऐसा. Coming back to CBRN, how do we this, the whole hospital safety that you spoke about, to the rural communities where there is immense lack of access. There is PHC, CHC sub-centers. उनकी basic capacity भी काफी challenge होती है. I mean, उनको information देना easy है कि मतलब easy नहीं है, but we can always tell them what CDRM is. ये वाला gas leak हुआ तो ये कर सकते हो, ये हुआ तो ये कर सकते हो. But beyond that, what can they do?
What's your question? अभी एक अगर third question है तो hold on करिएगा. I have two very beautiful examples for Odisha is an example for how and what community needs to do. उड़ीसा के अंदर आज जो 78 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं उसके अंदर हर गांव वाले को पता है कि सायरन बजने से मुझे अपने मवेशी को लेके कौन से डॉक्यूमेंट लेके कहाँ पे कौन से साइक्लोन शेल्टर में इवैक्यूएट करना है. उड़ीसा के अंदर 1990 में जो सुपर साइक्लोन उड़ीसा आया था वो 66,000 डेथ्स. अभी साइक्लोन आया और अभी जो भुवनेश्वर के अंदर रिसेंट साइक्लोन आया उसके अंदर द डेथ्स वर लेस देन 200, दिस टाइम में लेस देन 12. इंडिया के अलावा किसी कंट्री में कैपेसिटी नहीं है. सिटी लाइक भुवनेश्वर गॉट इवैक्यूएट, वेरी बिग. यही हमारी कम्युनिटी सुनामी अवेयरनेस डे के दिन 74 कंट्रीज को हर साल दिखाती है. वो 74 कंट्रीज के जो एम्बेसडर्स और जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं वो आके देखते हैं कि कम्युनिटी रिस्पॉन्स फॉर सुनामी इवैक्यूएशन और साइक्लोन इवैक्यूएशन कैसे होता है. साइक्लोन उड़ीसा में कम नहीं होता बट कम्युनिटी प्रिपेयर्ड है, इसीलिए नंबर ऑफ डेथ्स. This is one very classic example. Now that program is now being replicated across the entire 1320 kilometers coastline of India. Tsunami and cyclone preparedness. Similarly, the second चीज आपने बोली that comes under, I fortunately enough to draft that policy as well. It's a national CPR and capacity building framework. जिसके अंदर कहा गया है while you reach to the community and ये basic thought process, it should not go in the form of CBRM. वरना एक मॉक ड्रिल आप करेंगे और मीडिया आ जाएगी कि अहमदाबाद मेट्रो स्टेशन पे आतंकी खतरे का हमला है ना, उसके अंदर 2000 लोगों को जोखिम होने की संभावना. एक मॉक ड्रिल मीडिया प्रेजेंटेशन. सो दैट शुड बी प्रेजेंटेड इन अ वे ऑफ simplifying it not just to community but also to school children in terms of physics, chemistry and biology and not CBRM. So that is also part of policy. And that responsibility of bringing community level awareness for CBRN has been given to NTR. In terms of basic क्या करना है, आँख कैसे बोलनी है, उल्टी कैसे करवानी है, वो सारी चीजें. So that part of community CBRN responsibility is the responsibility of NTR and dedicated funds have been given to them for doing this and phase wise. So ultimately we have to protect our country from 4 CBRN threats majorly. The first one is like in point of entry, airport, seaport, land border. The second is institution of national importance. All parliament house, major ministries, key establishment, industries, and all. Third, response force. Doctors के साथ साथ NDRF, Army, Navy, Airport, सभी भी हमें contingency में जरूरत पड़ेगी. Fourth comes to commerce. CBRN capacity building framework has been developed.
Sorry, just a follow-up plan. Apart from communities, what can we bring to the health systems of the rural areas? Because they have access to sub-centers, CHC and PHC तक. CHC भी बहुत दूर होता है. Hospitals तो unavailable है. So जैसे वो दिल्ली में जो हुआ गैस लीक हुआ उसकी वजह से the children, the girls were able to access the hospital.
Got it. Risk mapping is the answer. हमें हमारी यूनिफॉर्म कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पूरे कंट्री में चाहिए. फॉर एग्जांपल इंडिया के अंदर एज पर द 2010 सेंसस देयर वर 1810 मेजर एक्सीडेंटल हजार्डस यूनिट्स. एज पर 2022 दे माइट बी समवेयर अराउंड 36,000 मेजर एक्सीडेंटल यूनिट क्लस्टर्स ऑफ इंडस्ट्री डेडिकेटेडली लोकेटेड ओनली इनटू 11. तो हमारा फोकस 37 में से सिर्फ 11 पे. Nuclear power plants located in 12 areas, upcoming 8, also located in this 11 to 12 states. हमें हर जगह जहाँ पे ये थ्रेट नहीं है वहाँ पे कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करने नहीं है. और मेजर चैनल्स जैसे हाईवे उसके अंदर ट्रांसपोर्ट रिलेटेड एक्सीडेंट्स वगैरह हो सकते हैं जो बेसिक्स है, उसके लिए एक अलग रिस्पॉन्स फोर्स डेवलप होगा. बट ये जो फोकस्ड एरिया ऑफ कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करेंगे हेल्थ सिस्टम के लिए तो हमें वहाँ के ही CHC PHC के डॉक्टर्स को, फॉर एग्जाम्पल लेट अस टेक एग्जाम्पल ऑफ गुजरात, हमने आज सुबह में ही बात करी, वी हैव डेवलप्ड अ मॉड्यूल फॉर डीलिंग विद मेडिकल मैनेजमेंट ऑफ केमिकल। Gujarat will be the first state to roll out, and we roll out will happen from GIDM from March onward. In that, Banaskantha, Sabarkantha, Kutch does not require major capacity. So right place from Gandhinagar to Vapi, Valsad and Jamnagar belt, doctors from those parts will require focused capacity building for chemical emergency. So in the first lot, these will be the people who will be trained in first 2 to 3 years. यहाँ पे उनको उस तरह से गई केमिकल इमरजेंसी होती क्या है, आपके दरवाजे पे अगर पेशेंट आए तो ट्रीट नहीं करना, आपको स्टेबलाइज करना है, फर्स्ट एड देना है और रेफर करना है। रेफर कहाँ है, रोल एंड। So systematically we have developed 3 modules for that. A surveillance module for identifying such emergency, second is referral module for referring the patient, and third is the definitive medical management module. Our colleague Anusha has been a part of it. So these modules are already into a final mode of development and we will be rolling it out soon. So radiation emergency से खतरा नहीं है, उसके लिए ज़्यादा चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। बायोलॉजिकल इमरजेंसी के अंदर हम बहुत सारा लेसन ऑलरेडी कोविड में लर्न कर चुके हैं। So if you break down into emergency wise, chemical is the most one where we need to work the most. So उसके लिए this is the plan of action. Focus development is required.
So one more question to you.
Yeah.
So in terms of upgradation of local level infrastructure to deal with these emergencies, what can be micro level steps? So for example, if we have a limited budget of 25 lakhs or 50 lakhs, so what interventions can be made to upgrade this?
तो उसमें just referral के related जितने mechanism है, सिर्फ हमें उसी के ऊपर, हमें कोई decontamination नहीं करना, हमें कोई referral नहीं करना, उसमें और कुछ treatment नहीं करना, we don't need antidotes. So हमें वहाँ पे triage के लिए क्या चीजें चाहिए, triage checks चाहिए, basic simulation के लिए रमीज चाहिए, और सर्च एरिया कैसे डेवलप होता है, एडिशनल 5 स्ट्रेचर कैसे रखे जाते हैं, उसको कैसे मैनेज करते हैं, और बेसिक एजेंट्स होते हैं कुछ जैसे एक्टिवेटेड चारकोल और यूनिवर्सल एंटीडोट्स होते हैं, उसको एडमिनिस्टर कैसे करना है लाइफ को बचाने के लिए। इफ यू डू नॉट नो राइट ट्यूब कैसे डालनी है, बेसिक 10 से 12 स्किल सेट्स चाहिए, वही स्किल सेट उसके अंदर है। एंड फॉर दैट वी आर आल्सो डेवलपिंग अ किट फॉर तो केमिकल इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस पे, तो उस तरह की किट्स भी हम सब जगह पे वी आर प्लानिंग टू प्रोवाइड टू ऑल द BSCs, CSCs एंड ऑल द पीपल हु गेट पेड फॉर इट। तो उसके अंदर बेसिक ग्लव्स होंगे, बेसिक मास्क किट होंगे, क्योंकि नॉर्मल मास्क एंड अदर थिंग्स विल नॉट डू, यू नीड अ रेस्पिरेटर मास्क। सो दिस विल हार्डली कॉस्ट अराउंड 25,000 rupees, but very basic level of capacity building at the infrastructure level will be required. Yes,
क्वेश्चन है, आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया कि फील्ड बेस्ड मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल ड्यूरिंग कोई इमरजेंसी है एंड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फील्ड बेस्ड, अगर हमको ये बनाना है तो ये कितना लागत होता है, व्हाट इज द कॉस्ट
like for
फील्ड बेस्ड मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल लाइक इन ऑर्डर टू रिस्पॉन्ड द कोविड और सम आउटब्रेक, सम बॉयलर burst or something like some something happened during the plant operation और कॉन्टिनेंट बेस्ड होता है, इसका कॉस्टिंग क्या आता है?
somewhere between the lowest cost will be $3,200 to somewhere around 4,000.
That is a capex.
Yeah. Container based will cost around 4,000. The government of India, we are developing 2 train based hospitals. One will be stationed in Delhi, one will be stationed of 10 bogie each, one in Chennai.
Train based also. Train based.
Train based. That also we are developing. Again with that we are developing 4 CPR and emergency medical management centers. It will be coming up with all 4 metro cities, and there are 21 feeder centers in 21 vulnerable districts of country where these patients through these 4 medical facilities will be treated. These are one of the only kind of centers in the world that deal with all these 4 emergencies together. एक हॉस्पिटल की लागत करीब 825 करोड़ रुपए आ रही है, and India is already advanced stage of tendering में है और ग्लोबल कंपनी इसको बना रही है, चारों cities में लैंड अलॉट हुई।
सर इसमें जो सेंटर चाहिए आप स्पेशली जो स्पेशली ब्रीडर होता है इसका अगर हमको रिलीज
तो अभी जो ये NEMT इनिशिएटिव के बारे में मैंने बात किया, now when I'm working with the government and telling them this is not going to sustain. So globally we examples जैसे इजराइल है, फ्रांस है, फ्रांस के पास 2 टीम है, गवर्नमेंट की टीम एक प्राइवेट सेक्टर की टीम, इटली के पास 2 टीम है, गवर्नमेंट की टीम एक यूनिवर्सिटी की टीम, चाइना के पास भी 5 हॉस्पिटल डेवलप की टीम। तो इस तरह से हमें भी प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स की भी इमरजेंसी मेडिकल टीम चाहिए होगी, तो ना सिर्फ इंडिया में बट इवन अब्रॉड जब हमें मेडिकल रिस्पॉन्स जो इंडिया के दूर बढ़ के जाए और अच्छे से वहाँ पे रिस्पॉन्स करे और उस हिसाब से इंडिया का नाम भी अच्छा हो और हम लोगों को मदद भी करें।
Those 660 programs, so there were tents that were made into medical facilities, right? So what would be the cost of that?
So fortunately for in our case, all of our tents were supported by the WHO headquarters and they were shifted to us from Belgium. We have tried and tested them during Nepal earthquake. In Nepal के अंदर जो hospitals सारी सिंधुपा चौक वगैरह में destroy हो गई थी, so we have used them and they served for 7 years. So in India we were hoping for them to serve only for a period of 6 months, but they 2.5 years they are still operational. And state is using it for vaccination purpose, triage purpose, admission purpose, daycare purpose, storage purpose, pharmacy, logistics, सब purpose के लिए अलग-अलग state अलग-अलग तरह से use करते हैं. And very very thoughtful है, वो fire resistant है, वो उसके अंदर कुछ नहीं हो सकता. Even ventilation के लिए भी एक system ऐसा है, पंखे को उल्टा लगाना है. So it doesn't require air conditioning. It just sucks out hot air from the area and the tent remains cool. So very innovative and very thoughtful. Google करके आप उसको auxiliary air facility हमें नाम दिया है. So AHF are being installed. उस्मानाबाद में हुआ है, बालासोर में हुआ है, नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स में हुआ है. Facility.
बालासोर में कहाँ पर कोस्टल एरिया में की?
बालासोर में मेडिकल कॉलेज में हुआ है और वहाँ पे वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट आया है जिसके अंदर 13 टेंट्स का एक कॉम्प्लेक्स है और उसके अंदर वी हैव आल्सो dismantled it using during cyclone and again reestablished. So there is और लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान हमारा ये है जब कोविड का पर्पस सॉल्व हो जाएगा, the NDRF and the state disaster response force को हम ये टेंट हैंड ओवर करेंगे. So they will be used again and again. तो जो भी इन्वेस्टमेंट है should be reutilized and should be used for a good purpose. Now I would like to show you 2-3 good things. So हमने बहुत सारे disaster management plan लिखे, बहुत सारी चीजें लिखी. So first of all I'll show you and make you go through the first aid for students and teachers. This is the national model that I was talking about. App is also there. So in app also it is so interesting that how is Gandhiji related with first aid? How is Lord Krishna treating Sudama by applying things? Why does a mother gets connected with a child by applying Vicks Vaporub and Band-Aid on? So, and in 21st century, how will be drones used in first aid? What are disease X, Lazarus phenomena? जितना दिमाग था सारा इसमें डाला.
This is what I think they use this.
Yes.
Vivek?
So on the I just make you go through the content of this. Look at the. So very thoroughly involved module and the content are as per 800 के बच्चों को हम वो नहीं सिखा सकते हैं CPR. So that will be because उनका हाथ फ्रैक्चर हो जाएगा. So that we have to teach them when they go to higher standards. So see basic first aid technique, emergencies at school, aims of first aid, universal precaution, dealing with an emergency, psychosocial first aid. Then all from abdominal pain, choking, paralysis, breathing difficulty, fits, fainting, vertigo, fever, low blood sugar, bleeding, fracture, wound, mutilation, eye injury, everything is there. So laboratory injuries, air pollution, heat stroke and heat exhaustion, disaster and mass casualty incidents, transportation techniques and content of first aid. तो इससे बेहतर मॉड्यूल हो नहीं सकता. और usually we know 2 to 3 acronyms that are being taught. In this particular book we have more than 200 acronyms that are easy to remember acronyms for each and every emergency. जैसे मैंने आपको कुछ अभी बताया ये सारे acronyms इस तरह से डेवलप किए हैं.
What about fits? Somebody gets fits.
Yeah. It's there. 14. Huh? 14. So it's for teachers it is going to be 3 days. For students it is going to be 16 periods a year. So 8 का periods होते हैं. So 2 days full day will be taught. If the school wants to do it in a different way, that also depends. Similarly, while you design any of the initiative, I would always request you to go through this document, National Disaster Management Plan. इसके अंदर the roles and responsibilities have been assigned for each and every department. Do we have a keyboard here?
Search.
So, in the disaster management plan, this is the best guidance document to for climate change. इस प्लान की खासियत क्या है जो आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है? 2016 में पहला इंडिया का डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्लान बना. 2019 में जो प्लान बना है, it has sustainability component, it has risk resilience component, and it has response and vulnerability component as well. तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी के अंदर भी किस एजेंसी की किस डिजास्टर में कौन सी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, दैट इज द की पॉइंट इसके अंदर. और क्लाइमेट चेंज और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स और DRR फ्रेमवर्क फ्रेमवर्क को तीनों को इसके अंदर इनकॉर्पोरेट किया गया है. इनफैक्ट I was fortunate enough to write a chapter on biological and public health emergencies. This was not endorsed by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We wrote them 14 letters and we finally say कि अगर आपने respond नहीं किया, this will be the final document. The final document बना. Now when COVID happened, they had to follow. Ultimately काम इस तरह से कराना है. So I am telling you, whenever you are working in health area, health ministry is the difficult and most difficult ministry to work with. So that's why अभी हमें health में implementers मिले. एक बहुत core area जिसके अंदर हम सबको काम करने की जरूरत है. Leadership is what we need to bring in the area of health emergencies as well. Similarly, हमने अभी बहुत सारे disaster management plan की बात करी. So अभी recently I supported the development of the disaster management plan for the National Center for Disease Control. So this is the key ministry agency that manage the entire COVID, and we have a system called Integrated Disease Surveillance Program, जो सारे 750 districts में है, जो इनके through manage होता है. Now look at the quality of the plan. This is such a well you can help me? इसको थोड़ा सा zoom out करें. No problem. So I'll take you through the in plans there ये 14 organizations है एक organization के अंदर में, तो उसका किस तरह से इतना and these are all key organizations within the same organization. Heritage building है, दिल्ली के गवर्नर का घर था, तो उसकी heritage value है, तो किस hazard से वो vulnerable हैं, इसमें this is one of the best made plans. The best part I would like to show you is in the map. This is what we miss in almost all the plans. How does a fire tender enter होगा तो वो U-turn कहाँ से होगा, कैसे निकलेगा? Then what are the assembly area? Similarly, what are the campus evacuation areas? Similarly, हर एक floor wise plan, building wise plan, auditorium का plan, entry exit plan, ये सारे plan जो है disaster management वहाँ पे building के on site के ऊपर लगे हुए हैं. All this has costed me less than 5,000. So such level of expertise can be also developed. उसके साथ साथ to develop such kind of document, it has to be now disaster management plan should not be a critical document. इसमें मैंने किसी की बुराई नहीं करी. So I had to give them certain recommendations. So we gave the recommendations in terms of structural recommendations, capacity building initiatives, disaster response training, signages, ergonomics of the disability inclusiveness, Health promoting behavior, it's a health organization. Data security, cyber security, IT tools, personal announcement system, water conservation, rainwater harvesting, solar system, landscape planning, flora and fauna, heritage building conservation and adaptive usage, and public display. How to use that organization in a way. तो इस तरह से हर एक जो गलती आप पकड़ी गई उसका इस तरह से फोटो खींच के उसके अंदर रिकमेंडेशन दिया है. So now what they have to do is from the government funding they have to just implement this thing and make it in a proper way. So कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर इस तरह से प्लान बनाया जाए तो then it will workplace safety, disability, inclusiveness, everything can be incorporated in a very well manner. And similarly we help them develop.
This is fine. I think you will share these documents.
No, sir, it's not on the public domain, so I'm not sharing it.
Okay.
So I just wanted to show it.
Yeah.
So this completes the domain of an organization. So this is what I had to share with you. So I wish that such products and you work on products, you develop a program, and then when you implement it, it will be in a form of something that you will fail, rework it, and achieve result. Finally, आंसर जो हम ढूंढ रहे हैं ना वो यही पे इसमें रेजिलियंस, इनोवेशन, सस्टेनेबिलिटी, नॉलेज, ये अगर समझ लिया
any questions? And if there are, I think there would be, but we will continue or you will learn. So we break for lunch. And we have exceeded 20 minutes today. So we'll take. We'll come back by 2:30. Start this.
सेफ्टी इशू होने वाला था मैं क्लास उठा के
हाँ मुझे मालूम मैं जा ही रहती हूँ आपके पास मैं तब तक आपके पास पहुँच जाती हूँ.
तो यही तो यही रहता
मुझे ये वाला बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है
ये
जगह
2:30.
No, but he has to be there for it. So the herder, you will. I have a call with Lakshmi at 3, so I'll have to So, because he was leaving. नहीं but then he has no engagement. Okay, now for this विद्या का तो सुना नहीं है.
Those of those vendors which you don't like, and be alive and kicking for subjects that you think is interesting to you. But broadly, I was asked to speak about one of our very complex programs that it took me about 2 years to design, and it's been now on the ground for about 2 years. And increasingly, my take is to try and enable and help develop such multifaceted complex programs where the end benefit or the end impact is not singular but more compounded, like a very simple interest as opposed to a compound interest. So, through my session here, I will be talking about that project, but not necessarily as a project, but from a point of view of what what is it that you as CSR managers and CSR leaders need to be looking out for when you are looking at any spectrum of project. So there is a lot of entry point, end point sort of perspective that I would like to bring in. There is also this whole, few steps about when somebody presents you with a project, how you think about the sustainability of the work itself once you stop sort of supporting it, but also the potential for scale up, and how that can actually be included right when you choose the entry point for the project itself. So we'll talk a little bit about sustainability. We'll talk a little bit about financial scaling and how that piece of work that you support as an institution continues to get financial viability. And in the end, I'll just touch upon a little bit on the new area that's emerging. While CBM, which I will talk about, the gold standard and carbon trading, has been on for some time. Now this carbon for forest, timber claims and community and livelihood and agriculture and VERA and every other organization that comes to you talks about, that we will do a carbon project where community will benefit. So there are a few risks associated with it, which I would like to flag, so that when such proposals come to you, you're able to also visualize the overarching risk, what appears to be extremely positive on the face of it, but the implicit risks into that. Does that sound all right? I mean, I will touch upon livelihoods, animal husbandry, the sort of rural livelihood perspective. But what my 27 odd years of experience in India working in the development sector has taught me one thing, that the blinkered approach on community livelihoods has led us nowhere at all. We've either been very parochial in our outlook and tried to not address their aspirations and tried to sort of enshrine them within the few rural activities that they've been doing and trying to find marginal income enhancement into that process, or spoke about alternate livelihood and training, and there is a lot of whiff-paff that has happened, not necessarily translating into action. So, over the last 7-8 years, I've sort of managed a couple of projects now where we don't look at livelihood as the primary deliverable, but livelihood is a means to an end, and it does actually yield you a lot more benefits than looking at it as your end point, including sustainability. So if you're okay, then I will move to the actual session. Okay, so as I promised, I will start with climate. What's very important for us to understand now is that while we do understand disaster risk resilience and building disaster resilient management plans and allocating funds for it, and our governments have also been doing a very good job of, for example, the state governments, all of the state governments, the water departments have an allocation for something called a 1 in 100 year plan. They have once every 10 years in their budget, they have an allocation for 1 in a 10 years plan, which would mean that they'll have greater money allocated for relocation, rehabilitation, hitting out money because of flood devastation. And so they thought through it, and it's there in the plan. But what's going wrong now is the 1 in 10 year floods are happening once every year, and 1 in 100 year floods are happening once every 10 years. And suddenly you are then, your annual district expenditure is in some districts in Bihar is lower than the flood relief fund that they have to use. Completely skews the system. So while, people in Assam and other states might say that, Bihar mein to floods happen every year, what is it that you can do? And if you are saying that climate change is going to cause glacial melting and these rivers are going to be overflowing, all the rivers in Assam originate from China, we have no control, what is it can we do? So the answer to that is, while we understand that some of these climate impacts are very huge, they appear very huge and unfathomable. When you unpack them at the lower level, there is a very, very clear possible solution available, which is essentially about building the adaptive capacity of the community, of the people, which could be urban, rural, whatever, and ensuring that the damage caused is lesser by adjusting the way in which we do the operation. In a metaphorical manner, it means that if there is, why do we say the damage due to floods is very high? One, of course, the nature of the floods has changed in many of these places. In Bihar, Kosi used to come in as a very soft flood, bring in silt, promote a lot, and they used to pray for Kosi Maya to come. There was cultural, welcoming of the river. But now the flood is not like that. Now the floods are rash, they bring rubbles, they don't come across a month and stay. They come in short spans, they destroy their standing crop, they bring in, rocks and rubble, which means their winter crop doesn't survive, it doesn't have the silt. The water is so fast running that there is no groundwater recharge, which means there is no water for the summer crop. So just because the nature of the flood has changed, in Bihar, they are not able to grow even one crop now. So that's how you translate the impact of that. Now, how do you deal with it? You deal with it by virtue of figuring out how do you, in smaller scales, protect your crop. How do you ensure that you shift your tenure of the cropping so that it doesn't clash with some of those floods? How do you change your crop from silt dependent to less nutrient dependent crops? So it cannot be done standalone, but such solutions are possible is what I want to say. So and you can, I have gotten studies done where we assessed the issue of unemployment in a district in Kerala, and unemployment and crime by youth was the biggest problem that the MLA faced. The root cause of that was climate change impact. Now, it just seems extremely weird when you say that, youth in crime chain snatching is actually the root cause is climate change. It was because the entire community was fishing community. The entire community had small prawn farms. The salinity and the temperature of the water was changing so dramatically that year on year, month on month, they had failed prawn shrimp farm, failed crops. The parents knew only that, so some of them were committing suicide. The younger ones also didn't know anything else, so they were just wandering about and, stealing stuff and doing other things. So the MLA actually bid for a climate adaptation fund, got a study done, got experts to the place, and started doing small time interventions in some of those farms, which could anticipate the change in salinity and temperature, and thereby adjust with water influx and temperature. So he was actively adjusting all of that so that the shrimp continued to form. And in addition, they did alternate livelihood and other jobs, and the situation dramatically improved there. So any problem, I am a hugely committed person to climate change, so I would say that any problem has a root cause of climate change. But obviously the scientists will completely differ and they want to have absolute confidence. So we keep saying that, I'm also a climate scientist, so I keep saying that with greatest confidence we are able to say that a lot of the future and the current livelihood issues and the current life expectancy issues, the current health issues, the way in which the economy is being affected, the agri production is being affected, all has a direct line connection to climate impacts. So fundamentally, that's primarily what I wanted to talk about in terms of how that underpins every activity that you do. And there are two sides to the climate crisis. One, of course, is mitigation, where we are talking about reducing our emissions. And I guess the colleagues from steel and other sector that are here will understand it much better because they are already doing a number of all of those, incorporating extremely expensive changes that we are trying to do, even though we are a developing country, because it's a global problem, and the carbon, whether it is released in US or Algeria or India, it's going to still cause global warming at the same scale. So that's one end of the mitigation. The other end of the mitigation is what we can actually achieve from farming, from livestock, from forests, from wetlands, from community level work. And considering that India still has a huge proportion of rural population, and it's still an agrarian country, and also is still blessed with a lot of natural resources which can be carbon stock, this offers us a huge opportunity to work on achieve mitigation and adaptation targets while actually working on alternate livelihoods or groundwater recharge or whatever that might be. So this is to orient your fundamental thinking when you are looking at your CSR strategy or when you are looking at a particular project that's being bid to you. It might appear as let's let's say we want to build capacity of the dairy farmers in X states, for example. And it would mean, obviously there are several things about dairy feed and there are several things about, the health of the cattle and other things. But to me, if I were to look at dairy sector, my immediate 2-3 things would be, how can we ensure that we offer a feed which is, less on cellulose and thereby there is lesser methane emission, and that's one thing that you capture. How do we ensure that we do energy transition in the dairy cold chain as a sector and we capture carbon as well as higher efficiency, lower costs, better profits? How do we bring communities together to have smaller chillers and create a new pipeline whereby the milk collection is not necessarily done in bulk but in smaller pooled with small solar pooled cold storages? So to me, that's the way I would look at, and I'm strongly urging and requesting that all of you, whenever you see an issue or a solution, think about the climate perspective. Yes.
Thank you for setting the context, especially on the climate change. I also have the background of sustainability, so I'm equally excited to hear all this. That's true in the last couple of years, and especially now, people are talking a lot and also doing a lot in terms of mitigation and adaptation both. Specifically, let's say the group has also taken a target to become net zero by 2045, and also the focus area which we decided is also a nature-based solution program. Now, looking at the current context from not 2045 to 2023, how do you see adaptation measures as a business case for the businesses? Because currently that's how the dilemma which we are going through. When we go back and the business and we talk about this thing, everything turns into ROI. Of course, they understand the climate change is a real thing, but still, I think in some of the sectors, the feel it's nice to have, but we are not able to see 2023 May. It's become a business case kind of thing. So how do you see your view?
I will through the project show you. Sure. I'll also show you the types of KPIs we are looking at and how do we quantify adaptation in the strongest. So over the last 5 years, I've been researching very actively on trying to bring down and basically unbundle the adaptation impact so that we are able to show quantifiable adaptation impacts from the very beginning. Because 5 years ago, we were struggling with the same thing to say adaptation will only start showing up in 10 years, 15 years time frame. It's very difficult to, and I've been working on climate finance for adaptation for a long, it's very difficult to talk about the bankability of a project or to ensure that it is financially viable unless of course we are able to show some quantifiable results in the smaller time frames also. From a CSR perspective, I'll try and show some of these. We are also talking about bankability and we are also talking about return on investments right from the ground zero level, which is the community level, to whether it is an NBFC or a private equity investor, how these projects can actually be profit making in nature. And thirdly, about how the consolidated piece of work on nature-based solution actually makes it a lot more bankable than not. This is from mostly the sort of the seed money coming from CSR perspective. Separately, I'm also working on, which I won't be talking about today, but it's about creating adaptation as an actual positive opportunistic investment sector where there is a strong return on investment, where investments can be made. So I can have a conversation on that separately. So that I'm very aware of the time. I think a bit of time spent on climate change here. So the project that I want to talk to you about is primarily centered around wetland conservation. So for us, and the donor was HSBC, and they were investing over 90 crores in 4 years for this piece of work. While energy transition, decarbonizing was the bigger goal, which is what they wanted to achieve out of it. And we as a conservation organization were talking about nature-based solutions and wetland restoration and wetland conservation. So, and they did struggle to understand the relationship between them. So I remember in our initial days, a couple of months, we had to do multiple presentations to multiple levels in HSBC, the global team, the Asia regional team and other teams, to explain how we see adaptation as a core benefit and we quantify that as resilience dividends, which will be further divided into enhanced income, enhanced, life security, livelihood security, health security, but also attached huge mitigation benefits, much bigger than actually energy transition in industrial sector. So we then thought through and bifurcated and we decided we will only be working in the rural space. So this is what the rationale we gave. We said wetlands offer you 4 times more carbon sequestration than forests. Within wetlands, which is your baseline, peaks and bogs, high altitude wetlands offer you the highest, mangroves the next, then you have marshlands and then the sort of inland wetlands. But still, they offer you a lot more carbon sequestration than for afforestation. While doing the same thing, they also offer you groundwater recharge, they offer you water for agriculture, they offer you wise use. Communities are very closely related and they extract a lot of resources from it. And flood protection in case of many urban wetlands, such as in Bangalore and several other cities which are seeing a lot of urban flash floods. In these sort of shorter scenarios, the network of wetlands is actually a sponge. So it offers you protection against disasters and the loss and damage associated with the disasters. So that's how we quantified the whole thing to say what might appear as a very traditional wetland conservation work that WWF India is doing as a conservation organization. We are only doing it in a climate aware manner. So we are looking at 30-year model to say how the water regime will change in that area over the next 30 years. What do we do in order to ensure that we maintain this network of wetlands and the ecosystem services that it provides, the wetland provides, the functionality and the financial value that it is offering, how do we maintain that with the completely drastically changed climate scenarios? So completely changed rainfall scenarios, completely changed temperature scenarios. So if we made a plan for wetland conservation with the old data, it might do well for 5 years. It might do very well for 7 years. But if we don't take into account climate disasters, then we will be looking at these floods and losses due to floods as an exception. So what I'm trying to say is the random floods and the losses due to floods, which we accounted for as an exceptional loss, whether it was a crop damage or a building damage, is now needs to be included as a norm. We will need to start anticipating these losses and start accounting for these losses and thereby make changes to the way we operate so that we can cut down those losses. So then, I'm not going to go into so much of detail, but if you see, in gigatons it was offering the highest. And from a conservation organization, wetlands, I think, are the pinnacle of a viable ecosystem. We are the happiest when we see a thriving wetland. Wetland is a transitionary state between terrestrial and a complete lake. So there is water vegetation, there is soil, so there is a progression, there are species and water. So it's an intermediary and that's considered to be a highly evolved ecosystem. So if we are able to protect a lot many more wetlands, we will be able to achieve 20 different benefits from doing so. So it's not that you are investing in a very traditional conservation program, but you're actually investing in livelihood generation and multitude of benefits. So subsequently, then we also tried explaining why we chose Sundarbans on one hand, Karnataka, Bangalore on the other hand. We are also doing a pilot study in Ladakh. So to say we needed to fill the diversity. We wanted extremely vulnerable, extremely critical, saltwater, mangrove, Sundarbans. City, urban action, a lot of wetlands, very different problems, very different types of wetlands. So we chose Bangalore as, and also in terms of future action. So these steps are very crucial, which I wanted to talk about when I said identifying entry points. We could have chosen some other urban wetland. We could have chosen urban wetlands in, let's say, Chennai, in and around Chennai, or in and around Kolkata. East Calcutta wetlands is there. How do you make these choices? So we typically make those choices using a multi-criteria analysis, where we look at the end point policy achievement. What do we want to achieve out of this? So one of our bigger objectives was to mainstream climate as a crucial point with the entire investment sector, whether it is private, public, or bilateral, multilateral. We wanted to have it be a centerpiece. So if we needed greater visibility, if we needed a greater understanding, if we needed a greater show of strength, and the extent of problem being very high, but also active civil society, a very high concentration of private sector businesses, whereby it becomes very easy in conversation of the town and government policy action. So we considered all of this when we chose Sundarbans and Karnataka as opposed to, let's say, um, you know, Gulf of Mannar for our coastal wetland and somewhere in West Bengal for inland wetland. So what I'm wanting to say is that when you choose your geography, at least ensure that you have, it takes 7 to 8 of your key priorities, not just 2 or 3. Create like a multi-criteria, does it fulfill our objective? Does it help with long-term policy advocacy? Does it help me with building credibility? Does it help me with, getting more revenue, sustainability, uptake, and a lot of other things. So that's what we did and we chose that. We also looked at the diversity of challenges, because with one piece of, so we always look at funding as catalytic funding. In a chemical reaction, if we are able to put in a smallest ingredient is the catalyst, and that is what triggers the entire reaction. So we constantly look at all of these grant funds as a catalyst, rather than a grant fund serving its own purpose. A grant fund with a bigger outcome, which is looking at either mainstreaming into public finance or generating huge infusion of finance into similar work, or uptake of that work, the scale of potential. So we also wanted to address a multitude of challenges. So if you look here, the challenges between the Sundarban spectrum and the Karnataka spectrum are fairly different. So any solution we, or any lessons that we learn during this process would be applicable to a much bigger canvas than, let's say, a smaller space that we would be working on, with the same level of effort, because our analysis would be same, the team is the same, at least 2/3 of investment is saved, because we are then diversifying the canvas that we begin to work on. So that was the idea, to look at the diversity of the challenges that we were looking at. The other big entry point question is also the end point ask. What is it that we really want to get out of this project? And considering what do we want to get out of this project in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years time frame, even if we discontinued after 3 years, what should we begin with so that there is some automatic channel to move forward? So deciding an end point is more important to decide an entry point for our project. So here, if you saw, for us, a thriving ecosystem biodiversity, greater, water and food security amongst people, healthy and protected lives, climate resilient livelihoods, these were our bigger objectives, which we wanted to have for, whether it is for Sundarbans or Karnataka or wherever. And what were the issues that we were looking at? Is the green circle there to say, we are talking about completely disconnected aspects as interconnectedness of wetlands. We are talking about climate resilient agriculture practices or climate resilient fisheries practices. How do you do aquaculture differently? We're talking about water quality management, which are very traditional, age-old projects that have been happening all the time. You're talking about flows in the river. The link for the two is how, the sort of we look at it from a perspective of communities, from a perspective of carbon sequestration, from a perspective of how do you make use of natural resources sustainably, how do you sort of diversify, strengthen livelihood. So, so this is to demonstrate that the entry point and the end point might be very, very different. But unless we have clarity on the end point, we should not choose the entry point. And once these two are decided, then the number of strategies that we want to do in, or want to invest in, becomes more clearer. we sorry, just to go back in this is the example from our Sundarbans project also. So, you know, by doing mangrove conservation, by doing wetland conservation, we are talking about direct enhancement of income of over 6,000 individuals. We are talking about direct resilience of about 1.5 million individuals in the Sundarbans in the 7 blocks that we have identified. We are talking about setting up of 50 plus community enterprises, each one of which is a self-contained entity like a company, where we try and identify their own sort of local activities, add value addition to it, create a market linkage, establish the chain, train them, they run, and the whole money is then routed back into maintaining the small solar infrastructure that we put in through the project. So while the capex, most of it comes from us, the opex is sort of designed as an enterprise. And incidentally, and I really want to talk about one example, and probably I have a photograph later. There is this really last island on the Sundarbans, which is pretty much into the into Bay of Bengal. It's called, the block is called Gosaba, and this village is called Rakhel Khali. It's a very small village, and it takes about 5 hours pretty much for us from the first boat to reach that place. But they have over 200 odd electric little autos, totos that are running within those multiple villages, that big island. And they use lead acid battery at the moment. And you know, they pay like 10 rupees, 12 rupees, 13 rupees, the people pay. It's sort of fairly densely populated also. And the only, you know, they have some bit of grid connectivity, and whenever the power comes, they try and recharge those batteries and run with it. So we wanted, and they have 2 auto associations, sort of travel associations. So when we went and had a conversation with them, we said we will put in the investment for the solar, we'll put 30 kilowatt, you know, we'll put in like 1 crore into that investment. We'll also buy lithium ion batteries in the beginning, but you please form a company, your union forms a company, and you create a mechanism. We were very surprised that the people turned around and said, we have to spend 10,000 rupees every year on the lead acid battery. So we are willing to put in the 10,000 into the corpus amount of the company right now. We are also willing to pay a premium of 2 to 3 rupees for using the electric vehicle. You don't put in full amount, you put in only 45 lakhs, we will put in rest of the money. You create the solar infrastructure and buy lithium ion batteries. But because every year you will be putting in that 10,000 bucks into this, the next round of lithium ion battery the company will buy. And we will pay as per use. So every time you use your recharging facility rather than a grid connection, we'll pay to that company only. And they worked out the mechanics of it, and they worked out the whole thing. And now they have 3 small solar microgrids in the process. They are developing it in the process, which would not assured power supply to recharge. So they are not waiting for grid connectivity. They are much cleaner. They are much assured, better run, longer runs that they can do. People are willing to pay a premium. Also, in addition to recharging the lithium ion batteries that are there is enough power, 30 kilowatt hour gives enough power, and they are wanting to put small hulling milling machine attached to it, which in season they can pay and use. They want to put in, other sort of honey clarification machine, which again they will pay and use. They want to put in a small rice mill there. So multiple things from the same thing. So what happens is now that solar asset is not a liability. It is something which has a full economics behind it. It's going to maintain the O&M, those people will be responsible for it. And while it is serving the primary purpose of e-vehicles and recharging those batteries, it's freeing the women of so much of hours of time from hulling and milling which they were doing manually. It's giving them secure income. It's just, and during disasters, the idea is to have one big power line connected to the shelter, that if there is a cyclone, and we've had several microgrids in Sundarbans until now, and during each cyclone, when the grid connection gets cut, the microgrids operate very well and they offer power. So it's again during peak cyclones, 3 to 4 days, 5 days in the rescue shelters, they still have light and fan and basic security. So that's the way you bring it in. And that's a because energy transition was one of our job, we did that. Now we have spoken to the community. In lieu of that, that same company, in its own terms of reference, has also listed mangrove conservation as their activity. So they've identified 22 hectares of land where they will do mangrove regeneration, they will take care of it, and they will create that entire mangrove park which they will protect as part of their job. So the time freed from hulling and milling is going for mangrove conservation now, which will come to additional use also, but it's a very big disaster sort of resilient system for them. And we calculate the carbon out of that. Right now, we are not doing carbon project for the community because we don't have the bandwidth, but we are looking for partners who will then be working with them, creating a PDD, and the community might actually be getting carbon benefits in addition from the mangrove that they're getting. And all that is happening because their time gets, freed off from hulling and milling. So this is how you sort of connect the dots and you move on. Sorry,
What's the exit period for that project?
So we have calculated exit at 3 stages. The pilot exit is at the end of year 3. We have a sort of larger policy action and a bankability and transaction end at the end of 7 years. So the other big factor that you should always look for is also how the amplifier effect. How much can the work be amplified? And there is always an opportunity for some projects that aren't applicable others, but some with minor tweaking can blindly be replicated to many places. And so that then saves the cost and the investment in design process. So when you do from an amplification perspective. So this is a very simple exercise that we did from that perspective for our Karnataka wetland catchment work, where we try and see, benefits as flood mitigation, water quality, recreation, quality of life, and this is the multi-criteria grid that I was talking about, saying that we try and look at what are all the benefits, what boxes do each of those tick, and which one is something that we should start working on. Sometimes we choose the one which has absolutely no resonance at all, because we think that there is obviously a huge problem there, and there is some roadblock, which is why we need to go and address it. But those are more subjective decisions, but it helps us make those amplification decisions. I'll come back to this, but I just wanted to also talk about this. To say this project in Sundarbans that we're specifically looking at the moment, Sundarbans is a very poor community. They have average monthly income of a maximum of about 3,000 to 5,000 rupees per household, and they grow their own self-consumption paddy, fruits and vegetables, and fish is there in the water, and that's what they eat. There isn't much enterprise or business, industry, and activity happening. There is very little of that happens. But there is a huge global interest. ADB wants to put in money, World Bank wants to put in money, Government of India wants to put in money, GCF wants to put in money, and West Bengal government and several scientists have also said that we are going to lose land in Sundarbans. We need to do what is known as a planned retreat. We need to move around 2 million people from the fringes to inland areas. And obviously, suddenly you move those people to a completely different ecosystem, they won't survive. So the idea is to create similar ecosystem inward so that we can gradually start moving them once they lose their land. I mean, this is a conversation that Maldives is having. This is a conversation that Bangladesh is having, because at the end of the day, there are some irreversible changes, and there are some changes which are bigger than us to manage, which we won't be able to address. So we have to look at options of retreating back. Now, to create a living ecosystem for about 1.5 million people, it's recreating a city or recreating a habitation. And that has to be a bankable project. That investment is not going to come from small scale private sector. It's going to come from either one of those multilateral banks or the government itself, or some really large parts of that might be directly investable for the private sector. Now, how do you make that bankable when the community has zero absorption capacity? So right now there is no scope for any economics within the ecosystem. So there's nothing happening there. So what is the, so it will all have to be only charity. Unless of course we create those microcosms of economics within, from village level to the block level to the district level, and there is a greater flow of money and there is a greater transfer of all of this and enterprise happening, is when the larger project can even begin to think about return on investment. Because at the end of the day, the payback has to come from these people that are living there. So one of our objectives is also to look at the bankability and create financial viability within the ground system of Sundarbans so that the larger thing can happen. So while we are doing it, that the people benefit from it, their livelihoods are secured, our bigger objective is knowing very well that at least 1.5 million people have to be moved. We will need to identify newer places, design similar ecosystems, create similar ecosystems, because at the end of the day, we will still need those many kilometers of mangrove forest to protect us as the coastline protection. And they are fishermen, they are aquaculture, they are doing aquaculture, they are doing farming. There is some change, we can bring in some advancement, but at the end of the day, it is still going to remain the same. Like now, we have a project with the youth in Sundarbans and out of 7 villages where they are collecting hibiscus flowers, which is available in plenty. Using it, it's used for whatever god and all of that. Then solar drying them, collecting them, and there is zero value for that hibiscus there. And they were surprised and shocked to see that hibiscus tea and hibiscus face pack and hibiscus oil sells at criminal amounts of money in urban centers in Delhi as well as abroad. And so we are trying to speak to some companies and create that market values chain so that they can pick it up from Sundarbans, and directly the younger boys and girls are extremely keen to do that. They are even willing to sell it directly through Instagram. So there is this whole new set of economy coming up, and that is what we are focusing on. So consciously be aware of multiple levels. We are aware of ground level action, but at the same time, we are also thinking that one enterprise is not going to cut it. We'll have to have 10, 50, scale it up. We'll have to have other villages follow it. We'll have to have quantum in order for us to come up with some level of bankability. So keeping West Bengal ends up having with argument with Government of India, and then they sort of stop Manrega for some time. Now they've taken out 10 of the works from the Manrega. So Manrega is highly, like, it's a hot potato for anybody to touch in West Bengal. So one of our very, very big incentives that we were working on is gone. So we have to think about alternative incentives. We have to think about adaptive management. So these are all broad guidelines to say, how do we keep the lookout at our level on these bigger things, while the field teams and your partners might be working on this specific project. Like I constantly keep looking at investments. I constantly keep looking at differential level.
Just had a quick question. Other than the bankability aspect, how easy or difficult is it to replicate wetland inwards, as you were saying that you want to do in Sundarbans?
So not very difficult if it is unbundled and made into sort of so it's very, I don't know if you, I hope I have a map of Sundarbans somewhere. So essentially, I mean, it's like several, how do you explain it? Sort of, if you were to imagine a banana, it's like that. It's sort of several of those, and each one of those has a particular agroecology, and those are all sort of chains of islands, and the fringe islands are losing land. Also not entirely because of climate change. The Himalayas, Mrs. Silt used to come in. Now all the Himalayan rivers are dammed. China, India, Nepal, wherever they've been dammed. So the silt is not coming in the load that they were getting it. So even though the sea was cutting land, there was millions of tons of silt that was coming and getting deposited. So these people were used to volatile land, contours. This year, this is your land. Next year, that's where you're doing your agriculture. That's how they lived. But now they're losing land. So and the mangroves extend across. There are several uninhabited sort of rich mangrove forests and pockets. We are only trying to ensure that there is no unplanned development from the city clearing the mangrove, Instead, it is from the fringe islands moving inwards with smaller pockets and how they develop, and thicker mangrove in the outer fringes so that there is land protection happening, and aquaculture, fish farming, climate resilient agriculture, small enterprise on whether it is oyster farming, which yields them much bigger revenue, honey processing, or fetching a premium for the same product. I mean, we are also talking about a product which is supposed to be Sundarban's clay for, like, your Japanese marine clay, which is very good for face pack, and it's going through some lab tests and other things now, so obviously. But the idea is to also create premium to some of those, because and build a constituency to say, I am interested in protecting Sundarbans, which I've never been to, but I know it's a biodiversity hotspot. People are there. It's protecting all of my east coast because of the mangroves, and so I will buy something at a premium because I'm getting a product, but that premium is actually going there to protect the market. So that's the logic. And inward movement is easier than destruction from emerging from Calcutta and complete. So that's what we are more worried at with the government, to say let's stop that, because what's otherwise happening is people are just migrant laborers. Many of them work in. Actually, incidentally, the house help in Gurgaon, in my house, happened to be from this Rakhel Khali village, which I went to, and it was a real big shocker when it's like really other end of the world. So a lot of them also are laborers, unskilled labor across the country. Many of them post-COVID have come back, and they're doing a lot of this. There is a huge social change that's happening post-COVID. The younger 14, 15, 16-year-old people are not like their mothers. In Sundarbans, girls get married off at the age of 14. Because otherwise, they fall into bad hands and whatever. And that's what they've been practicing. They marry the girls off at 14, they have children at 15. All of them lead similar life, but the 14, 15, 16-year-old girls are not interested in any of that now. But the problem is, only a few of them are able to stand up and raise that voice. Most of them are running away and falling into really bad hands. So, there is also a lot of social context change. 2 years of COVID completely changed a lot of all of that for people. But yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Just want to check if there are reason why you chose these 7 blocks in particular in Sundarban or Karnataka. Did you look at the indicators probably for that?
We did. I really have to show you the map if I want to talk about that. I hope I have. Yeah, okay, this is the map. So this is Sundarbans. This is all of Sundarbans. This is 24 Parganas, north and south, and this is all of Sundarbans. Which includes a little bit of Bangladesh Sundarbans, which we have left in weird green color, and the Indian Sundarbans. There is also tiger protected area the Bangladesh Sundarbans is in white. The light green is the biosphere reserve, Sundarban Biosphere Reserve. We had a couple of criteria. We wanted to, since we had multiple objectives, our primary objective, because we are a conservation organization, we wanted to minimize the infringement of the urban development and all of that happening to the biosphere reserve, which is so all of this is the biosphere reserve, and this is somewhere where Calcutta is. So there's a lot of development. This is all Ligna code. So there's a lot of development happening here. So our idea was, if we wanted to protect, so we wanted to really also choose some of these blocks. But for showing good economic returns, we wanted to choose a couple of blocks here. And this block we chose, it's highly vulnerable. They might actually lose land in the next 5 to 7 years. So we are not doing any large-scale investment there, but we're still doing some level of reinforcement and viability work. This part is Gosaba, which I was talking about. This particular where we're doing, the electric vehicle and all of that. But our idea was based on science, based on socio-economic parameters, and also looking at it from the end point. So we did want to work with the more affluent fish farmers in the northern Sundarbans, as well as abject poverty-ridden in the southern Sundarbans, so that we are able to showcase and look for the difference and diversity. Okay, quickly I will. Okay, sure.
How do you think climate change is now going to affect the map that you just showed us? Is it going to be like dredging inwards more through climate change because of the rising water levels, or what's going to happen?
I don't, unfortunately, I have it in my computer, but I didn't put out that map here. It's not, climate change is going to massively impact Sundarbans, hugely. I mean, this is already how it is impacting them. This was Yas when the cyclone happened. So our vulnerability assessment that we did most recently says that while the frequency of the cyclones remains the same, which is one a year, the intensity is going to increase phenomenally. So instead of a Isla once every 20 years, they might have an Amphan once every 2 years and Isla once every 5 years. So the extent of damage is going to be huge. So, and the extent of damage most often, as study shows, is not because anything that you build there is going to go in damage, because they're actually standing in the way of the cyclone without understanding what is to be done. So, you don't have early warning system, you're not able to move people away earlier, you don't have storage facilities for their rice. So they have rice stored in their house and that gets washed away. So the rest of the year they don't have rice to eat. These are the type of losses which can all actually be managed very well. Embankments can be built. There are rice mills in some of those villages which have stood every damn cyclone. Our microgrid has stood every damn cyclone. So it's not as if it can't. It's just that the people, without knowing, have plonked themselves in the wrong area, and the government doesn't have the wherewithal to move them that soon, even though now they have very good early warning systems. So, so then salt water enters their freshwater systems. They don't have drinking water at all. They can't do agriculture because the soil has become extremely saline. When one cyclone happens, sea completely comes inside, right? So they have no freshwater spots left. So then water becomes a bed. Drinking water becomes exists, through different boats and buses and whatever, some amount of water goes. And Gopi, when the peak of cyclone is happening, nothing is going on. So there is absolutely, so in a year, for about 7 to 8 days, there are no light, there are no water, like no drinking water, because everything has become saline. Nobody is able to come from there and give them something. Their food has been washed off. They cannot obviously run the chula because the ravaging winds and fire. This is how they, and those 10 days, this is how they live. 8 to 9 days, 10 days. And by the end of it, people start coming in and doing so. So that crucial period of 8 to 10 days, the places in Kumirmari where there are microgrids, so in the station only they were there, the solar microgrid was running, even though it was running at very low potential because it was way outside, but it was still running. They were running an RO unit on it, so they were getting drinking water. They could cook using a small, basic, they were eating murmura and chai, but they could still do that. They were storing stuff on top of their inverters, because the water level was higher, it was built on a higher grid and they were all flocking around that. Even that offered them a huge, sort of relief system. So simple things done technically right really helps people is what I wanted to say. This is what I was earlier talking about. Sorry, I have to do something else. So what I wanted to show was, from our project point of view, our impact is 35 kilometers of river activity rejuvenated, 800 hectares of wetland restored, nature-based solution integrated into urban policies, a network of 200 wetland mitras active people. This is our conservation project. This is what we're doing on the ground. This is how our traditional project results look like. Likewise, in Sundarbans, we're talking about ecosystem services. We are doing some dwelling, some mangrove restoration, some resilient, but actually the KPIs look very different. When you translate them into KPIs, it talks about how many million tons of carbon did you sequester. In terms of biodiversity target, we were talking about in our nature-based solution. If we are talking about bringing in oyster walls to prevent water from cutting through and desilting the place, is that hampering the biodiversity? Are we restoring the biodiversity of mangrove species, plants and animals? But those are our biodiversity targets. But right now we are looking at it as nature-based solutions integrated into protecting that ecosystem, which is essential from a disaster resilience perspective. So a nature-based solution for climate disaster resilience is a bouquet of all of these small actions that, whether it is creating an oyster wall, coming up with terracotta rings for mangrove plantation, working with community conservation areas, replacing their agriculture with more climate resilient pathways, but done in a sequential way in a portfolio is your nature-based solution, which gives you climate resilience, but also gives you climate mitigation.
The nature-based solutions are yet to be linked with agriculture thing. So how can we link agriculture with nature, climate resilient agriculture with nature-based solution?
So see, okay, so nature-based solution is for what it's worth, it's just another acronym. It's a convenient acronym that was decided to be created between nature and social development organizations so that the money doesn't get divided and you can jointly take it, honestly. So you could have nature-based solution for health, you can have nature-based solution to address climate crisis, you can have nature-based solution to address agricultural crisis, which is talking about better yield, better returns. So if we were resorting to natural pesticides, if we were resorting to use of seed varieties and planting seasons and changes in the way in which the water, the land is tilled and the seed is sown, the way in which the pests are managed are all natural and not brick and mortar and not energy based or not human intervention based, but natural solutions like you have intercropping. One crop acts as a pest preventer for the other crop. So that crop takes all the pests and your primary crop survives.
Yeah.
So those are all a portfolio of all of that will be nature-based solution for enhancing the agricultural community. The entire process of regenerative agriculture, which is to look at greater biodiversity, soil biodiversity, soil moisture, enhancing the yield, bee biodiversity. What it results in all of that and gives you a better yield and a better soil. And the activities are all mulching, basic, using only natural ingredients. It would be nature-based. So that's about it.
Organic agriculture.
Exactly, that's about it. The only difference is when you do the problem statement, if you are including the wider perspective, and instead of a standalone solution for a standalone problem, if it is a portfolio of solutions for a bigger problem, then it is qualified as a nature-based solution, as opposed to just mulching and things. So that's the distinction, honestly speaking. So working out in a gym is not nature-based solution for health, but forest building is a nature-based solution for health. The reason I wanted to show this was that even though the project is a traditional wetland conservation project, the way in which we, in the headquarters, translate all of that result from a climate resilience, from enhanced livelihoods, from regional learning, from unlocking finance and all of those perspectives, this is how we evaluate. So also you need difference in your team to be able to do this. So one can't expect the project team and the field team, which is full of, let's say, agriculture scientists, to be able to do this. This is a completely different set of expertise. That's a very different set of expertise. You just need mediators in between, which ideally could be you, who understands more things on the spectrum, and you just articulate differentially so that we are able to achieve what is targeted to be achieved. And none of this is right. So on 800 hectares of wetland conserved, from when we present to WWF board, we talk about wetland conservation. But when we present to our donor, we talk about 800 hectares of wetland equal to 5 to 10, whatever the conversion rate of sequestration of carbon, and we present better carbon. But it's to develop activities which can give you those kind of results. also examples from our project there. Sometimes we use some bit of energy as the incentive to get an entry point with the community. But while we do that, we directly talk to them about community conservation areas of mangroves, their wildlife stewardship, or some level of resilient aquaculture that they will have to do, because obviously much of it has to be done by them. This is carbon sequestration, conservation, and communities, the sort of trifecta of which is currently the biggest issue when it comes together. And so those are terracotta rings on the fringes which we have made to ensure that the water doesn't take away the mangrove sapling, it traps the silt and the sap. There is some 30% survival rate. Those mangrove rings over the last 2 seasons have increased it to 82% survival rate of saplings. And of course, and that's the community that's getting benefits in terms of, little bit of aquaculture and support, nurseries, mangrove fishery, income generation, job cards with NGNR, EGA, and then now some level of premium market connection. This is nature-based solution and energy transition together. So where we do energy transition, we also talk to them about the communities, about how can they, what are all the nature-based solutions for dealing with disasters, for their dwelling, what sort of houses are they making, is the material right? Because there is a volatility, if they continue to live in a volatile material, that survives, but maybe the location needs to be changed. We are also working on presenting different designs, different materials, creating multifunctional rescue and relief areas, which for the rest of the year act as a warehouse or a museum, but during cyclonic period doubles up as your rescue center or a relief center for the individual village, so to speak. So that's the sort of looking at both energy transition and nature-based solutions together in one particular place. I just wanted to leave some pictures to say that, how. Okay, just 2 more points and then I'll be done. So I said that earlier, one of the very, very important things, and I'm sure you do talk about exit strategy and you do talk about, we can't keep doing pilots everywhere and, we can't keep repeating the project. So one of the key aspects that you should look for in projects is obviously sustainability and scale up. And from our experience of the various projects that we have done, these are the sort of five pillars that we look for when we talk about sustainability and scale up. And I think building revenue models for continuity right from the ground zero level tops the list. Of course, several projects do talk about embedding their actions into policies so that there is a longer term sustenance, strengthening and creating community institutions so that there is an institutional viability, partnerships with, so that once you are done, you can hand it over to somebody else, partnerships and associations. And of course, in the first level, a very strong engagement. Those are the sort of 5 key aspects that we actually ask and we put in all of our proposals. So for example, we do not go and talk to the communities unless, of course, we are very sure that we have enough funding for 3 years' time. We don't even start our conversations because then management implications and credibility becomes a very, very big issue. So once we know that we have basic money for 3 years, we initiate our conversation, but we also make sure that there is a complete buy-in of the community, there is a complete buy-in of the government, and sometimes they tweak the project quite a bit that, it is there, we are informing them, but they are also informing us. Trying to, right at the design stage, identify policies where this can be plugged in, identify schemes that can be taken up, identify partners that can actually work on picking this up from future. So when we did our first, when we wanted to commission the first microgrid project, we took a mission and we took people like Schneider, Renew Power, Grundfos, I don't know, big names. They are not going to be the vendors for WWF to do the solar microgrids. But the reason we wanted to design and identify solar microgrids with them was because A, they are the bigger players, and potentially with the West Bengal government, eventually when we are talking about like 4 gigawatts of renewable energy, it's going to be, you know, the news of the world and not us doing that kind of work. So have them in place, get their sort of understanding, get them an opportunity to see how these even microgrids in these small spaces can actually offer that kind of benefit, and then come back and keep them as your evaluators for the RFPs, which, you know, various Gokul and this and that, Krishna Power and all the vendors bid for it. We asked them for the time and they worked with us and they did the evaluation. Now, not only have we achieved in getting free knowledge from them, but we've also built a constituency with them. So next, a couple of months later, when we had to talk to the government of West Bengal and MNRE, where they were talking about a 5 gigawatt renewable energy in one of the islands, solar plant in one of the islands, and then transmission, you know, creating transmission lines across the Bay of Bengal into the other islands. These energy companies were the ones who put their foot down and said, don't do a 5 gigawatt. Do 1 megawatt in each island. Do it as disaggregated microgrids and connect it to individual village and create a system which becomes part of the village panchayats, KRA to take care of the microgrid. And let it become part of the GPDP, let it become part of their system. And then suddenly it is not part of the job at all. It is now so systemic and we are only just offering a few pilots. So that's the kind of that's the sort of factors, features that I wanted to see. So you know, no such visit is a waste. Also, financing options is something that we, for this project also, we've kept in mind from the beginning to say that while we have a grant, this grant should not be just to deliver on the objectives of the grant, and the grant should actually have an inbuilt objective of raising so much of investment, whether for some of the projects or for a similar project like that somewhere else, or mainstream, you know, some commitment from the government to say that yes, they will be allocating X percentage of their budget to do similar work in rest of the 24 Parganas or in Karnataka, wherever that might be. Also do conversations with multilateral and bilaterals and talk about what is it that they are expecting from a bankability point of view. So we are already having conversations with ADB and the bank and several others to understand what does bankability in a social construct mean for a bank maker. What is it that they are looking for? What are the key points that usually fail? What are the pilots that we should do in order to test, will it fail or will it succeed, or fine tune that? So those conversations we are having right from the beginning. So when we do resilient dwelling pilot project, it would be with advice from some of these banks who have probably no interest right now, but if we were doing planned retreat, they are the ones that will have an interest in it. So the project essentially is horizontally divided into 4 parts, but also vertically divided into 4 levels. This I think I did already. I just have levels of that copy paste. I have done this. No, I didn't do this. Sorry, I did this with the Tiger team in the morning. Okay, I'm just getting confused. So this is again a very different and from a CSR point of view, sometimes just looking at parts of this is also highly viable and recommended, that you know, one doesn't have to always do specific on the ground. Sometimes looking at you know, ways or financial solutions or tech solutions to catalyze investments. You know, it could be actually creation of an AI slash, I don't know, whatever based platform, which is a clean tech startup trading platform, for instance. I'm just throwing words right out of my head. But, you know, for example, which will ensure that clean tech startups can actually access more funding directly from the investors. But you're, you know, investing in the coding and in the design of that platform itself. So, but it is the key catalytic ingredient. Unless, of course, the platform is designed and coded correctly and structured and investors dot into that and startups set into it, it's not going to function on its own, and that kind of investment is not going to flow into the space. So sometimes looking at just the catalyzing part of it rather than doing is a key part of CSR projects. And should be looking at a lot of all of those projects. The other thing is also be very aware of the fact that the incentive, shifting incentive system. So the incentives, what worked now will not work. They keep changing very often. So to be even within the time frame of the project, creating adaptability and creating fungibility so that the project can move from aligning to a particular incentive to something else. So flexibility at that level, flexibility at accountability, and of course creating more collaborative learning platforms and as much as shared outside. So and these are also our deliverables from the project. So for me to talk to all of you guys, I will account for it as a project deliverable. That's it from me. Thank you. There are several solutions. One of the key solutions for rice paddy cultivation is instead of 3 times of watering, 2 times rice water. So it's the standing water that's the cultivate, not the paddy cultivation as such. So you don't allow for water to stand for that long and do twisting of it. But what I really want to warn and highlight here is that this has become a core conversation in the carbon DRR carbon standards and carbon project perspective. A lot of people are talking about creating carbon projects out of rice paddy cultivation where if they cultivate it by using 2 tranches of water rather than 3, they will get so much carbon benefit and they can trade and benefit. Which I personally, but also the commission's assessment to see how far it can go, which we see as a huge risk in falsely promoting uptake of rice cultivation when there isn't so much. So already, the rice cultivation percentage in agriculture from in India is highly skewed because all of Punjab and Haryana pretty much cultivate rice only because they get MSP and they don't really care about it. And of course, and they cultivate mostly Parmal and not so much Basmati because they are feeding it to the government PDS and it is required for PDS and usually, and I'm not saying that we don't need that kind of rice for PDS, but that is affecting a lot of the food diversity and the food security and human health and our extreme dependence on rice. There are multitude of problems already. On top of all of that, this carbon as an incentive is a highly scary proposition which might end up in promoting a lot more rice paddy than should. So as India, as the country, we have been, our position in international negotiation has been always to say that we do agree that there are emissions coming, and we do agree that our cattle emits and our paddy emits and the gross emission might be higher, but it is still much lesser than transportation emissions, it is still much lesser than, mining emissions or and rice is still categorized as highly energy intense industry because of the rice culling, milling and all of that. So there are yes. So while the current cultivation should ideally go from 3 to 2 watering because obviously we will save on water, carbon, everything, and I have nothing against it. But typically when you attach money to it, then instead of actually focusing on converting all of this, people might just end up taking a lot more of, like monoculture of trees. That's not forest. That's not going to give you the benefit that a forest will give. So those are all the risks that one will have to keep in mind. as a country, we don't, you don't have to really, I think our cattle emissions are not as concentrated and as, let's say, as high as in these large cattle farms in Australia and US and others. The number of cattle that we have is very high. The emission in India, they say, is high because the milk produced is very few liters. So, you know, a cow will produce like 10, 11 liters, the max 5 liters, 7 liters. So it's calculated per liter of milk produced, and which is why our emissions seem considerably higher. But yeah, from an efficiency point of view, working on better feed, NDDP is working on fodder that is, you know, that will enable lesser emission. We are talking about agriculture practices that can reduce emission. Pesticides and fungicides and your fertilizers actually contribute to much lesser emission. Having nitrogen fixation plants, you know, along with anything that you grow is a very, very big fixer of greenhouse gas. Nitrogen is 6 times more potent than carbon dioxide is. There are several solutions one could look at from a I have a meeting at 4, yes, sorry, I have
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And we'll continue this
I
discussion.
can come back at 4:30
Yeah.
if you want to do panel, I'll answer questions.
Yes.
Sorry, I really do have this meeting at 4.
Please continue, we'll get back to
I'm in the next room.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, we have panel discussion starting at around 4:40. Before 3:30, we have an exercise at least planned. We'll just take you through the exercise and what you are expected from and for tomorrow. Yes. So, now you're clear about the risk assessment part. We started from diagnostifying disasters, breaking it into other capacity, exposure, and then calculating how the hazard turns into a disaster, and then quantifying how much losses it triggers. And now we are discussing how to reduce losses by taking positive actions, what we call as DRR. So it can be multiple actions, maybe systemic actions, capacity building actions, structural points, or non-structural points. So all these actions will be constituting the DRR. So the exercise for tomorrow is, and it's quite a lengthy one, which will require your expertise and understanding of all the sessions. Each group will discuss and identify one project, an actual proposal or project within your group, amongst yourselves. Identify that project based on our themes: education, agriculture, health, and livelihoods. And then do the risk assessment of each project. What is the risk? So go for multi-hazard. What are the probable hazards in the region? Go for multi-hazard risk assessment. Try to quantify the risk. Don't worry about how wrong it will go, because 8 or 7 or 8 people you will be discussing with. So you'll come up with a logical answer to the question. It won't be too abrupt as one person thinking. So build a consensus. What would be the risk and quantify it. Then prioritize the risk based on which hazard you want to address based on the risk assessment. Suggest disaster risk reduction intervention that can be done suitable to the context of this the project. Suggest local level disaster risk governance mechanism. So the Gram Panchayat level institutions or district level institution schemes, what can those schemes help into developing that DRR intervention. List of stakeholders and their capacities. Discuss the plan for integrating DRR. So now you can plan its timelines. What can be done in terms of timeline within a year or 2 years? What is expected to be done? Maybe capacity building and step-by-step actions for implementation. What are the challenges in research and where? That's the exercise. And it will be a presentation. Every group will get at least 15 minutes to present properly, one by one, slide by slide, and then we can discuss. We'll have inputs from our team also, and we'll get some inputs from experts also. So what what we expect is by T or by 4:30 you discuss and send the proposal, which we'll be discussing on your case, that you will be deciding and finalizing, so that we can share it with our team also and take their inputs what we are interventions. It will be a PPT form. This is the template. Your own exact sentence. Livelihood. So what exactly the case would be, go for based on the context. New proposal, real proposal. Actually, tomorrow is the case which you will be undertaking. So actual case from one of your clients. Yes, from many. Clear? Am I clear?
One topic.
One group, one topic only.
We had agriculture.
You present as a group. No, you already we have shortlisted. But the project should be actual. Clear? Okay, tea is served outside. We can discuss on tea. Sir. Team leader has to send it back. Yeah, Jude. Which is your project? Nearly all the place. We are going to South.
Meeting got cancelled. So apparently,
Oh, that got cancelled.
yeah. So my I had a meeting with the Qatar National Bank Assembly. Apparently, everybody has waited and they are on the street.
अरे थोड़ा सा ना मिस्टेक है मैं नाम व्हाट्सएप करता हूँ ये अपनी एक हाँ पैनल डिस्कशन है ठीक है मैं व्हाट्सएप करता हूँ तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि मसीहा उनको बोला जा रहा है
We won't have to have it उनका जो एक टेक्नोलॉजी वाला सेशन है इनके हाथ में एडहॉक वाला पावर नहीं है जो सब किसी के हाथ में एडहॉक वाला पावर किसी के नहीं हाथ में वो अप्रूवल लेगा सिस्टमेटिकली देगा वही तो वो बहुत अच्छे से करेंगे
This way. Build resilience.
उनका काम तो हो गया और इसका ग्रुप डन
नहीं वो कंटिन्यू करेंगे पैनल डिस्कशन के बाद 3 बजे तक है ना
आज 6 है क्या
क्योंकि अभी सुबह तो एक ही ग्रुप का हुआ था ना बाकी 3 क्या है
हाँ खुशू बट नहीं वो तो इस मंथ में पे होगा टिल दिसंबर अगर हम करते ऑफ कोर्स हाँ 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 अच्छा Swati 25 is Swati because Arvind's we are not processed. हाँ उसका तो no December salary is not processed no because उसका full and final payment ठीक हाँ नहीं उड़ीसा के पूछ रहे हैं तो वो अमाउंट हाँ ठीक 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 ओके अच्छा हाँ हाँ ठीक है ठीक ठीक है ओके ठीक ओके चलो हाँ हाँ अभी हाँ मैं उससे वो संध्या है उससे बात कर लूँ बाला सर की नहीं वो गए एक बाहर गए हैं थोड़ा सा बिजी है 5:30 के बाद 5:30 अच्छा रुक जाओ मेरा ना अभी एक सेशन है मैं तुम्हें बाद में घूम कर अब मेरा थैंक यू क्या हुआ
हमने 2 माइक रखे टेबल पे
नीचे ना हाँ। लेकिन थोड़ा ऐसे घिसका दो
हाँ सकता है
मतलब वो बीचों बीच हो जाए
ये ऑन होता है
इसको कहाँ डाले
पर वो फिर जगह नहीं रहेगी मैडम एक्चुअली वो मूवमेंट के लिए जगह चाहिए पोडियम पर जाने के लिए
नहीं तो वहीं पे गोल वहीं पे पूछेंगे वहीं पे बैठा के पूछेंगे उठाएंगे क्यों नहीं इसको क्या करो इसे बीच से
नहीं नहीं आपका कहाँ हुआ?
सब्जी कम हुआ तो चलो एक दो आलू छुट्टे डाल दो तो सब्जी हो गया।
सर सुबह का ड्राइवर जी निकाल रहे हैं आगे से। अच्छा you were thinking कि वो कोने में बैठे
नहीं मेरी नहीं है ये माइक इधर ही है।
ना बैठे रहो।
थोड़ा और ले लीजिए।
इसको क्लास ट्रेनिंग कैंसिल हो गई।
कैंसिल हो गया।
ओ अच्छा ठीक है चाय पी लो फिर बोलेंगे चाय पी लो। कल समोसा वाला नहीं कर रहे थे लोग मुझे
एक्चुअली समोसा कचौड़ी
और वो गायब हो गया।
लोग दुकान में ही मिलेगा।
हाँ
कचौड़ी बहुत याद करते थे।
कल सुबह कचौड़ी उसको सामने
शाम का तो है
ये
लंच में नहीं। अच्छा ठीक है वो तो वहाँ डाइनिंग पर
एक बंदा
नहीं
कर रहे हैं
livelihood for Tata Motors Sanand plant initiative on integrated business.
प्रेजेंट
एक्चुअली ट्रांसफर साइट भी है वहाँ पे। वो जो सानंद के पास ट्रांसफर साइट है।
You are dividing into two. You got one guy from Tata Coffee Co. And then you have this. Like offices of like that. Maybe some. Here in initiative, you are doing some initiative you are done. Our Vigaga statement is in this way.
No, that's
also suggested that some senior participant can also be part of
हाँ
it.
वो हम इससे देखते हैं like this पल्लवी बरुआ है
हाँ
टाटा कम्युनिकेशन जो भाई का
एक दो
अभी तुरंत नहीं वन वीक क्रिएट हुआ ऑनलाइन उसको उनको पूछ के because they've already started some initiatives on that Tata Motors भी है थोड़ा buy-in भी हाँ कि
नहीं मैं पैनल डिस्कशन की भी बात कर रहा हूँ
इन फ्रेमवर्क में
अभी अभी जो पैनल डिस्कशन होगा ना उसमें
ओ अच्छा नहीं किसको बोला नहीं we had discussed
श्रीरंग ने बोला था
but इनके यहीं से पूछेंगे
कोई सीनियर है उनको भी
अभी हाँ
I mean he suggested
उससे मैं बोला था बट अभी किसी को बोला नहीं था
वो भी है
नहीं उन्होंने बोला था ये फ्रेमवर्क को हम अपने में ही
फ्रेमवर्क का हाँ वो तो दैट आई वो तो निकाल देंगे उसकी एजेंडा में
स्क्रीनशॉट्स स्लाइड्स के
वो ये प्रेजेंट इनको व्हाट्सएप कर सकते हैं आप ग्रुप में सिर्फ यही स्लाइड
दिस वन
ओनली दैट स्लाइड
तो इसको तो ऑन भी करना पड़ेगा उसको तो लगा लिया ऑन नहीं सुबह इसको जरा ऑन कर मैं तो लगा तो नहीं भूल गई ऑन करना
Okay, good evening everyone. सब आ गए कोई बात नहीं Okay, fine. Moving on to our next session, which is a panel discussion. So I would be inviting the speakers for the panel discussion. Before that, I would request all of you to kindly note down your question, or if you have any question, please keep in your mind, because this is going to be a question, answer, and interactive session. So whatever question you have till today, I mean in the last 2 days, whatever have you learned and what challenges you are facing, you can ask to these speakers. So first of all, I would like to invite Dave sir to our panelist as a panelist for panel discussion session. Thank you. Next, Vidya Sondrajan ma'am Vidya ma'am, please for panel discussion. Thank you, ma'am. Next is Dr. Saurabh Dalla from WHO. Thank you, sir. Our consultant Rakesh Jani, sir, please. And the final panelist, Ms. Ipsita Dasman. Once again, clap for these all panelists. I would like to, and you can take over this. Yeah.
So, thank you, Piyush. I will be the moderator for this panel, so I'm not a panelist here. But what from TSG that we've tried to do and why we have done this panel discussion is it's like a child chacha. And we've been having the child to be visualized. But from Tata Sustainability Group, what we are trying for the first time is to include as a part of our development program the disaster risk reduction agenda. So just let me give you a brief about the work that we do at Tata Sustainability Group. So it's like an advisory to the Tata Group of companies, and we have two verticals: community services and environment services. So as a part of the community services vertical, we do work on the disaster response, which is primarily has been the relief and the rehabilitation part of it. And we've been doing disaster response since partition days, and with the formation of Tata Sustainability Group in 2015, we have been doing, we've done about 15 responses across the country and one in Nepal. So this will be our business acumen through, going to be business as usual. However, with the pandemic and the complexities in development, we are now reaching out to the CSRs, who are key stakeholders for us, to include within development the agenda of disaster risk reduction. So it could be tweaking, retrofitting, or a redesigning of the projects that is expected from CSRs, and TSD will continue to be advisory for them. So I'm very happy that we have a multi-sectoral representation in the panel. As a part of the CSR work that Tata does, about 1,500 crores annually that we spend. Primarily the spend is on the health sector, which is about 567 crores. Then second comes in the education programs, and then the livelihood. So these are the core sectors that we have, that most of the companies are implementing their programs. So we looked at from day one understanding disasters with them. So when we were designing this workshop, people thought we want disaster management experts from CSR. So that was a very common question which came up. So what we do that we are not looking at creating experts in it. If you get experts, nothing like it. But what we are trying to bring it is to mainstream across the program. It might need an expert, which can be for a shorter duration, but what primarily they need to understand is how they convince the programs to be disaster resilient, that the development programs don't cause this, and all the outcomes that we have as part of our development work are not eroded because of the disasters. That is our primary aim. So with this, how we are going to do, I'm going to ask the panelists questions. We'll also take questions from the
main participants who are our key stakeholders. And so we are looking at about an hour or so for this workshop. So the objective of why we are doing it is done. But this panel discussion will bring, we want to focus on how we want to do it. With this, with your permission, I would like to ask my first question to Dr. Dave. And we start with children who are the most vulnerable, whose voices are unheard of, and we do not think about them so much in a humanitarian or a disaster risk reduction context. So we've heard about the plans, the school development plans, and all that has been done in the policy and advocacy part of the work. So when we come down to the implementation, so if you would like to share some experiences, how this policy was translated into action, and also the engagement with the stakeholders on the comprehensive school safety.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting as a panelist. Was really good to see and learn initiative seriously around the DRR and readiness, which is the need of the hour. All development program needs it, and the government and also the corporate. And as you said, 1,500 crore per year is a huge resource. And if it is channeled properly on identified priorities, certainly it will make difference. And in that, as UNICEF, we were focusing on children. We worked on a couple of knowledge management products and capacity building of teachers, education institution officials, headmasters, SMCs, all stakeholders within education system. For the last couple of years, GIDM was the leading organization to steer that process in the education department. There was an MOU signed with Samagya Shiksha and GIDM to systematically roll out the entire policy framework in Gujarat. I'm sharing example from Gujarat. So that becomes the mandate for each of the institutions to deliver those. And within that, there were clear outlined indicators. One is all schools should have school disaster management training, which is not there. So that becomes a first thing to do. Secondly, all schools should have a trained teacher, designated teacher for disaster management. That becomes the second indicator. That third is all schools should prepare school disaster management plan. And fourth, it should be regularly reviewed and implemented. For which there will not be dedicated resources, but they have to locally identify the risk, mobilize the resources, whatever possible from government will be certainly be there, but they can also do from other, which include CSR and Panchayat. So that's a clear priority which was set for school children. And this is coming out from the policies which I said in the morning, from Supreme Court to NDMA to the entire policies for children which has been outlined. So that becomes the rollout part, how part of it, how this process has been initiated, and there is a teachers training module which has been developed and also it is posted on the EIDM website. And teacher can access that link, they can do the training at their pace, and they can, after a successful completion of the training, they get certified. So that's another aspect of capacity building to roll out the entire agenda of disaster risk management. That covers the all aspects in terms of how to plan it, how to assess the risk, how to manage, etc. So itself gives a kind of a insight about the program. The practical part of it, how what we did for the risk management, I would like to share one example. COVID pandemic was the biggest kind of a health risk, public health risk, and it was unprecedented. People were not knowing about it, how to manage, what to do. So UNICEF and Education Department together decided when all the schools were closed, lockdown, how to reach, how to inform, how to educate, how to prepare school for school reopening. That was the bigger agenda, and government was not sure when to open, how to assess the risk. In that context, we developed a e-module for school teachers, elaborated all aspects of COVID in terms of what are the risks, what are the do's and don'ts, and both again the structural and non-structural part, both were there with a focus on behavior change. So that was done and then agreed, and all teachers were underwent the training online. And we developed that application, mobile application, which is called SSG. The entire application is available in the system. All teachers have access, they have done it, and all teachers 2.5 lakh teachers were trained in the entire process. They have 39 indicators for developing the school plan, and they have collected data and also developed the plan. And with that information, the gaps were identified to understand where is the gap. So now, once we come to behavior part, we know that hand washing is a critical area where school has to be ready. All children should be able to wash hands adequately. They should have access to soap and water and sanitation facilities. Similarly, use of masks, it should be done and monitored as well. And social distancing part. These were the three elements which were part of the module and activity-based learning also. So then even the hand washing facility also need to be foot operated. Earlier there was traditional, not very limited facility. You need to have adequate number of hand washing facilities. So child and hand washing facility ratio 1:10. Distance between the hand washing facility, adequacy of water supply sanitation. All these elements were observed, monitored, and guidelines were covered for developing COVID compliant hand washing system, foot operated and touch free. That means you need not come in contact. So these guidelines were also developed for the how to construct a COVID compliant hand washing system, and then they were demonstrated. So with UNICEF support, teachers were trained, and then around I think 3,000 facilities were created, foot operated, touch free hand washing systems in schools, anganwadis and health centers. So there are all these places where people come, they observe those protocols. So this was the compliance done in collaboration with the school system, and it really worked in terms of readiness and preparedness. Then we developed a protocol how to, when we reopen, what all needs to be done. So that part was also rolled out by state government, and then the schools were reopened finally in February last year. And the experience and feedback was very good, and this exactly gave a lot of learning how to use digital platform, how to reach out hundreds and thousands of people informally online and get the knowledge transfer to skill building. That was the experience.
I'll come back to you. There's two more questions. So my next question to Dr. Saurabh Dalal is on the health sector. So for us at Tata Group, we do a multi-pronged approach, different interventions on health, infrastructure, wash interventions, interventions on tree plantations and linking with health, livelihood, etc. So the gamut is quite vast, but the funds are there. So how, from your point of view, if you could give us examples, share your experiences on certain projects which have impacted or brought in this transformative action on DRR.
Thank you. I would like to continue where Sam just said in terms of capacity building. While we do capacity building, we don't really analyze things that are good. So, like for example, children are up to certain age group, they pursue certain things in very playful environment. As soon as they reach a adolescent age group, the penetration of information and their attention span greatly reduces up to 7 to 8 seconds. It's very, very difficult to pass on any sort of information you might have seen at your home when you are kids. It's very, very difficult to penetrate any of the information to them. Similarly, even for health sector and for adult learning, as I mentioned, there are so many newer nuances that we really need to, if we need to invest, we need to invest in the area of understanding the capacity building initiatives there. Having said that, the pandemic has changed this a lot in terms of, for example, we don't need to teach everything and we don't need to make a mistake to learn a process. For example, in the area of disaster risk reduction, if there are some global best practices, adopting them to our context and setting a benchmark to that really makes a sense. For example, in zones of zone 5 and zone 4 of earthquake, there is no need to, like you can directly adopt a component of capacity building from the schools of Japan. A 5-year-old child and above that knows how to drop cover and hold on. As soon as he reaches the age of 5, that much amount of sensitization and training. So that becomes a part of their culture from age 5. Still what we are interviewing standard 8 level and above, we are still in. But creating this behavioral change within a very, very early age group, we also implement during the time of pandemic. We also banked upon the capacity of adolescents and utilize their social media skills for identifying fake news and media. So there was a group of infodemic warriors, and there were 80,000 youth who were not going to the college, and we used them because they were the ones who were being incentivized by certain points. As many they identified, and so as an organization, we had to invest less in hiring media agencies or working with networks like Twitter and Facebook on identifying fake news. So investment in such areas also brings a very, very long-term change. What helped us in that way? What was the return on investment? Penetrating to this group of 80,000 volunteers, we can require any more. They themselves adopted the practice, and they also percolated it to their family members and community. So compliance for vaccination, wearing of masks in this area were very, very efficient. Similarly, we developed certain tools and best practices in terms of gathering data is one of the very, very big challenges. And to quantify certain problems, like for example, how much is the perception of COVID risk within healthcare workers themselves? Healthcare workers will not respond to the surveys that you create online on Google Form. They need to, if you want to do a COVID risk assessment in DRR, we had data like 10,000. And we developed certain technologies that everyone is very, very addicted to what feel like WhatsApp. We created WhatsApp-based chatbots. They worked so well. 10,000 data was gathered in 3.5 years. And that too, they cannot escape the survey. They have to complete it, and it took less than 16 questions survey. Because as they clicked on link, their information, their geolocation, everything, this data and the segregation age-wise, we got it directly from their own DNS as well. So there are around 7 such data. We can just once they click the link, we get 7 data. There are so many smart solutions, and there was a privacy disclosure and everything. And at the end, we had a message which also empowered them what others are thinking. There was an analytical software at the end. Investing in such side of resources has really empowered the pandemic response. Another important factor coming to the health sector, what we have seen that works really well. The old traditional system of PHC, CHC, which was considered as a redundant system within India, came out as a backbone. People have started visiting PHC, CHCs and are demanding better services at the sub-centers and PHC, CHC. So the states with those, like in Gujarat, they had so many good PHC, CHCs and sub-health centers already functional. They capitalized on the data coverage, moving to from physical entry to the digital entry of disease surveillance. Everything, it came out as an opportunity, and we leveraged. There is an international, there is the largest data platform in the world. It is called the Integrated Information Health Portal, IHIP. This has around 29 billion data sets and 63 data layers. It is the highest and the most technical health data system within the country, which we are hosting at WHO as well as the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And all the data systems of the country, malaria, leprosy to polio to non-communicable disease, climate change and disasters are now bound to shift on this data set. It is going to be like, you are going to see 3 times 5. But now what we need is data entry at the level of ASHA and Anganwadi workers. So how through this activity is what you can, several states are doing it. Incentivize and empower them by providing them tablets and smartphones and other things. Secondly, what we have done in this recent times is not overburdening them, but incentivizing them, because I am a very strong advocate and believer for data entry should not be free. People who sit at the topmost level, even in all the organizations, they are very good data analyzers and data managers at the top. But it is the responsibility of a very small grassroots level person to enter that data which is lengthy. That should be incentivized within the country, and that is also being done as far as disaster data systems are developing in the country. So strengthening the public healthcare system. As such, systems in India, the essential problem is they don't talk with each other. For example, in a city, the mosquito and vector-borne breeding control program, they don't interact with hospitals. Similarly, in several states, the healthcare sector and private sector doesn't interact with them. They don't even feel bound to be reporting to the health authorities and district health authorities. So this gap, if we are able to bridge by developing standards, even within the government there are certain loopholes. For example, armed forces, as a big channel of hospital, they don't report to the government. So, and they reach so many, like around 30% of the healthcare population in India. They don't report. So bringing and integrating all already existing public health systems as well as the private health system is going to be, and bringing service delivery closer to home. That is a very big initiative, and everyone needs to now invest and support that initiative. That is AVA. You might have heard of it, right? This is going to be the next revolution in digital data and healthcare, because be it a educated person, be it a rural person, you cannot lie in your medical history, and your all the treatments and pre-existing conditions will be at a click of button. Everything will be linked with the Aadhaar card, and this is going to be lifesaver. People who are already being enrolled into the PMJ program and others will get 100% free trauma care services for all the citizens of India. So penetrating and making this sort of initiative more popular within the community is a need of our end. As we have capitalized upon the digital wave that India has capitalized upon, COVID, for example, a platform is now being translated into a vaccination platform, and that is being used for all other vaccine preventable diseases in India. COVID developed by India is now replicated in 56 countries, and even the IHIP is sooner or later going to be the backbone of the WHO headquarters data surveillance and mechanism. So India is going to ride on that wave. The more data we have, more better we will be able to perform, and even people need to understand that this digital data and this system are going to be really helpful to each other.
Thank you. A lot of good insights and then also it gives a much scope for CSRs when they implement these programs to align with already what has been created rather than reinventing the wheel, and also feed into the national programs for making a difference. My next question, Vidya. So we had very interesting project down from Sundarbans, and we've heard about Sundarbans a lot in one of the fertile lands, but it is the most marginalized and the most backward communities. They stay there. It's not only that they are affected by climate change, but also child marriage, gender discrimination. These are also a lot of problems which arise because of the poverty and food security issues. So right now, what companies are also doing, and we also have targets for net zero by 2045 for us as a company. So how these calculations from these community projects, do you do these calculations, and do you also give it to the funders that what are the carbon offsets and how do you calculate? I think for Alok, who do look at these numbers, that would be quite helpful.
This is so we do calculate the carbon benefit for sure. Not the very least because we want to convert that into a commercial project, but primarily because we want to underpin mitigation as one of the big objectives. And because we are not for-profit entity, so we don't engage in carbon trading as such, but do support the government. So our first ask usually is the state government to say that would you like to account for this as one of your state level, you obviously also have target, government of India has a target globally. Is that something that you're looking for? But when we are working on community areas, community land, community forest, or panchayat land, at that point in time, this does offer a very, very good, robust mechanism for additional income. But what it also does is because this whole thing is audited and reviewed every 2 years, there is a thorough quality control for the next 21 years. And it will have to through the time of the PDP, that it will be maintained in the same way or enhanced, so to speak. And the community will continue to get. So usually it's 20, 40. It's like 20, 40, 40, where the entity that's buying offset credits, usually European oil or that kind of big entities, and the intermediary which is doing the carbon project development, audit and all of that, and trying to sort of to the community depending on whatever the comes up. Now that Terra has multiple sort of agro-forestry and agriculture and other spheres, so the type and the plethora of number of projects have increased certainly. So there are many small sort of organizations, consulting businesses which are doing a very good job of that. So it's just because it's anyway UN accredited, at the end of the day we have to be recently an accredited agency. It's like CA auditing process and have to be signed off by them. So sort of also we do consider that. It is a very big incentive. We do want to keep that. But we also want to keep planning the risk in the process. So as I said during the conversation, sometimes it's easier to just plant one particular type of tree, which is good, which has its own benefits of carbon sequestration. But when by planting multiple trees we can get much better longer term benefits and returns, why not do create sort of interactive ecosystems? So I don't know if that answers.
Yeah. So the Miyawaki, the tree planting organizations do tree plantation drive, but some people do it very focus on the Miyawaki.
See, one of the, I'm not against Miyawaki as a it's very good, very, very good. Though a lot of scientists are against Miyawaki as a concept. Also scientists have a problem, we keep objecting it. But what I would say is when we do plantation, what is very, very important to understand is what's the current groundwater profile, what's the surface water profile. And sometimes, and and the types of species that you're planting, will it, so I'll just share a very, very big study in Western Ghats, Satyamandala and other places in the Nilgiri forest patches. We've been conducting a study for about 4 years now. It's dominated by shola that have been overtaken. It's also going through its own climate change impacts where there are overall quantum of rain is less, but the heavy intensity rainfall days are higher. So while shola patches are able to retain the water surface runoff much better and retain more water in the soil, the waters are not able to do that. The root structure is such that there is heavy flow of water. Not only are they flowing, they're also taking away a lot of nitrogen that's been fixed over decades in that soil by shola into the rivers. So while causing a massive eutrophication of lakes and others, it also releasing all of the nitrous oxide, which is essentially contributing to the greenhouse. So until now, Forest Department was looking at it as an alien invasive species. But now that alien invasive species is further compounding the impact of climate. So one will have to look at all of these perspectives. So which is why taking in diverse perspectives is really
Just a small anecdote.
Yeah, sure.
I always educated, especially in the northeastern states, that watering 5 to 6 pots in your balcony is not increasing the carbon cover, and that is not reducing the carbon footprint. So, because people are now more and more towards that. We need to understand that whatever investment you do, we need to do it right with the people who are really making it.
And Miyawaki is also about the contribution. It's about the way in which in various circles the trees are planted, and the fact that you don't touch it after a point. You allow it to regenerate on its own. It's a natural forest formation. So there are various levels, ground level, shrubs, grass, shrub, and but we don't allow that to do an in-between of the two. Urban biodiversity is another very, very good thing. It really works. But identifying species that were endemic to that. Now, for example, in Delhi, there are a lot of kadam trees and jamun trees planted. Probably 80, 90, 100 years ago, pre-British, they were all planted. Now, or even before. And kadam is supposed to be the local sort of species. It's indicated in all the Krishna tales and everything. The point is the Yamuna River has moved 100 odd kilometers westward now from where it was flowing earlier. The floodplain has changed. So the species that were working very well hundreds of years, 100 years ago in one particular spot does not necessarily work well. It might be acacia or it might be some other plant that is working well. So getting an understanding of what are the soil conditions, how many months of dry condition is there, and any forestry expert can give a listing. And a combination and interplay of such species, creating smaller urban parks with all of that is very good. Again, as you said, using a motor, pumping water, spending tons of electricity, and then watering and then saying, it's not necessarily draining. It's like recharging your electric vehicle's battery by thermal power, which cuts down petrol and diesel emissions, but there is still coal emission that we have to account for. So, but it's not necessarily always a good way to say all of this to everybody on the street, because then लोग हैं कि सांस लेना छोड़ देते हैं, that kind of extreme reaction, and the innovation stops. Yeah, so we'll keep it to just closed door conversations.
So thank you, Vidya. That is we've been hearing and listening to you about disaster risks. I think the group is now well aware of hazards and exposure, etc. So they've had a good exposure to it. But with your own international experience and working with GID, so these are like the contrast stakeholders that you work with, and also the grassroots level experience that you had. So, what are the challenges that you see for the CSRs when they, prepare these projects with industrial reduction, and that is completely not
not taken by the board, but still there is a lot of scope. So how can they do it with your experiences?
Everyone has their own experience, and it's a good question actually. So when we go to the community, we go to the community about that we know everything, and you don't know anything, isn't it? We know everything. We have come with this particular proposal for you, which will uplift your life, which will change your life, will increase your lifestyle, dignity, livelihood, wealth, everything. But we don't hear them, all right? Because we are going there, and participation of the community is very, very important. The wisdom that they bring, from that geographical area is very important. And even during COVID, I think community has proved that they are possibly more wiser than the government. And in Gujarat, when there was this COVID hit, many communities, they themselves started the COVID isolation centers, even without government telling them. Even without government telling them that you do this, but many communities, they started the COVID isolation centers. They identified who is more vulnerable. If there are any symptoms of even the COVID infections, they educated that family, brought the person to the COVID isolation center. So they used those structures. The school buildings were closed, the schools were closed. So they used that. They mobilized their own resources. They put on their own volunteers to monitor. Even the community, the migrants were walking on the highways, right? Sometimes they stayed in those villages, and community came together, helped them with the food, water, and everything. Even those migrants who were willing to go back to their places, the community said that please don't go, we will take care of you. So community themselves, they took care of everyone. So I think when we go and design any project, let's go with an open mind and discuss with the community that what are your problems. So if you go and sit with the community, one of the most abusing word that we have been hearing since the independence is poverty alleviation, without understanding what is poverty, right? When we say poverty is about wealth, about money, about car, about nice shoes, trousers, good food, house, everything, right? But when you go and sit with the community and ask, what are your problems? And you list down the problems, they'll normally come up with very basic problems. The problem is about swachhata, for example, right? About alcohol abuse, isn't it? About the dropout, about child marriage, child labor. No, these are very simple problems that each and every community face. So if you list down all the problems in the community, right, there are 80% of the problems that community themselves can solve with sitting among themselves. Because these are all small behavioral change issues that community can solve themselves. Swachhata community can solve themselves. No TCS, TSD, IIM, IIT or IS officers can go and help them to clean their village, go and help them to remove the discrimination, go and help them to make a differentiation between the boy and girl, child labor, child marriage, alcohol abuse, then chemical-free agriculture practices. What basically they need more help in terms of the infrastructure, school, then your water infrastructure, power infrastructure, any other public infrastructure. So these are the big ticketing items. That's where the community needs more help. But in terms of the social part of it, I think community is more wiser than us. What we need is, as ma'am said, that we need to be very catalytic in our approach. How do we help the community in order to come up with their own solutions? In one of the village, what happened was the government is investing a lot of things. So community, they came up with that, okay, now government is putting a lot of money in infrastructure. But you know how much money is being invested, right? And how much money is being siphoned. So if, for example, in a particular area, how many tons of cement is going for that road, how many tons of steel is going to that particular place. So community came up with an idea that let's have an infrastructure committee in our village. The role of this infrastructure committee is to get the bills of quantity of that particular project and then monitor that whether whatever the contract was awarded, the contractor is actually putting those, using that bills of quantity, same quantity of the raw materials, they are using it or not using it. So that is also helping in terms of community to monitor that whether the quality and actual items listed in the bills of quantity are being used or not. So sometimes that's a big corruption, big ticket corruption items, and that's where corruption happens. So my only experience that I have is, I think let's go with our open mind. Let's be humble when we go to the community, because they have more wisdom than us. Because we are an outsider, they are insider. We know their problems, and they also have their solutions. What we need is, we just need to play a facilitator's role, so that we help them to resolve the problems. And most of the problems the community can themselves resolve. What we need is a little bit of support. So that's my little experience that I have.
So, thank you. Any question? Yes. Okay. So the one, three. So
I got three if I'm allowed to ask.
so we'll go around the board so that everybody gets it.
Sure.
Yeah. So what I would request, if you can make it short, so and to whom it is directed, and
This one question, specifically on the viewpoint coming up, especially might be stakeholder, corporate, as well as one element is about CSR, another element is we are all talking about net
Zero, and therefore the NBS has become very prominent. Do you see any merit in linking this together? Because currently still we are working on CSR. I have CSR on one hand and I have the NBS on the other hand. Why I'm asking you this, because in Padhar Padra, Chovis Pargana, I also worked in 2015, 16 and 17, and that was a CSR program to sustain the water problem, try to help in our own capacity in that region for 3 years. Now being a CSR, we have limited resources and funding, we exited after 3 years. Now when the group has announced 2045 net zero target, I'm also linking that, can we not, if I want to achieve that carbon sequestration program, again Sundarban is a good bet and the kind of example we share. If I knew that thing now and I correlate 2015 CSR plus this carbon sequestration target, probably this could have given a much more value to me. What's your view on that entire net zero ESG, whether this will drive an entire CSR social link agenda for the country?
Okay. So net zero is going to be here, and personally I don't endorse net zero at all. I think net zero is ki sare paap karo aur ganga naha ke aa jao. So it doesn't really tell you whether you have actually done things correctly or not. So net zero is tallying your good and the bad, right? So it still allows you for a certain amount of emission. It still allows you for offsetting. So fundamentally, as a climate scientist, as a person who's been working to fight climate change, I think that's wrong. It won't take us. It will take us longer to achieve than if we were to say we all need to be carbon positive by the end of 3 years, which means, or by the end of 30 years, which means that, anyway, that said and aside, I think that we have what we have. And net zero is a good mutual step to say that it allows for development, it allows for emissions until, peaking of emissions for some countries. It allows for bringing about the transition, which in practical scenarios, it's not an overnight job. So it is going to take longer. So it is going to remain. My thing is that we will have to look at net zero in very, very 3 different clear lenses. One is about internally transforming your own system as in an organization to becoming net zero. So even if we were to, let's say, for example, Tata Steel, when I say internally transform, it's about the organization structure, it's about the people, how all becomes net, the operational system becomes net zero. There is the bigger target-induced, compliance-induced emission reduction that has to happen in the steel production. Look at it from a production perspective, for which a lot of investment will have to happen. You know, that's like the bigger bulk of it. And then there is this whole positive bit of work, which let's assume the foundation does, Steel Foundation, Tata Steel Foundation, to ensure that there is a cascading of this net zero target across all of the work that it does. That, you know, whether it is project somewhere, all of them are looking at achieving a certain amount of basic decarbonization target, so that all of this can be cumulatively it can come together and be achieved. The reason that I actively advocate bifurcation is the way in which each of this will be assessed will be very different. So the production is going to be assessed by very strict compliance, and there might be separate intensity and emission trading mechanisms set up for that. The internal organizational structure and decarbonization is also going to be assessed very differently, because those are positive offsets that you can account for your net zero pathway. And then, of course, the CSR is where your sort of more positive inputs come in and which account for the negative. And it requires very different expertise, it requires its different target audience, it requires very different thinking of it. So CSR is certainly a huge big vehicle which can promote the rapid uptake and understanding of arriving at net zero. At the same time, I think a word of caution would be that while let's say, unlike social development, primary education, healthcare, or watershed, or access to water, wash, conservation projects which were being funded by CSR earlier, culture and nature projects that were being funded by CSR earlier. If all of them start focusing on a net zero perspective, then there is a huge risk that there is a greater focus on achieving the mitigation gap, whereas the adaptation gap is not addressed. So the adaptation gap, so we already have a development gap, so which is like broken leg on cast. Adaptation gap is when you're made to run a race with that. So in a diagram you have development gap, which is this wedge. Adaptation gap is the top of that. So while we are only trying to bridge the development gap, that gap keeps getting extended. And if CSR type of investments start looking at net zero, then the development gap will become further big. So that is something that we need to be extremely careful of. And which is why, sorry, just a couple of minutes more. There is a very interesting model that I think Livelihood Ventures are the name, I'm not really sure. They've been sort of working on it. So what they do is that they collect so they are for all practical purposes a fund manager. They operate like that, they have financial people in that, they're fund manager, but they manage carbon offset money. So they like Shell and BP and others are giving them their big sort of a substantial amount of carbon offset equivalent money. And they are supposed to invest that into carbon offset projects. But alongside what they're also doing is they are giving sort of livelihood fund. So to say that, you start with the livelihood fund, and once that rolls up and once people start getting those basic livelihood benefits, is at the end of and the first 3 years are in development of carbon project, so that you keep doing the money into that. So the focus for development still remains. So they are sort of bifurcating the fund into livelihood and carbon, and starting with the two together. And obviously they are also doing livelihood because they are not sharing the credit with the community, because we have to buy back those credits. So community is not going to get any income from the carbon project. So the livelihood project is supposed to eventually enhance their income and keep them interested in maintaining the status quo of the carbon project. So those sort of balances are in. But our primary stakeholder is community and the change that we bring in the lives of that should not be forgotten.
any purpose.
Yes, absolutely.
Next question, yes, Janika. So my question is to, I mean, because we were discussing this right now. We were talking about how, you know, you can put electricity on your housing and just water the plant or something. So I also extremely passionate about this subject. Beyond this, we've gone way beyond this, and this is individual level work is not going to help with the larger scheme of things unless the entire world is doing it. So I feel like just because we've gone beyond it doesn't mean we shouldn't be doing it. We should be doing this anyway. This should be a part of our regular lives. This is the way we should be living right now. So how do I take this concept back to my organization, back to all of our companies, ensuring that our companies run a green office? Like it's something as simple as that. More importantly, how do I advocate for that and just, you know, kind of make them realize that this is something that needs to be done, should have been done like ages ago?
What I will, which is what I've just done is that there is a link I will share with probably Piyush or somebody and they can share with you. This is a very customized for India personal ecological footprint calculator for each person. There are subcategories. It asks you a question like, do you live in a brick house? Do you live in a condo? And then it has retro calculations. How many hours of air travel do you do in a year? So at one point in time, pre-COVID, I did the ecological footprint calculation and I required 12 Earths to survive. My kind of lifestyle required 12 Earths to survive for the humanity. Because I had over 140 hours of flying in whatever months, okay? And that was huge emission. But what it really helped me was to bring it down in a very careful, conscious manner. So I started reporting back, and we did it as an exercise, and we started reporting it back as a peer review within our teams, just for the senior management to say how do we reduce it. And I have now very proudly come to 2.5 Earths. So it's also really bad, which is also probably, you know, lifestyle like how we say Americans are living, so they need Earths. But I still need to reduce it. What's the point I'm trying to make is that there are easier step-by-step things that help you actually calculate and reduce and not feel bad about it. That's one. The other is institutionally to be more lean and to be more efficient and walk the talk per se. I think one way that really works is have a team conversation and a discussion on regular basis. And let's also face the practicality that it is certainly not possible. We are talking here about disaster resilience and climate change, and all of us, probably most of us, are flown in car, we are sitting in, we are emitting every moment, far more than we would have otherwise if we were working at our desks. So, and then there are cumulative ways in which the same footprint calculator can be done for an institution and gradually reduce. It allows us to look at some level of practicality. So for the purpose of this kind of discussion, I would like to do this to the community level. So for example, for every workshop, because this is quite a vast subject and we would need to digress from this. So agreed. But then for this workshop, for example, if you were to want to better calculate, and then say by the time we do the next workshop, we will package by half and be innovative. So one, it's a step.
Ma'am, may I say something?
I would like to take this question.
No, not any question. So we have conducted every year we conduct youth function. Part of others. So the same carbon footprint are 6 days done. So we have calculated like 500 calories for 2 days. So we have calculated the carbon footprint and we have planted 3,000 saplings on the very day next day. So first day and the next day, and that is how we are taking it forward. So that way as a company we can do it.
હા હું સમજી ગયો સિસ્ટમ જે આપે ને સિસ્ટમ તો ફોલો કરવાની છે બાકી કંઈ ખરીદી કરવાની પ્રોસિજરમાં આપણે These silence are not
I just want to understand from all of this, as CSR professional and everyone here, they implement projects through NGO partners who are the intermediary between us and the community or the where does their role in all of this, and how do we basically get their capacity built around
You review the proposal, right? So I'm not sure how the review process is and how the projects are planned with the communities and how the community assessment was done and the community participation was done. So I'll just have a brief comment on it. There are no gold standards again. There are no ideal processes again. But when there is an NGO who is submitting a proposal to, let's say, one of the companies, I think if there are elements in the proposal format itself, like whether there were enough consultations done with the community, right? If you also ask them, okay, when the consultations were done, how the consultations were done, what were the inputs from the community, what are their desires, and what are additional factors that you are going to give in terms of other resources that you are going to invest. So, for example, if I want to invest, let's say if I want to increase the immunization, right, immunization rate in one of the community, right, or there are issues with the anemia in a particular community, right. So the NGO partner needs to do some kind of assessment that what are the issues within the community. Because again, we also need to look at from the human behavior perspective that in the Maslow's hierarchy, people are normally busy with the three basic fundamental needs, right? Physiological needs, safety needs, and possibly needs for love and belongings. And community possibly are falling in these categories. So they know that what are the daily requirements, what are the issues that they face, where they want to go, their vision of their own community. So this process is the consultation, community consultations has to be done by the NGOs. It's not that okay, NGO has submitted a proposal for one particular project, but the community does not require those issues. They require something else, right? So I think as when you review those proposals, you may need to ask the NGO that were there any participation of the community. Another thing that we also need to look at is even if there are participation, those participations are from the diverse group of community members, right? If the project is involved about, let's say, children, have they done some kind of consultation with the children? Have they identified the children? Have done some consultation with the children? Have they done some consultation with the parents? Have they done consultation with the government officials? Like what are the issues in those areas? So I think that's the very key about understanding the community requirements. And once you have those requirements with you, possibly you will be able to know that yes, the NGO partner has done enough consultations, they have got enough insights from the community, and that this is what the community is required, and this is where the NGO partner is going to help them in order to achieve their vision or objectives or outcomes. So I think that's one of the simplest processes. That there can be many other processes one can adopt in order to review the proposals.
Also to build on that, we'll be happy to build capacities of partners.
Because when Sriram was talking yesterday, he did mention that he brought forward this workshop. Maybe in the second deliverable, where looking at development of guidance for different corporations, maybe there could be some format or some step-by-step rules to look at how different sectoral projects, what kind of questions or what kind of data or partners.
So again, on the capacity issues, I think in over two days time we have used a lot of word capacity. We have used capacity. We also need to understand the capacity itself. Capacity of who? Is it capacity of NGOs, capacity of our partners, capacity of the community, or capacity of ourselves? So I'm just, yeah, what I'm saying is we need to even unpack the capacity issue, right? So there are multi-dimensional also in the capacity. Capacity of who? If you want to increase capacity, how we are going to increase the capacity? In what area we are going to increase the capacity? Are we going to increase the capacity in terms of the personal competencies? Are we increasing the capacity of an organization to do a better efficient business? Or are we increasing capacity at a policy level? So one example of capacity is, for example, if we encourage people to use public transport, but while they use public transport, they may spend little more time to reach to the office, maybe 30 or 40 minutes late, for example. So there may be an organizational level policy that those who use public transport, right, they can come 40 minutes late to the office. So that's how you can offset the carbon footprint. But that's the capacity again, but capacity of an organization at a policy level. So capacity also has to be unpacked. Capacity of who, capacity of how. Right.
I differ slightly with all of you. I think you don't have to translate it to your partners. I don't think that partners need to integrate CSR and DRR at the same level in which you deploy it. What you could do at the end of the day, the partner is the one who is what I'm saying is that what you could do is look at the disaster risk resilience as a big portfolio, unbundle that and identify smaller projects and ask your partners to basically bid for and implement for smaller projects, but for you the whole portfolio actually corresponds to disaster risk resilience. I'm sorry because that does not work for us as part of communication because the way we work, the project work is very different from probably our other work.
So we have implemented a certain checks and balances, what you are really asking. So while we engage an agency, so the UN system has some scrutiny mechanism. We first assess their past behavior in terms of DRR and sustainability project. And we overview not just the project that they write on the forms and all, but we also ask for hard delivery.
So you're talking about partners
Selecting the NGO partner.
So I will just come in here. Is that for the purpose of everyone, we are developing a guideline exactly how the different CSRs could take this forward, inbuild this within your own program. So that guideline will be done with DRR and TSG, and we would share that to you for comments, and then we finalize it, which will be like a ready reckoner for you to evaluate the projects, how this DRR is inbuilt, in which that capacity will also be a subset of the work. So
actually, how the work is happening is, it's not like a partner or something, right? It's basically first the leading analysis of that area, getting a baseline done of that area. So easy integration when I was going to the workshop, the easiest integration would be adding the element of DRR to baseline. If we do that, probably we will be able to know the risk, because till now what risk we were speaking about and we were doing the risk mapping was political pressures, economic pressures, demographic stuff. But again, bringing these kinds of DRR limits into the matrix, I think would be an easy integration, and then the proposal will start from there. So these are the risks. Now how we can make it.
So it will be different for different CSRs. Some have small budgets, some have big budgets. So we don't want to give a generic viewpoint to this. And TSG is open to discuss more on this after this guideline. If you want more input, we are always there to take this forward. Yes. I will take this question. Yes.
My name is Arun and I come from actually in our CSR program, I'm part of a literacy as a service team, and where like we started with the functional literacy, and TCS being a software company, we provide digital solutions for everything. So in that program, like within 55 hours, we will make anyone literate in their native language. So on the similar lines, we are working on the functional literacy, and now it is the citizen entitlement, and now we are also coming on the DRR part. So I would just like to have some recommendation from you. Like currently we are developing our modules, and prior to that, like in our team, there is no one who is coming from the DRR background. So we are doing research at our own level, and as of now we are working on the household and community pre-readiness. So, do you have any recommendation, or like we have got many inputs from the workshop, but if you have any kind of special recommendation, or if someone can, assist our team in developing those modules, it will be a video based.
Because a lot of work has been done. So for the LAS program that you have, TSG with Radar have already developed these modules. Now these are being digitized into something which people can understand through easy videos. So it has individual preparedness, community level preparedness. So there are a series of work that has already been taken, and as we take it now to digitize it, it will be more clear, and we would do an orientation for the teams as well before we take on this.
Because as of now, I can feel that there is very little work we did in that after attending this workshop.
But then you can be a big advocate to, operationalize these modules across your programs that you reach out to for the women. Yes, Prashant.
Hi.
Prashant, and then we'll take your question, the last question.
Hi, Prashant here from Titan CSR. My question is for Vidya ma'am. I would like to know from you your viewpoint on the ecological viability of doing a watershed project vis-a-vis a wetland project. This question stems from the fact that as CSR we may have certain limitations on what will be our area of operation, which geography, etc. So at times we may not opt for a wetland, but opt for a watershed project. So the ecological viability of such projects.
Ecologically speaking, a network of wetlands would be part of the higher watershed. So if the watershed is if you're talking about a river, the river is your primary water line, then you're talking about the watershed of the river, which is basically from where the river water comes and runoff happen, and rainwater comes and the river gets its water. So we are saying that we conserve the watershed so that there isn't enough erosion and more groundwater recharge, and then eventually rivers get their basic flow. So it also would include network of smaller wetlands, restoration of those wetlands. The restoration of a wetland itself, if it is on the head of a river, and then the river originates from that, so the restoration of the wetland, conservation of the wetland would actually be the starting point of the watershed restoration. So if you looked at it from the river sort of geomorphology of the river, wetland restoration could also be the starting point of watershed restoration. Working on a watershed restoration as well as a wetland restoration, both have community benefits, both have water recharge benefits in terms of livelihood and economics. The benefits will pretty much be the same, and as well as carbon benefits, because you would obviously account for watershed by cleaning of it. I think that one is not more important than the other. It's the context that will determine it. So if you did a network of wetland conservation in an urban setting, then it not only does all of those benefits, gives you flood mitigation, which, in that context, a watershed. But biologically speaking, we can't say one is more important than the other.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. My question would be to Sagar. So like as in TCL, so we have taken up COVID vaccination drive activity during this first and second dose of COVID vaccination, and we have successfully completed around 12,000 vaccinations for the employees as well as the family. Now coming to the booster dose which we are speaking about, there is a misconception and conception whatever you can just declare that there is some side effects going on with this booster dose, and some fatalities are also happening. So if we, as an organization, if we have to take up the booster dose for our employees, what would be your suggestion?
all very safe. I don't know why again this is a fake news which is circulating among. In fact, the hospital, the data that shows that people with booster dose. So primarily the government of India decided to vaccinate frontline for booster dose. So their duration was right from the point of last vaccination to a period of 6 months. Then most of the healthcare workers and the frontline responders, including police and other community responders, got vaccinated. Then this policy was initiated for people above 65. If you compare the current way which is going on in China, in most of the people who are getting affected in China are senior citizens, those who have not taken this dose. In India, the picture is contrary very, very big. So vaccine, first of all, there goes a very, very, very big due diligence in making vaccine a standard within the country like India. So there is no way absolutely that I would encourage that you encourage the vaccination drive, get your people vaccinated as soon as possible. With regards to recent changes, there are also some talks ongoing, and the government of India is also thinking on cross vaccination. So, but we do not have enough data, and those who have taken 2 doses of COVID might opt for the 3rd dose of, and so that we develop a cross immunity. But this is not a standard as of now, and it is not having any proven benefit. Post booster dose, the titer of antibody within our blood will go as high as 70%, and will stay for a period of 2 years. That is the logic. COVID might weaken in next 2 years, so that's why the booster dose, having taken the first 2 doses, will be more effective and will stay for a longer period. So this is absolutely must. And if you have any community, there is a lot of communication material available on booster dose on the WHO website as well as the Ministry of Health and Family website. You can use this for
So we come to the flag end, and a very common question that is across to all the panelists. And but thank you for sharing your views and your experiences that you have. So, Dr. W, would like to start with you. Is that what is your message to the CSR community? So they could be funders, they could be implementers, and looking at all the compliances that we have in the policy. So your key message, and that's the same question for each of you. So how do we take on this agenda of disaster risk reduction?
As I said in the beginning, this entire SDG agenda is only 8 years down the line. Getting resilience into development is very critical. It's very timely and strategic. So, the CSR partner, as big as Tata, with those resources and commitment, should really plan strategically, innovatively also. There are lots of digital era which is coming. What PCS person has raised the question how to go about it. So you have diverse kind of a development institutional setup. The scope is wide and the need is enormous. So I think this entire integrating DRR into development, there are lots of good case studies, examples and models also there. We can look at those, and also Innovation Hub, as I said in the morning also, is working on documenting case studies. More than, I think, 1,000 case studies are there. So we can look at, there is no need of reinventing the wheel, and adopt good models which are they need for that particular area, meeting the requirement of the community. That's what I
I think I said a lot of what I wanted right through when I was speaking.
Or you can say what they should not do.
I was going to do that only. To say, don't get bogged down by all of these terminologies. So, DRR does not mean it's a separate constitution for CSR that's been introduced. It is, NBS is not an extreme complex terminology that we need to be bothered with. At the end of the day, something that's most effective, efficient, socially useful, helps you deal with future problems, would certainly qualify under any of these frameworks. And I think you will get dime a dozen consultants who will help you fit the framework and connect the two things and help you do that. But so don't get worried and bogged down by these terminologies. It is good to know, it's good to be aware of all of that so that you are able to view things differently and process it differently, but it's not a deal breaker for CSR or.
Thank you for this.
I'm very sorry to say on your DRR workshop.
So that is what we are not intending to make them DRR.
No, but sometimes when there are organized workshops, people tend to get so consumed by the process of it that the essence is lost. So here the fundamental essence is, for me, when I looked at it, to me it is, while you're doing CSR, think about current benefits but also future protection. So how do you ensure that what you do today is not only going to help protect the community and benefit them today, but will help them deal with the future calamities, disasters, problems. It is like planning our household budget, where we do something for, emergency healthcare, whatever that is. So that's how it is. It's nothing more than that. Yes.
Only three very crisp and quick points. First, there are a lot of business houses that invest in startups, which has a great idea and have a great profitability future. So this is the time where CSR funding should be invested in social innovation and hackathons specifically. Probably in India, there are not many companies who are investing into social hackathons, bringing not entrepreneurs but also people with different ideas in the area of DRR, SDGs and others to bring on the same table, mentor them and get the best out of them. This will be low cost and scalable solution. First. Second will be think of implementing the solutions not just for India. There are solutions that will work very nicely in other countries as well. So your solution will get a wider acceptability in a retro manner. Once it is also approved and piloted in other countries. For example, for us, the best of the continent to pilot our solutions is also African continent. A lot of things that we do in India readily works in Nigeria or Sierra Leone or many other countries. They are ready to imbibe our healthcare models, our concept, low-cost hospitals, and many other things. So that will also give a market entry to a lot of our entities in those countries. Second is that. The third one is very difficult, but please by an example. So if you have stories to tell, if you develop certain things that are going to work, for example, I am not ashamed to tell an exhibit in front of you. I do my own farming, and I shouldn't have any idea. No. So you need certain level of background, you need certain level of guidance, and you need certain amount of time for doing that sort of work. And living in a city like Delhi, you don't even have space. So, but then you have to find out certain cost-effective ways, certain innovation, and be as simple as segregating your own waste daily by yourself. No matter how many times your wife will fight with you, but still you stick to it and adhere to it. So this is what we did by example, and then ultimately they will join you and be a part of the system.
Yes.
I think we need to involve, engage community in all the processes, right from the needs assessment to the monitoring. The more we involve community in the monitoring of their own projects, I think they will have more trust with your NGO partners, implementing partner, as well as the benefactors. So what normally does is we involve community in the needs assessment, and then we forget them during the implementation and then the monitoring part of it. Why I'm saying is because when the community starts monitoring the progress or the outcome of the interventions and how it has helped them in order to improve, let's say, their lifestyles and certain parameters, I think there will be more trust in the community. The second advantage is that community will also start thinking out of box. That what kind of solutions that we can also start, doing ourselves, like the COVID isolation centers. Many communities has done the wonderful work, with their own initiatives. The third is what Saurabh has said is document. Documentation is very, very important. That what are the success that you've got with the implementation, and also what are the failures. the figures is also a lesson for us that what we should not do and what we should do. So now developing the knowledge, even the capturing the tacit as well as the explicit knowledge of the community is also important. So document your project, document how, even the process is more important than the outcome. Because when the process is right, then outcome is possibly also right. So document the process as well as the outcome. So I think involve the community in the monitoring, documenting the process, both the process documentation and the outcome documentation.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of this panel discussion, and I would like to thank Dr. Dave, Vidya, Dalal, and Rakin Jani. But before we end, my key ask, my means Tata Sustainability Group, is that we would like to see these, small changes being done or additions being done in your programs that we would be looking forward to in imbibing the disaster risk reduction within your programs. Thank you for the good participation. The workshop is never, or a panel discussion is never complete when you have a two-way communication, and that is what we do with the communities as well. And they are the most important stakeholder. They are not our beneficiaries, and they are our equal partners. So with this, I would like to close this panel discussion, and you're free to also have one-on-one conversations. They're going to be here for some time. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. So we are back to our exercise. The task for the day is to submit the proposal that you will be working on for DRR, and then you can move towards your groups and work.
No, just the proposal on which will be working. Sorry, the slide was this one.
No, I don't want. I was saying I would like to have giraffe. I'm really outside and we just have
Every year. We learn from it. They wanted to know why it happened.
Very sincere.
Right now you share it with me. I'll see what now changes that you did. We'll also be working on it. Tomorrow. Right now you share the project as it is. We'll work on it on Saturday. We'll be working on it. DRR
हाँ बोल दिया अभी बस डिजाइनिंग हो रहा है डिजाइनिंग हो रहा है तो मैं अभी कंटिन्यूसली बोलूँगा पहला यहीं पे
Excuse me.
हाँ वो दुबई से क्या क्या हाँ हाँ सब सरकार से जा रहा
फटाफट हाँ योगा का बोलता है सैन योगा का बोलता हाँ हाँ एंड मैं तो फॉलो कौन से वेंकट जी तो बोलते ही आज कहाँ घूमने आज जो खाना वेस्ट करेगा ना नहीं खाना मना कर अभी 7 नहीं सर कल 20 लोग नहीं 10 लोग 20 लोग बाहर so who was ये कर रहे रेडी हो गए हम लोग वही वाला I don't you block me I am not but you mobilize on that actually today also I am not I tell you light and sound show 7 o'clock
तो जाने में भी टाइम लगेगा थोड़ा दर्शन हो जाएगा उसके बाद
बट ये
मेल कर दी नहीं गिफ्ट सिटी के अंदर से ही जाएगा प्रो के अंदर से अक्षरधाम तो गिफ्ट सिटी दिखेगा अच्छा
Okay, I have very limited resources, but we can share. Limited resources, but we can share. Award and reward for Bhagya. First one. When it came, that was a boost of
ये सबका डेमो है
right in
But this universal be better. महत्व आदमी वो civil
That's a nice exercise. सब कुछ है वो You are not seeing इसका output तुरंत क्या टर्न हो गया सुनना भी नहीं अभी लोग फीडबैक है ये बाबू
तो वैसे भी जा रहा है
we had, the learning that we had on day one, but this is very true because we could understand the how. Okay. So this is what people are saying that how factor has been covered beautifully. Right? Little but carefully because even due to the limited time, they have tried their best to come up with the ways to do that, but overall everybody liked it. So speakers are really well appreciated by everybody. We had a sessions were very informative and interactive, passive and quoting what people said. Right? Panel discussion. Thumbs up. Very nice. Session on health and climate change is very well accepted. Very well accepted. Also because there was more interactive. More than anything else, there were questions which were offered. They were catered properly. Right? They were given more live examples, case studies, examples. So with this, health and climate was very well taken up. In case of real projects, participants were able to connect with education because there were cases that were given very live video cases. Collaborative workshop. Now about the workshop, this helped in better understanding of the concept. So this is all very good. What could have been better in the session? the exercise where the main learning was a little bit funny. So we wanted some more time to it because that was the learning that we have taken back. We didn't even get time to understand the case study well, frankly. Yes, we did calculate. Finally,
This
the risk
came
model.
from multiple
All of
participants.
them, all of them. That's a journey. We would have had much time to do that because this was one thing which we were learning.
Yesterday, homework should have been given. I think that's the space. No, of course. You are here not for going out.
Look at him, look at him.
Hey, I take this point very seriously. It's a serious
For
next
Good
batch.
Next batch, he's already taken it. No, but.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it has to be simplified a bit. And just for example, there were lots of hazards which were listed down. So probably we could have worked on only towards that, but ultimately it is knowing the process. So what happened? We were like worrying sabko karna hai, and we were like everywhere. So if only 2 or 3 hazards you can cherry pick related to the case study that was given. So we could have had time to discuss and then probably do that. So that was
Just one addition. If there was a way to add the case study in the pre-read, that would have been a better idea. At least, something retained. Rather than having, say, for example, the whole list of all the government acts and amendments and all, which really doesn't stick with you in a pre-read. Maybe that could have.
At least we could have read the case study and then it would have been easier. Right? And second is too much of guidelines, which were like over information on the
For the education thing. That this thing came for the education and that too much of guidelines were there.
I think there was a gap between what the law states and what is actually happening on the ground, and that was the question she asked, but I don't think it got answered.
Another suggestion is, although I know you people will be covering later, but that was a uniform voice, the common voice here. How would we calculate carbon? So that is, people are asking that we've spoken about carbon credits, how do we calculate carbon? I know there's a formula for doing that. And the main thing is we are missing technique photographs. So today we have those so many panelists and we miss technique photographs with them. So this is something which we want. So if we can begin the session with photographs, whosoever is there will be.
And one more point. That to implement this thing in the organization, there should be top-down education approach or education should be there. So the high management should also be make a.
So the CSR committees
And thank you so much for
and also profiles of values.
No, this planning that was very slow. So for one person to fill in the glass, that was taking a lot of time, and then we have 29. So all waiting with the glasses.
मन नहीं भरता है वो टाइम हो
मुझे
जाता
लगता
है
है 2 पीने में फिर लगा पीछे खड़ा है रहने दो.
useful feedback guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
How does tomorrow? That instruction is clear to the group. What the instruction is. So you need to identify one project solution the proposal, which is there through proposal, real life
Officer, they are not. They are just sending. They will just.
Chalo, where is Alok meeting us? हम नीचे ही हैं। और कितना नीचे जाना है अभी? लॉबी में ना, अब 10 मिनट में। हाँ।
This group will have one series.
Right.
कुछ numbers उनको देना है.
They have to pick up from there.
So 2 Tata Motors and one
Titan.
And in terms of trust area, are we covering all?
All four.
yesterday what fields they had got, in the case study, they have taken projects in that same field. So we cover all the sectors.
But आज का सुबह का क्या time कम पड़ा वापस?
And actually, the moment they start understanding and they were all excited.
भरना है actually. So everything they want to do the full.
But our instruction was they could deal with just one.
No, they were able to do it. So
But
then
they
they
wanted to
excited.
do everything. So that is
So case study the case study that we gave yesterday, it was very thorough. And today we simplified even better with the numbers. So yesterday they were able to do 3 steps. Community engagement, stakeholder mapping as well as the capacity gap assessment of the stakeholder. Second is identifying hazards, and the third is about
Vulnerability.
Vulnerability, risk and vulnerability of the 4 types of
So
vulnerability.
next time I think just pick up one and take us through the steps.
I think so that yeah. I mean we
Take us through all the steps at once and give it to them.
And then give the
then even if they go home, they'll be working on it.
कल का क्या है study?
कल सिर्फ 2 सेशन.
बेसिक्स ऑफ कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट में ऐसा बाहर बैठता है उसको अंदर लेने का बोला है इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट में हाशिए पे रहे हुए लोगों को अंदर बिठा
So one question, one session is from NRSC. Start at 9. 15 minutes recap of the day.
How was the recap today?
बहुत डिटेल किया.
मतलब उन्होंने ही बोला या क्विज टाइप कर?
नहीं उन्होंने एक पर्सन आके स्टेज पे
एक दो क्वेश्चन मतलब ऐसे क्वेश्चन किए फुल रेट में one statement ही गए.
उल्टा statement.
लोग हाँ करें तो फिर थोड़ा.
That day.
Tomorrow I think they're going to do role play. And we discuss
15 minutes of recap. Then we have presentation. So first 15-20 minutes will give them their to design and put slides together and everything. And then we'll start. Every group will give 15 minutes presentation. 10 minutes of presentation, 5 minutes of presentation. And then we'll give the feedback. What more can be done for incorporating DRR and then the analysis presentation.
So this presentation, the critical one, for the presentation, that's going to be till about 11:30.
And then technology. And when boss is coming?
after tea I think 12 maybe for half an hour.
Debrief कितना लेट है?
I think 2 sessions. I just saw the
बीच में.
I think 9 to 9.
Then group will immediately break for.
Coffee maker 9 to 9. एक दो मिनट. 9 to 10 तक इधर ही पड़ा है.
12 तो लेट हो जाएगा.
हाँ वो आता है.
So Sumit, I think this is not planned well. 10:30 को कर लोगे. बॉस के साथ टाइमिंग एडजस्ट कर लेना. बट अगर आप यहाँ चाय पिलाओगे और वो सब खिलाओगे तो फिर वो लंच तुरंत हो जाएगा.
So the group activity, China is different. After we end, we take a short break.
But is it matching with boss's time? तो तब तक you are able to close the session. तो सिर्फ आप यहाँ का वहाँ कर रहे हैं. That's all you are doing. So timing wise it will flow the way it was.
So and so we are not doing this. Government से ज़्यादा बोलने लोग.
That I don't think we should discuss with you.
नहीं उनका
start.
So try to
बजे खत्म हो रहा है. If boss comes at 12, we talk for say 20 odd minutes. Then 20 odd minutes. So एक के पहले ही खत्म होगा. हाँ, good.
तो वही सेम फॉर्मेट रखेंगे ना.
Typically, I think he likes to know who are and so on. So I think people should be told कि आप नाम बताओ which company, that's all. और कहाँ पे हो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कहाँ से मतलब which company and which location. Designation मत बुलाओ, वो कुछ junior लोग भी है. ठीक है. कंपनी और कहाँ से आया नाम कहाँ से
वो लोग कहाँ से
वो लोग मतलब TCS भुवनेश्वर.
तो बोलते भी रहते हैं ना. हाँ ऐसे तो क्या नंबर तो लोग
गाड़ी से
बट ये अच्छा
खाकरा का कुछ रेकमेंड कर.
कल नाश्ते में खाकरा ही मंगा लो.
बोला हिंदू में
नहीं राधे कल चाय के साथ खाकरा ही नाश्ते में रख दो. 10:30
आज भी आ गए कल
नहीं जा नहीं रहे उनके घर के
मेरे घर के पास हिंदू में
तो वो छोटा वाला जो बोल रहा था वो गोल गोल वाला छोटा दो लोग खाकरा छोटा वाला है बड़ा वाला पूरी के साइज का. हाँ छोटा पूरी.
आप राधे भी देख लीजिए.
दोनों
राधे यहाँ का गांधीनगर
असली वही है.
बट while going
ये गांधीनगर का असली है.
अच्छा है राधे इज गुड. उसका गुजराती खाना मिलेगा बहुत बढ़िया.
स्नैक्स.
तो मैं तो आज रेकमेंड किया कि आज यहाँ कैंसिल करके वहाँ चले जाओ सिटी से वाला.
अभी तो बन गया होगा.
वो आउट ऑफ बजट हो जाएगा.
वो तो अपना कॉस्ट पे जाता है ना.
वो 2000 की गुजराती थाली खिलाया.
आकाश है ना.
हाँ नहीं दैट्स डिफरेंट.
वो जो फर्स्ट
इट्स जस्ट वेस्ट ऑफ मनी एक्चुअली.
नहीं उतना अच्छा भी नहीं बना आपने टेस्ट वाइज सर पिछली बार भी
हेरिटेज प्लेस है सामने सीधी से वैली है अहमदाबाद का.
सुपर वेस्ट ऑफ मनी.
नहीं बताता वो विशाल.
तो राकेश 2 ही लाइए फिर आप. ये कहीं और लेके जाने वाले हैं तो मैं
राधे
राधे. हाँ सैंपल आपको.
हाँ
2 सैंपल
वहाँ पे भी कुछ लेना पड़ेगा. चलो जी. See you.
क्या
What does that even mean?
Sir, I mentioned my thoughts on
Most lovely session which I felt was साला populist लोग they loved it because it was doing stand up there. Lousy session. I don't think there was any input there. At least till the time when I was there.
हाँ थोड़ा मीट था anyway.
जब मैं निकल गया.
नहीं बट हाँ उसके भी एंड
session. It was rest of time he was showing and he's his everybody, so I didn't say it in front of him. हाँ
कौन
But absolutely no input. कुछ तो फालतू का बनाया हुआ दिखा रहा है. ऐसे थोड़े ही दिखाते हैं यार. मैंने ये किया, मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर. मतलब आधा टाइम तो शर्मा जी ही सुनाई दे रहा था मुझे. मैं हूँ अरे उससे मेरे को क्या है. Absolutely useless. I cannot mince my words when I have evaluated something.
वहाँ
वाह
लग
वाह
रहा
वाह।
है।
अच्छा कल बहुत सारे लोग ना पूछ रहे थे बॉम्बे वाले हम लोग कैसे कैन वी गो टुगेदर एंड ऑल दैट।
No, each one figure it out. मतलब
हाँ,
you
नहीं, नहीं, मैं
you
just-
get into groups and go. मतलब don't take it on you to do
नहीं
all
नहीं मैं
this
जस्ट
clerical-
बोला है मैंने कि हमारा बुक होगा इतना कितना जगह होगा I don't think so there'll be space because we
We
already
have booked one car.
हाँ।
हाँ, so each one has to
हम
figure that out.
वही वाला ड्राइवर थे ना अपना वाला जो उनको लिए
Why?
I think so, right?
क्यों झगड़ा किया था?
मैं नहीं क्या झगड़ा कर- इसमें सुमित झगड़ा करने वाला था
तो
इसमें
चला ही वैसे
मैं अभी सुमित का स्किल्स
सुमित
इनवाइट की
कब
हूँ
झगड़ा करता है यार,
नहीं,
वो तो
नहीं,
एकदम मतलब मैं उसको बोल रहा हूँ पीयूष you
फिर
work
बोलेगा
with
अनु।
सुमित या नहीं?
हाँ वो तो इसमें भाई
कभी झगड़ा किया क्या इसने जिंदगी में?
नहीं करता
मतलब जहाँ झगड़ा करना है वहाँ पे भी ऐसा ऐसा बोलेगा मुझे लगता है।
नहीं नहीं सर वैसे झगड़ा नहीं होता बट बात तो
No,
हो
no,
जाती
he
है।
was getting like this.
नहीं नहीं
नहीं वो सर गाड़ी ठोक रहा था 4 बार हुआ तो मरने से अच्छा तो करना ही पड़ेगा सर जगह।
कौन?
ड्राइवर
मैं मेरा ड्राइवर को डांट दिया।
वही
वही होगा
आपका।
दाढ़ी वाला चश्मे वाला।
पता नहीं
वही
वो
वही है आपका
एक फोन ले रहा है ये कर, मैं बोला गाड़ी रोक,
वही वाला है
बेल्ट लगाने का, स्पीड से नहीं चलाने का, फोन पे बात नहीं
वही
करनी।
वही वही
फिर सुना मैं उसको मैं
वही है ना नीचे
पीयूष इज मैरिड हाँ कैंपस में ही क्या तुम लोग तो पढ़ा तो दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे दोनों लोग। हाँ बेचारी अंबिका
ओहो नहीं नहीं
हाँ
मैडम इज ऑन माय साइड
नहीं नहीं